Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody's having a good day. I got a couple of cups of coffee in me, I'm about ready to go here. Got a lot of things to go over. Um, I want to highlight a YouTube channel right off the bat. Okay, and there's a particular reason that I'm doing this. I've been following this guy for about 2 years now, and you know, what I have found about this guy is that, well, first off, he lets you know that he used to be a liberal, you know, but he talks about the hive mind behind the consistency and the narratives that are put out there. So his channel name is the Liberal Hive Mind. Okay. And there's a reason that I want to highlight him, is that he looks at things like he did when he was a liberal, okay? But what he does is he breaks it down. He breaks it down into the capacity and thought, um, on in the persistence in which the mainstream media has indoctrinated these people so well, and keeps them on a particular narrative. Okay. And literally drowns them in this narrative. Okay. So I wanted to share him with you guys, so that you can so that you can turn around and follow him yourselves, if you want to, that is. I just really personally, I think that it is one that's actually worth the time. He makes maybe 4 or 5 videos a day, and what I've noticed is that he's really going after a lot of the people that we've been talking about for years. Okay. And he's breaking down that narrative. Okay. And he's showing he's showing a lot of truths. He really is. And he does it very tactfully. Okay. It's yeah, John Dunny, thank you very much for dropping his link there. So I'm gonna pull up his podcast from about 15 minutes ago. Okay. I watched this real quick while I was getting the generator all fueled up and oiled up and everything ready to go, so that no matter how long we go, we're good. I ain't got to worry about it. I always worry about it running out of oil, because that's always more time consuming. Because when that happens, I gotta make sure I drain all the old stuff out before I put anything new in there, and go from there. So I'm going to start this podcast with Liberal Hive Mind, and I'm going to drop a message in his in his inbox there and let him know that I played his video and everything. So that way then I don't end up getting a strike from YouTube. I could always just increase the speed of the voice and things like that, but I would rather not do that. Because of the fact that, at the pace that he goes, it gives you time to think about what he's saying as he's saying it, and go from there. And who the hell? That's funny. Cause he's a cook. I get that. I totally get that. Jeremy, good to have you in the crowd. Brother Ganja. Now, folks, when I refer to Brother Ganja, I'm talking about, my good friend, Fred Blogs, returns. He's a good friend of mine over in on the other side of the pond. Great person. If you're ever looking for information in regards to the UK, send him a message. He might have some answers for you. He he eloquently put it as the Royals are all lizards. Gotta love this guy. Gotta love him. So when you see me reply with Brother Ganja, now you know who I'm talking about. Because over there, it's it's a hard go between to get away with being able to produce your own medicine. And I got great respect for him for going against the system and not only taking care of himself but helping to take care of others too. So that's how that goes. And Camo Carl, it is absolutely okay that you're lurking today. It was great to see you this morning. Have great conversation. As always, it was just a little bit early for me. So, all right, so let's get into this, and take a listen to what he's got to say, because he's looking at this Hamas Israel thing with a different perspective, and I like the way he breaks this down because of how how everything is being portrayed. Okay. And I want to make a comment right off the bat that reporter who posted in regards to the baby's heads being cut off. Well, she's been called out, and she retracted her statement. She said she has absolutely no proof of it. The government has produced no evidence of it. Blinken is full of crap. Nothing was ever showed to him. So it's basically basically all that. I will do an update on the pups here in a couple of minutes. Let me get through this one first. I'm actually going to shoot a new video because they've gotten bigger already just from the last 3 days of being alive. They are growing exponentially, and like I said, Jazz's first litter, she is doing great. I actually thought we were going to have problems with her being a mom, but she is doing an awesome job. So I'll get a new video shot and then get that loaded, and we'll show that to you sometime during today's podcast. This is the thing is, part of what is going on over there. There's always a great deception behind most of the shenanigans that the deep state, I guess we should just call it what it is. It is the deep state. We were told that from John F. Kennedy. We were told that from Eisenhower. And other people have come forward, and Alex Jones has obviously been talking about the deep state for years. So let's just call it what it is. It's that global cabal that and every country has their own. That's the other thing. Is that every country has their own level of that deep state, and but they're all worldwide. They're all interconnected. So all right, so let's take a look at this podcast that Liberal Hive Mind did this morning, and like I said, kudos to this guy. There's been a couple of podcasts that he's done in the last 2 years that I didn't quite agree with and everything, but I would say 95% of everything that he puts out definitely is on the right track. And John was kind and dropped the link for his channel in there. If you missed it, just scroll up a little bit. You should see it. Definitely somebody worth following because, he's not mincing his words, and I like that. I like it when somebody's, short, blunt, and to the point, and really just lays it out and then puts their own perspective on it. And the guy's very level-headed, and I like it. He's not a frantic kind of podcaster or anything like that. He's absolutely worth watching. Okay, so here we go. Let's take a listen to today. The podcast from about 15-20 minutes ago. Here we go.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Okay, now this is crazy. It seemed like things were de-escalating in a way. We were seeing reports just the other day that Hamas was ready for truce talks. Well, very quickly we went from possible peace negotiations to now calls for global jihad. You know, I've been saying hopefully we don't get roped into this thing. Hopefully Israel and Hamas can handle their own issues on their own. That's obviously the hope. But now as we're seeing Hamas leaders call for a day of global jihad, well, it's probably time to be on heightened alert. It's wartime. We're obviously living through a little era of war here. Things are getting messy. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so take a look at this headline right over here. Report: Hamas calls for global jihad, invasion of Israel, and attack of Jews worldwide on October 13th. So the individual that you're seeing on the screen there, that is a founding member and the former leader of Hamas, a man by the name of Khalid Mashal, who's calling for a day of sacrifice, heroism, and dedication, worldwide general mobilization this Friday, October 13th. I'm not sure if I showed you guys this meme, but this right over here, yeah, that's how I'm feeling. Let's probably make that the meme of the day. I'm actually not sure if we used it before, but even if we did, the entire world right now, I think, is missing Donald Trump. Boy, how things changed so quickly. We went from this from Donald Trump brokering peace deals in the Middle East, signing peace accords, to absolute chaos. The Taliban has taken over Afghanistan, full-scale war in Israel, threats from Hezbollah and threats from the Iranian regime. Meanwhile, what's the current president, Joe Biden, focused on during his most recent speeches? Junk fees at Taylor Swift concerts.
What my friends in the front row here mostly support, the Junk Fee Prevention Act. Hard to say. Anyway, but all kidding aside, I'm asking Congress to take the action so this makes it a matter of law.
How incredibly stupid. We don't have serious leadership. We used to. We used to project strength across the world. I mean, boy, did Donald Trump have them all at attention. Now we have this guy stumbling and bumbling, war and terrorist attacks, uncertainty, confusion, a heightened risk of terror attacks. And in this situation, the President of the United States cannot be relied on. It's an absolute disgrace. But back on this call for a global day of jihad, now the leftist argument of
Okay, I'm pausing that just for a second. Can I get somebody to drop the link over on the Facebook side? Marianne is trying to get over here, but she can't find the channel and can't find the link for it. So if I get somebody to hop over on the Facebook and drop the link to the YouTube, that would be awesome. I would appreciate you very much.
Course is what it usually is. Ignorance, naivete, and mental gymnastics. Leftists all over Twitter are saying that, well, his message is being misinterpreted. Jihad doesn't mean anything violent. Give me a frickin' break. We have the former leader, a founding member of a major terrorist organization, calling for general mobilization across the world, calling for jihad, and we're gonna pretend what exactly? That he was calling for global peace, unity, and praying? Let's just be real for a second here, please. The definition of the word jihad, as described by the Oxford Dictionary, means, quote, a struggle or fight against the enemies of Islam. And of course, the enemies of Islam, at least according to particular cells, particular groups, are non-believers. There is a part of the population of the Arab world that is fully on board the idea or the concept of a holy war where the end goal is full-on world domination. You may say, well,
okay, I got to pause it again. All right, so Marianne, what you have to do is you have to click where it says live. Click where it says live, and then the live podcast. I don't know why they don't come up on the regular content thing, but yeah, you got to click on where it says live, and then you'll see the live podcast there. Sorry for the interruptions, folks.
Whoa, that sounds crazy. That must be an exaggeration. No, it's not. The statistics back it up. There is a theological view and interpretation of the Quran which dictates that infidels or non-believers should be eradicated from the globe. You know, maybe we should take that a little bit seriously instead of opting for this naive liberal worldview that actually, no, your interpretation is wrong. We live in this kumbaya world where all we need is more tolerance and things will just magically work themselves out. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't know about you guys, but if you have a segment of the world population that believes that you're an inferior human being, a non-believer that should be eradicated, yeah, maybe I would take that seriously. Maybe we should take people at their word, heed their warning, and act accordingly. You know, it's the one thing that keeps coming to mind. I have this one sentence popping up in my brain over and over again. I have a bad feeling about this. When Donald Trump issued a travel ban targeting countries with terrorism issues, he was lambasted as a racist for it. Yeah, I don't know, this alternative worldview, or I guess policy view, seems incredibly naive and frankly stupid to me. We have absolutely no idea who's crossing the southern border. Millions upon millions of people simply entering the United States, millions upon millions of people also entering Europe from the southern Mediterranean countries, again, largely unaccounted for. Then you see the leader of Hamas calling for a day of global, worldwide mobilization and jihad, and I can't help but feel that maybe, just maybe, there's some sleeper cells ready to mobilize. And if it's not sleeper cells connected to organizations operating in the Middle East, well then who knows? Possibly it's somebody who's deranged or mentally ill, somebody susceptible to this kind of rhetoric, who then chooses to take action, possibly hurting people in the process. I mean, not like it's already happening, right? Oh wait, anti-Semitic incidents in France increased by 75% in 2021. A lot of these are physical assaults, hate crimes, some of them even beyond. I mean, horrible, tragic incidents. And this comes as a direct result of open border immigration policies. We gotta have a long, hard look and think about the idea of assimilation and compatibility. Enough of this left-wing, naive worldview that ignores the facts of the world that we live in. And honestly, the scariest part of this whole thing is that I feel as though we're not prepared. I don't think we're prepared for the worst-case scenario. The world plunges into chaos, and we have an 80-year-old dementia patient currently serving as president of the United States talking about Taylor Swift tickets. Then we have the United States military, or at least the new woke iteration of the United States military, that seems more focused on gender inclusivity than preparing for the next threat on the homeland.
You know, women don't really wear crew socks. I asked, well, what do they wear? And she responded, ankle socks. It had never occurred to me to order any other kind of socks than the kind that I was familiar with. Her suggestion had merit, and we ended up ordering half ankle and half crew socks. Of course, the socks were a hit. But what was telling was that demand for the ankle socks by both women and men was higher than for the crew socks, and substantially so. Our entire project was more effective because a woman on my team was comfortable sharing her perspective with a pretty opinionated male boss, and that I was open to that input. Intentionally building a diverse team and then creating an environment where everyone feels like their voices are valued and heard is not only the right thing to do, but it gets you better outcomes.
Yep, gender inclusivity and crew socks and ankle socks. Meanwhile, it feels like the world is on fire. I guess in conclusion, stay vigilant out there, folks. Things are getting messy, and this administration is not prepared, is not ready, and is not competent enough to protect you or the homeland. It's crazy how things can change so much so fast in less than 3 years. Anyways, that's what I got. Hopefully you enjoyed it. If you did, make sure to leave a like and possibly subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Okay, so you see what I mean? So this is a guy who was for years and years and years was a big time liberal, okay, and realized what was going on, and he broke away from the party and began thinking for himself and doing some research behind it. And now he makes videos in regards to the stupidity and the idiocy that goes on in his old party, and tries to direct people in the right way to find the right information and everything else. And I think that's really good, and his perspective on a lot of things has been, really good. It's, yeah, then it comes down to these judges who are trying to get a seat on the Supreme Court. Okay. That are, basically, they got to talk about socks, How about let's talk about the law? Let's talk about the Constitution. Let's talk about the things that are important to American citizens. I mean, socks are important for people's feet, but it's not something that's a general topic of conversation every single day. And it sure as heck shouldn't be a topic of conversation when a judge is trying to get himself put on the Supreme Court, that it's the most important thing that and topic. This inclusivity, equity bullshit is exactly that. It's just BS. Marianne, I don't know if you saw that comment, but she sent you the link through Facebook Messenger. Quite a few people have typed it into the chat over there as well. Hopefully you can find us here. And like I stated before, for some reason, my videos are not going up on my regular feed. They're only under the live section of my channel there. So there is content there. You just have to click where it says live, and it'll show everything that's been done live. It's thank you, Nicole. I got such great mods, great viewers too. You guys go out of your way to help make things go so much smoother. I appreciate you very much. Each and every one of you that gets out there and spreads the word. Yeah, Jody Terry, that's correct. Someone might get their feelings hurt if you talk about more important, things, and that is so true. When I look at all this stuff, I have to say to myself that there are just so many people that are out there that are lost to the reality of what's really going on in this world, and it's kind of upsetting, to think of how many people have been drowned in that mainstream media. That's you remember when the first time Trump said fake news, fake news, fake news, and that was pretty much right after he came down the escalator. And, and he made it very clear, that these people have been lying to us for years. He understood that propaganda has been used against the American people, and how it all went into effect. And I've explained this over the last 5 years, 6 years of videos, about the NDAA of 2012. Now, some people said that the 2011 bill, HR, I think it's 5376, I think it is. I'm not sure off the top of my head. Basically took us away from the original Smith-Mundt Act, which prevented them from using propaganda against American people. Okay. But Obama signed it into law at the same time that he signed the NDA, the National Defense Authorization Act of 2012. And the bill was introduced in 2011. But Obama signed it in January of 2012, and it went into effect by May of 2012. So basically, since 2012, mainstream media has been lying to the American people, using propaganda, which was outlawed, and basically have perpetuated the division of the American people. And we have so many different organizations that are so deeply involved in it at the same time. And when we look at this, we have to understand, well, why would they do that? Well, of course, they want to have control. They want to be in charge. They want to be the governing, the governing body of not just the United States, but of the world. What people don't realize is that, the war in Ukraine has not been going on just the last 3 years. Okay. The war in Ukraine has been going on since 2014, when Newland went in there and basically perpetrated a coup that took over Ukraine, installing all these people. The people who came and testified against Trump during the first impeachment hearing, these were all people who were appointed because of the fact that, that those that were placed in control over there, by our government, not by the Ukrainian government, but by our government, have perpetuated this fraud on people. So everybody thinks that the Ukraine war has only been going on for 3 years. BS. Okay. It's been going on since 2014. Okay. It's just that they've kept it out of the mainstream media. Why did they keep it out of the mainstream media? Because they didn't want you to know that the U.S. was involved in a coup to take over another country. Okay. That's no different than South Korea. Okay. South Korea is literally our 51st state, because nothing happens in South Korea without American permission. Okay. Nothing happens there without the bureaucrats in office here in America approving it. Okay. So basically South Korea has been the 51st state since we've been in control of it. And people didn't even know that. Okay. We have tax dollars that flood into South Korea. That was nobody texting me this time. That was just a notification that there's a new app available. I'm like, I'm turning the volume off on my phone. Somebody needs to get a hold of me. They can message me. So that's where that goes. All right. So I want to go ahead and get started in today's videos. Again, thank you for taking the time to check out that Liberal Hive Mind video with us. Check out a bunch of the stuff that he's released over the last 30 days. And you'll be mildly surprised to see, how when somebody breaks away from that mainstream media propaganda BS, how they begin to think and how they begin to break things down. And that's, and that is just a great sequence of events to really bolster the fact that we can reach them, that we can show them, we can show them the truth, prove it to them, and then help, and then help them see more, and it's always, it's just, kind of crazy. Okay. So let's get into it. We're going to start off the financial report, and generally I kind of avoid the financial reports and everything, but because of the way the economy is here in the United States right now, I think it is important that we pay attention to this, and that we keep an eye on things. There was an interesting post a few days ago, and it was shared to me through Slow Country and Navy Vet, in regards to silver, that was posted. It was a big splash over the debt clock, and and it showed what the true value of what silver should be today. Okay. Well over $2,000. That much I'll tell you. Less than 5,000, but more than 2,000. Okay. Per ounce. Okay. So the manipulation that has gone on with our currency and with the currency of gold and silver, I believe that that's actually going to come to an end, that manipulation is going to end up coming to a stop, so that the investment that people have made in silver and in gold, and other metals, such as nickel, palladium, and so on and so forth, is going to really start showing its true colors. And I don't think it's going to be much longer for that to happen. So those of you that have invested in silver, just know that you haven't wasted your money, that you're holding on to it. And then when the time is right, you're going to know when to sell. You're going to know when to sell or to use it. Be nice if you got a couple of little silver bars and everything, and the price goes up, and then all of a sudden you're out buying a new car because of the fact that you can afford to do so. You made that investment anywhere between $8 to $20, $25 an ounce. And in the long run, it's going to be beneficial for you. Okay. So here we go. X22. All right. Give me a second. I'm going to do a refresh on this. Looks like I might have to turn off my Wi-Fi.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 3185 and today's date is October 12th, 2023, and the title of the episode is People Are Turning Against Government Spending, Central Bank Using War to Build Narrative. Let's talk about protecting our wealth. Hey, feeling unsure about your finances these days? You're not alone. That's why Noble Gold Investments is here to help. Just hear it straight from the folks they've helped. The Noble Crew walk me through everything, no stress. With their help, I can finally sleep easy at night. And now this month, Noble Gold Investments is handing out free 5-ounce silver America the Beautiful coin if you qualify for an IRA. Invest in gold and silver with Noble Gold Investments. Go to x22gold.com. That is x22gold.com. Or click the link in the description. The only gold company I trust. And remember, there's always a risk of investment and there's no guarantee of any kind. Let's get right into the economic collapse financial news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, the private West Central Bank, the World Economic Forum, people are starting to realize their entire agenda, their narrative is completely falling apart. And people are starting to realize that the government spends way, way too much. And the people are now turning against the government. And I do believe this is going to be happening worldwide because as the system breaks down, what does the central bank need to do? What does the government need to do? Well, the central bank needs to print because the government needs to continually borrow. And when you do this, the country goes into more and more debt. And this is what people are starting to see. And remember, the government, they can't stop themselves because as the economy breaks down, as the system completely falls apart, what happens to the tax receipts? They start to decline. If the tax receipts are starting to decline and interest rates are moving up, how do you service the debt? It's a no-win situation. And now you could see why the central bank needs to bring us into the Great Reset, the Green New Deal. This is why they're using war. Now they're going back to their original plan. I do believe Trump and the Patriots have forced them down this path. They tried the war back in 2016. They wanted Hillary Clinton to win. She was never supposed to lose, and they were going to bring us to nuclear war. Trump continually repeats this over and over and over. Why were they going to bring us to war? Because that is the perfect way to hide the collapse of the system. They didn't get their war because what did Trump do? He ended the endless wars during his 4 years. So they had to rely on the pandemic. This is why they announced the Great Reset, the Green New Deal, back in March of 2020, because the central bankers, they don't want to collapse the entire system out in the open. Too many questions, too many people looking at what's really going on. And people start to realize what's going on as we lead up to the collapse. People are seeing it now. The Green New Deal doesn't work. It's collapsing the system. They see it in Germany. They see it in California. They see it all over the place. They know the central bank digital currency does not benefit them. This is why the central bank doesn't want to do it in front of people that are awake, that are thinking logically. They like to do it when they have an event. The pandemic didn't work, so what are they doing now? They're using the war narrative to explain why their economic system is completely failing. Now, I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they're leading them down this path. They want them to use the war. They want them to push the war, because in the end, what Trump is going to do, he's going to use this against them, because you're going to hear all these different individuals, the corrupt politicians, the fake news, the central bankers all across the world talking about war and how we have to go to war. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's only one individual that's talking about peace. And I think we all know who that is. And the people of this world, they're going to see this. So as we approach 2024, the election period of time in November, you're going to see war, the economy breaking down. You're going to see them blame it on the war. And this is going to continue throughout 2024, and it's going to get a lot worse. Then since the economy's breaking down, you're going to see riots across the world. And they're going to start to blame this all on the war. And this is how it works. Now, I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they're leading them down this path. They want the people to see. And the people, in the end, they're going to realize, holy crap, this guy's talking peace. You're talking war. The economy's falling apart. Why don't we just have peace around the world? He said we can have peace. Why aren't they negotiating peace? Because they really don't want it. Because all wars are banker wars. That's why. Because their system only lasts 40, 50 years tops. Then they have to reset it. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. They're planning and ready to reset it. They were going to do it no matter what. They just wanted Hillary Clinton in the spot. They never expected her to lose, because it would be a lot easier to bring us to nuclear war. Now they have a major problem, because now they have someone talking about peace. And this is something they definitely do not want. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that we could see that with everything that's going on, Joe Biden is concentrating on junk fees. So he's out there telling everyone that junk fees cost American families tens of billions of dollars each year and inhibit competition, hurting consumers, workers, small businesses, and entrepreneurs. Research shows that fees charged at the back end of the buying process make it harder to comparison shop for the best deal and lead to consumer paying upward of 20% more. Junk fees also make it hard for honest businesses to compete, stifle innovation, and hurt small businesses. Well, that might be true, but do you really think that's what's hurting small businesses? Do you really think that's stifling innovation? Well, actually, let's look at this. He's talking about 20%. What about the 3,000% in inflation? What about fuel costs moving up? You think that's hurting business? Remember, the minimum wage thing saying, oh, we're going to bring you up to $20. It's a Band-Aid fix. This will never, ever end until you go to the source. But they don't want to go to the source. They want to keep telling you, hey, listen, we'll get rid of these little fees. Do you feel better now? You're getting $10 more. Feel better? Yeah, I'm going to raise your minimum wage. You feel better now? So keep quiet. You need to go back to the source. That is the major problem. That is the cause of all of this. Forget about 20%. We're talking 3,000% since we came off of gold. That's what we've been experiencing this entire time. And when you look at the entire situation, you can see that with the debt, with the inflation and everything else, this system is unsustainable. It doesn't work. And the young generation, they're realizing this. They're understanding it. They don't know exactly what it is, but something is wrong, and they're getting it right now. And as time goes on, I do believe they'll get more and more of this. Now, like we said from the very beginning, the people of this country, they're turning on the government, especially here in the United States. And I do believe this is going to happen worldwide, because they're realizing that the government spends way too much money. Do they really need to spend all this money? Absolutely not. Why do they spend all this money? Because we have an open-ended credit card, which allows them to launder money, to spend on things that we do not need. And actually, most of the money doesn't even go for that. They just make up an amount, and the rest is laundered. And nobody ever has an accounting of it. And people now are starting to realize, actually, nearly 2/3 of Americans believe that the federal government is spending too much money. So the people get it. They understand. And eventually, what's going to happen when all this comes down around everyone, the people are going to say, enough is enough. Let's talk about protecting our wealth. Hey, feeling unsure about your finances these days? You're not alone. That's why Noble Gold Investments is here to help. Just hear it straight from the folks they've helped. The Noble crew walked me through everything, no stress. With their help, I can finally sleep easy at night. And now this month, Noble Gold Investments is handing out free 5-ounce Silver America the Beautiful coin if you qualify for an IRA. Invest in gold and silver with Noble Gold Investments. Go to x22gold.com. That is x22gold.com. Or click the link in the description. The only gold company I trust. And remember, there's always a risk of investment and there's no guarantee of any kind. We've been doing this since going way, way back, since we came off the gold standard. And every single year, every single election, it's the same thing over and over and over. And I do believe the people are starting to get all of this. And as the economy breaks down, because we have war now, the central bankers, the fake news, and everyone else, the politicians, they're all going to blame it on the war. Oh, the economy's failing because of the war. Oh, the fuel prices are going up because of the war. You can't get food. Oh, it's because of the war. Everything will be about the war. And this is what they're already doing. They're starting the narrative. Wall Street Silver put this out, pointing to an article, and it says, Israel ordered Chevron to shut down a major natural gas field, which could send prices spiking further just before winter. Wall Street Silver said inflation ain't going anywhere. The natural gas from field part is sent to Egypt to make LNG for Europe. And we could see that gas prices, they're going to spike because of what's happening in the Middle East. This is what they're blaming it all on. We've seen gas prices move up. That's because we're no longer energy independent. Really think about this. Take a step back. If we had war and the United States was energy independent, would we see that much of a fluctuation in gas prices? Most likely not. Actually, would the United States make a lot of money off of shipping the fuel to other countries? Yes, the United States would. So since Joe Biden decided to remove us and we're no longer energy independent, and he used the strategic petroleum reserves, the United States now is in a tough position. Remember, every move that he makes is going to boomerang on him in the end. And yes, most likely we're going to see $120, $150 barrel of oil, which means gas is going to go through the roof right now. What do you think is going to happen with inflation? If fuel is going up, then inflation is going to be going up. People are going to have a very difficult time. We're in a recession right now. We're going to go into a deep recession, then a depression. And the people, they're going to be watching this as the central bank, the corrupt politicians, the World Economic Forum bring us to war and blame everything on the war. But the people know better because they realize this all started without the war. The war had nothing to do with this. And actually, when you really think about it, Israel and Gaza, we've been having wars there for quite a while. We've had a war in Libya, Lebanon, Iraq, Syria. And think about what Trump did. He made the country independent, energy independent. And if all these wars are happening, no one would notice that the fuel prices were going up. It's only because we're dependent on these other countries. That's why you see fuel prices moving up. And this is why they can blame it on these other areas. But if we were still energy independent, people go, okay, we're fine here. There's not a big deal. We're self-sufficient. And every country should be self-sufficient. And if you really think about it, this is exactly what Trump was showing everyone. When we're self-sufficient, we don't need to depend on other countries, especially when we're in a war. Think about COVID, when we were dependent on China for every single thing. Actually, many countries were dependent on China for every single thing. And when China shut down, what happens? Everything dries up. So people started to realize and understand that countries needed to go back to their roots where they needed to be self-sufficient and not dependent on other areas. And I do believe this is just part of the entire plan to show the people of this country and show the people of other countries, look, you can't be dependent. Globalism doesn't work. You need to be self-sufficient, especially in a time of a pandemic or in a time of war. And I think the people of the different countries are starting to realize this. And you could see inflation is just getting worse and worse every single day. especially with fuel prices going up right now. But the Fed, the Biden administration, Janet Yellen, they're all trying to explain it away, but it's not going to work. Genevieve Roekdechter on X put this out and said, Fed, U.S. core X food and energy drops to 4.1% year on year, lowest reading since September 2021. But they removed two things that people use all the time: food and energy. Food has gone up, energy costs have gone up. So basically, and Genevieve says this, well, so if I don't eat and I don't move, everything is fine. And that's the reality of the situation. But you can see the entire economic system, it's starting to break down. And yes, we're heading towards a depression. And as we go throughout this year, you can see what the deep state, what the central bank has been doing. They've been building the war to explain away the collapse of the economic system, which means as we get closer and closer to the elections of 2024, you're going to see the economy limping along, probably in a depression, and you're going to see us at the precipice of war. And I do believe Trump is bringing everyone down this path to show everyone, look what they've done to this country. Look what happens when you cheat an election. Look what happens when you overthrow the United States government, duly elected president. Look what they do to the country. Now, he's going to say, I can turn this around in 6 months. I can have peace. But if you like the way this is all going, you vote for the D's, the Biden administration, or whoever's running in the election. If you like that, fine. If you want to go to war, fine. I think most of the people are going to say, you know something, we need a better economy. We need to stop this. But you could see we're on our way. Unusual Whales put this out and said, the collapse in Treasury bonds now ranks among the worst market crashes in history per Bloomberg. As reported by Bloomberg, losses on Treasury bonds with maturities of 10 years or more have reached 46% since March 2020, with the 30-year bond experiencing a steep drop of 53%. And yes, you could see everything is falling apart. Real estate is falling apart. Inflation is going up, which means the devaluation of the currency. We see fuel costs now going up because of their war. And you can see the economy is going to start to break down, which means companies are going to have a very difficult time. You're going to see layoffs, and you're going to see things get a lot worse, which means as inflation picks up, and we talked about this yesterday, you're going to see people in the cities start to steal a lot more food, because when you can't feed your family and you don't have the cash to pay for this food or the fuel, I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see people going out and looting the supermarkets, looting the gas stations, filling up different tanks just so they can have fuel. Because most of the people, they're living paycheck to paycheck. And when things start to go up or the value of the currency declines, that paycheck doesn't work anymore. And I do believe it's going to be very, very tough for the people. And I do believe people are going to get very, very angry, not just in this country, but around the world. And I do believe this is the catalyst for chaos that we're going to see across this country and across the world. And I think the deep state players, they're going to try to use this and use it against the Patriots. But the Patriots, I do believe, realize that this is coming, and they understand that they're going to try to use this. And the people of this country, they realize that it is the deep state, the central bank, the World Economic Forum that is causing all of this. It's not Trump. It's not the Patriots. They are in charge of all this. They're the ones who created all of this. They're pushing us into their Green New Deal. This is part of their plan. It's destroying the system. And I think the people are going to realize that. Now, of course, they're going to have their foot soldiers out there trying to create as much chaos as possible to distract everyone from everything that's going on. But I think the people are going to realize that those who are in charge, that have been pushing this agenda, they're the ones who are responsible for all of this. And this will be used against them in the end, which means Trump will have the people, will be able to shift this economy into something completely different. And the central bank will not be able to bring us into the Great Reset, the Green New Deal. I do believe that is going to fail in the end. And as Trump has the people, he's going to shift us, and the people are going to demand it, I believe, going to shift us into a people's economy, a people's currency. And this is going to spread across the globe and destroy the central bank system. And think about all the things that he has planned. He has everything prepared and ready. He's been telling everyone, we're going to have SEZs. We're going to place tariffs on other country. We're going to drill like we've never drilled before, which means we're going to have a lot of the black liquid gold, and we'll be able to sell this to other countries, which means we'll pay off all our debt, which means we're going to bring in a lot of money. And I do believe he's going to go after the central bank, remove us from the fiat system, bring us back to a sound money system, and everything is going to change very, very rapidly. And I could see how he'll be able to do this within 6 months. And he's going to continually let everyone know that that's not all he's going to do. He's going to remove the regulations. He's going to bring back manufacturing by setting up the SEZ zones. And we're going to have a country that's going to thrive like we've never seen before. We just got to get there. And I do believe we're on our way. And I do believe that the people will be with him to make that final decision. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and pause that right there because we're going to be jumping into part B right off the bat. So let me get that banner up there. Bink. There we go. All right, here we go. Part B.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this episode 3185 BN. Today's date is October 12th, 2023, and the title of the episode is Deep State Shadow Deals Coming to Light. It will be an epic political earthquake in November. Let's talk about our health. Excess belly fat has been deemed the most dangerous fat of them all, as it's linked to so many health issues. Interestingly enough, apple body shapes or large waistlines specifically are at high risk for health issues than other body types. This is essentially because excess belly fat grows deep in the abdominal cavity and puts pressure on some of the body's most vital organs. That's a big reason why myself, along with so many people, are turning to this amazing new substance, which is thoughtfully formulated with science-backed ingredients provided by Mother Earth that promote a reduced fat storage, help to speed up the breakdown of fat, support weight management, reduce cravings, and boost metabolism. Simply take a serving each morning with another serving in the evening to give your body the nutrients it needs to help supercharge your weight management efforts. The best part I love is that you can get it 51% off for the rest of the month or until they sell out, whichever comes first. Plus, you'll also receive several additional gifts valued at $500, free with every order for a limited time, including free VIP life health and fitness coaching for life, 2 free new ebooks titled Top 10 Foods That Burn Belly Fat and Top 8 Exercises to Reduce Belly Fat, a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, and free shipping. Get yours now by going to trimwithx22.com. That is trimwithx22.com, or click the link in the description. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech fake news, the puppet masters, they are now preparing to go all out to shut down Trump, to shut down we the people. Really think about this. Think about what's coming out from the shadows. Think what's coming out into the light. People now are seeing the true agenda of the deep state players. And the people now are going to be waking up very, very quickly, especially as we go through 2024. And the deep state players, they're going to have to try to shut down communications as best they can. They're already planning to go after X. We have Europe right now. They are now doing a probe into X about misinformation and disinformation, which tells you everything you need to know. If you notice, they're not doing a probe into YouTube. They're not doing a probe into Facebook. They're not doing a probe into Instagram. They're doing a probe into X because they lost control of X. And now people can speak freely. I'm not saying it's perfect, but they're worried about what people are going to post on X, and they don't want that out there because it is a very big platform. There's a lot of users on it, and people see what is going on. So they're going to try to control X as best they can. Now, of course, you have True Social and you have other platforms for video like Rumble, but they're going after X right now to try to use this as a model. And then most likely they're probably going to do this to other platforms, the smaller ones. Now, is this going to work in the end? I don't believe so. I don't believe they'll be able to do this. And as we go through 2024 and the economy breaks down and we head into war, because both of these are actually related as part of the 16-year plan, I do believe they're going to have to shut down pretty much almost everything because they don't want the truth out there. They don't want people to hear what's really going on, and they need to control the narrative. But I don't believe it's going to work. I do believe the Patriots, they have countermeasures in place. And all throughout 2024, what we're seeing is the deep state shadow deals. They're now coming to light. Actually, Trump was speaking at Club 47, and he mentioned something about Israel and Bibi Netanyahu, how he backed out at the last minute when they went after Soleimani, and they didn't want to join in on this. So he's letting people know, yes, there's deep state actors in every single location, and they will protect their own in the end. And I do believe this information is coming out. He's putting it out there very, very slowly. Plus, he let everyone know that once he's back in office, they're going to federalize DC, which I find very interesting. Plus, he's saying when we approach November and we have the elections in November, it's going to be an epic political earthquake, the likes of which no one has ever seen, which means forget about a red wave. It's going to be a complete and utter disaster for the deep state players. Now, remember, the deep state players, they're going to try to use every single method that they know that they've used before to try to cheat in the election. Now, I do believe Trump with the Patriots, they allowed them to do this in 2018. They allowed them to do it in 2020. They allowed them to do it in 2022. And they wanted them to keep that method of cheating as they captured all the data. And now as we approach 2024, they kind of trap them in what they have always been doing. Now, they can shake it up a little bit, but once again, to revamp everything and to bring in a completely new system, well, that's going to take a little while. And even if they do, it's still going to be very difficult because, like Trump said, we're going to swamp them. If we swamp them, and this is going to be a lot more than 80 million votes, they're going to have a very difficult time cheating in the election. So do you think COVID's going to work this time around? No. Do you think using the mail-in ballots at the drop box is going to work this time around? No, they're going to try to use the war to cheat. Now, is that going to work? No, that is not going to work. And that's why I do believe in the end, they'll say, okay, we've tried everything. We're approaching the elections. We know what the internal polls say. We know that we cannot create that many ballots. It's just not going to work. It'll look completely obvious. He has way too many people on his side. And this is going to look very, very suspicious to the entire country. The best approach to all of this, most likely, is to try to postpone the election and have some type of an attack on the United States. And I do believe this is why they're building war throughout this year. Now, I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they are counting on this because they need to show the people. They need to wake the people up. This is not just one little agenda. This is about waking the people up, making the people understand who the deep state players are, showing them the system and how they will go to any length to protect themselves from a military tribunal, protect themselves from going to jail, protect themselves from you finding out what they've really been doing. And I do believe going throughout this year, people are going to start to realize this. And people, especially the young generation, they're going to wake up pretty darn fast when they hear draft, when they hear war. They're going to start to question everything that they've been told. And remember, the deep state, they won't care at this point. Doesn't matter if you're a man, a woman. I do believe they're going to try to draft everyone. So those people that are changing costumes, they're going to be drafted too. So this is not going to work, and the people are going to wake up pretty darn fast, and people are going to be brought to the precipice, and people are going to say, no, we want peace. And Trump, throughout 2024, he's going to be talking about peace. That's what he's going to be talking about the entire time. And he's going to be talking about how we can make the economy a lot better, because I think this goes hand in hand. Destroy the economy, get people angry, have chaos, then blame it all on the war, have the war drums get louder and louder and louder, have the protests out there, those people that want peace, those people that want war, keep the country divided, get the people who are having a difficult time in the economy, have them out there protesting, and then they can sprinkle on many other things. And with all the illegals running around, with all the criminals running around, if there's terrorists out there, people will be afraid, scared, because you don't know what's going to happen. And then just take this whole thing and add in the crazies who just want to join into the craziness. And those are the people most likely you have to be really afraid of, because remember, the economy is breaking down. Are you going to be able to get food? Are you going to be able to get water? Are you going to be able to get supplies that you need? Well, I think for a lot of people, it's going to be very, very difficult. And as the economic system breaks down, people are going to get very, very angry. And sprinkle on top of that all the crazies that are out there. And a lot of time you have to worry about these people. If remember the show Walking Dead, after a while, the zombies, they weren't really the problem. It was the other people who wanted control, or people that were just crazy and they didn't have supplies. Those people you had to be very worried about. And I do believe the same thing's going to happen here. And I do believe the deep state, this is what they're trying to build up to. And this is why they've been bringing in the illegals. Yes, it's all part of different agendas like cheating in the election. But remember, when the cheating doesn't work, they can use these illegals for what? They can use them for chaos. Because most of them, most likely, they're terrorists, criminals, and they will do whatever they're instructed to do. So I do believe that this is all building. It's going to bring the people to the precipice. And yes, you're going to have people in certain cities, because remember, the Biden administration has been shipping people all over the country. You're going to see chaos in this country, but it will make it a lot easier for Trump and the Patriots to round these people up, because if you have them in select areas and they're the ones who are out there at night causing these problems, there can be missions at night to round all these people. Actually, Trump has been telling everyone, we're going to create a mission to round all these people up and deport them. And yes, there'll be a lot of people that are arrested. So I do believe as we approach the elections, the deep state's going to realize that, holy crap, I can't cheat the way I cheated back in 2020. It's just not going to work. And I do believe when they realize that the amount of votes that are coming in for Trump, they will never be able to win. I do believe this is when they're going to try to postpone the election. And I do believe Trump and the Patriots, I do believe they're prepared for this, because they know to get the true vote, we can't use their system. Now, maybe we can swamp them enough, and maybe we can stop them from cyber attacking and postponing the elections to show them that the people are voting for Trump. But I think what's going to happen, I mean, that'd be a great scenario. The other scenario is they go ahead with the cyber attack, and we've known this from the Post, and they postpone the election, or they try to postpone. But remember, Trump, Patriots, they have backups. We can go to paper ballots, backup poll books, and we can have the count with the military guarding the elections, which will actually show a true count of who the people are actually voting for. And I do believe Trump wants to throw this in the deep state's faces. I think he wants to say, look at this. I have the people. Look how many votes I got. Look how many people are with me. That's my army behind me right now. And no, they're not violent. What they did was they used their vote to remove you. They used their vote to evict whoever is in the White House at the time. It might be Biden, it might be Kamala Harris. And this, I do believe, is exactly what he wants. And I'm going to be talking a lot more about this a little bit later. But first, let's talk about what's happening to Democrat Senator Menendez, because it seems like it's getting worse and worse for him. Remember, Menendez was charged with acting as a foreign agent in a superseding indictment. The new indictment filed by a federal grand jury in Manhattan claims Menendez provided sensitive U.S. government information and took other steps that secretly aided the government of Egypt. Last month, federal prosecutors announced that Bob Menendez of New Jersey and his wife have been indicted on charges of bribery and corruption. So it looks like they are getting him for all of this, and it's not going well for him. Now, I do believe most likely they're trying to set this up saying, look, we go after our own, so this is why we can go after Trump. But again, this is not going to work. And when you look at Menendez, this is pretty much Congress. And this is what it looks like. They're all doing the same exact thing, some a little bit worse than others. The other thing that's very interesting is that we can see that all the emails came out about Joe Biden, Hunter Biden. Joe Biden was involved in Hunter Biden with all the businesses. And remember, he's lied to the American people this entire time. And over the last 3 years, he continually said he had nothing to do with Hunter Biden's business and he wasn't in communication. Let's go back to August 2019. He said, I never discussed with my son or my brother or anyone else anything have to do with their business. September 2019, I've never spoken with my son about his overseas business dealings. October 2019, do you stand by your statement? This is a question that was asked to him. Do you stand by your statement that you never discussed any of your son's overseas business dealings? Answer, yes, I stand by that statement. October 2019 again, I never discussed a single thing with my son about anything having to do with Ukraine. September 2020, during the first presidential debate, whenever Trump brought up the subject of Biden being in business with his son, Biden responded, none of that is true, adding that these claims were totally discredited. June 2023, when asked if he lied about not speaking with Hunter about business deals, Biden gave a one-word response, no. So what's very interesting about all of this is that since this information came out, we know there's something like almost 20,000 emails between Joe and Hunter. And it was regarding the private equity firm Rosemont Seneca. But really think about what he's saying. There's a common theme in all of this. He never discussed business with Hunter or his brother. Discussed. Well, nobody has ever asked him, did you have a discussion via email? Because think about it. There was the wrong question that was being asked. The correct question should be, have you ever discussed or have you ever emailed or text and discussed business via those mediums? Now, I know people are saying, well, it's the same thing. But again, this is how they think. So they think, well, I didn't lie. I never actually had a verbal discussion with him. Yes, I emailed him, but I never had a verbal discussion with him. And once again, it turns out that he's a liar. And we know that they have lied this entire time. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that the Oversight Committee put out a post on X and says, we have discovered new information about the number of White House employees involved in President Biden's mishandling of classified documents. President Biden's attorney stated that the discovery of classified documents at Penn Biden Center occurred on November 2nd, 2022. Our committee has developed evidence showing the timeline of relevant events began in 2021 and involved at least 5 White House employees. President Biden and his legal team omitted months of communications, planning, and coordinating among multiple White House officials, a former VP staffer, Ben Biden Center employees, and President Biden's personal attorney to retrieve the boxes containing classified material. There is no reasonable explanation as to why this many White House employees and lawyers were so concerned with retrieving boxes they reportedly believe contain only personal documents and materials. And Comer is demanding an answer from the White House counsel, Edward Siskel. James Comer responded to this and said, transcribed interviews contradict the White House's and President Biden's personal attorney's public statement about the discovery of classified documents at Penn Biden Center. I'm now requesting transcribed interviews with 5 current and former White House officials. So now they're getting caught up in all this. And actually, when you start to look at this, what does it really sound like? It's always the word they used against Trump. Well, it sounds like obstruction. That's what it sounds like. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that the U.S. District Judge Mary Ellen Norica officially signed off on dismissing a gun possession charge against Hunter Biden that was previously dropped by now Special Counsel David Weiss. Weiss dropped the gun charge on October 5th as a procedural step that originating from the collapse plea deal. So they dropped that charge, but there are certain other charges, and I do believe what's going to happen. Since they dropped this, the other ones are going to be probably maybe dropped or reduced. And in the end, it will probably just be like a slap on the wrist or something very, very minor that people are going to look at and go, that's what he got charged with? That doesn't make any sense. Because remember, if you're part of the criminal syndicate, you really think they're going to bring the full force of the Department of Justice against Hunter Biden? You really think they're going to bring every single charge and put him away? Think about all the charges against him. They didn't bring the Farah charge. How come? See, they're using this to distract from everyone. Then they're going to probably reduce some of the charges. And in the end, yeah, they might charge him, but it's going to be for nothing. And then what do you think Joe Biden's going to do? He's going to pardon his son, and most likely they'll probably get rid of him. And you can see how this is all starting to play out. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that Trump, he is now suing ex-British spy Christopher Steele. And he's suing him over the fake dossier. So Trump has initiated a new legal battle in London. This time, his target is Christopher Steele, and he is an ex-British intelligence officer. Steele is infamously known for compiling a dossier during the 2016 presidential campaign. And the lawsuit marks a new strategy for Trump, who seeks to leverage the potentially more favorable legal landscape in Britain compared to the United States. His previous attempts to seek a redress in the U.S. court system have largely been unsuccessful. The United Kingdom data protection laws are stringent. And if Steele and his firm are found to have breached these laws, the court could rule in Trump's favor. So Trump is using a different tactic right now, and we'll have to see how this plays out, which actually puts pressure on the deep state players. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, and we talked about this from the very, very beginning, the deep state players, as we move into 2024, remember, they're going to have election interference. And how do you interfere in the election? Well, you indict Trump and you shut down communications or you try to censor. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Now, remember, they don't have control over X. They don't have control over Truth Social. They don't have control over Rumble. So I do believe they're using X as their test case, because if you can do this to X, then you can do it to any other platforms. So the EU right now is launching first formal probe into X under new Digital Services Act over disinformation and illegal content. This is the first ever DSA probe. Failure to fully comply could result in fines up to 5% of X's daily global revenue. This follows Elon's public squabble with EU Commissioner Thierry Breton on X over compliance. So I do believe what they're going to do, they're going to use X as a test case, see if he bends a knee, and if he does, they will use this to force the other platforms to abide by their rules, which means they will call the shots and they will say, you need to censor this, you need to censor that. Now, in the past, we had the Biden administration, the FBI, DOJ, and the rest, they were DHS, they were all involved in censoring people in this country. Well, the court ruled that this is a violation of the Constitution. And it is a violation of the Constitution. And they knowingly did this, which means they should all be removed from their position. So what are they doing right now? They're going outside of the U.S. Remember, Europe doesn't follow the U.S. Constitution. They can dictate who to censor. This is why they put this into place. So this way they can go after the social media platforms and they can say, okay, listen, that guy over there and that girl over there, they're talking about COVID, they're talking about the war. That person over there is talking about election fraud. And they can start to censor all these people. And if these platforms don't censor the people, well, it's 5%, 5%. And before you know it, they're going to be paying out a lot of money. And eventually what they're going to do is they'll start censoring themselves. Now, we'll have to see how these platforms go along with this. And most likely, maybe they'll just shut down European access to the platform. So this way they don't have to deal with that. And then, of course, what you're going to have is probably another country, or they'll come up with another tactic to try to do this. But I think in the end, these platforms are not going to abide by what Europe says. And I think in the end, they're going to start to realize this. They're going to try to do whatever they possibly can. And they are going to then move to the next phase, which I do believe is a communication blackout as we approach the elections. But we'll have to see how this all plays out. But the other thing that's very interesting is that, and Kenneth Coe the Great put this out, is that CNN's Tapper, he has a moment of clarity about the Democratic Party. And he says these last few days have been a real eye-opening period for a lot of people, a lot of Democrats, a lot of progressives in terms of anti-Semitism on the left. Remember, the left continually says this: we accept everyone, we love everyone, we don't hate. Well, it turns out that yes, they do hate. They don't love everyone, and everything that they're saying is a complete lie, and they're very, very violent, as we've seen in the past. And what's very interesting about all this is, since we're talking about violence, BLM, remember, they put up that whole thing with the parachute, the paraglider coming down, support Palestine. Well, it seems that the BLM Chicago has deleted their tweet supporting the Hamas terrorists who parachuted into Israel. Now, is the ADL going to delete their post supporting BLM? That is going to be very interesting. Let's see how that all plays out. But think about Black Lives Matter, because we've discussed this before, but they have come out and they said, white lives doesn't matter, Asian lives doesn't matter, only Black lives matter. And we support Palestine. And the actual co-founder, Patrice Colliers, called for the end of Israel at Harvard. And if you go back to 2015, and Western Lensman put this out, BLM co-founder Patrice Colliers spoke about the Israeli-Palestine conflict, stating, Palestine is our generation's South Africa. If we don't step up boldly and courageously to end the imperialist project called Israel, we're doomed. BLM's views toward Israel have never been a secret. Yet, this same organization received millions in donations from U.S. corporations, has its name emblazoned on street in our nation's capital, and has now endorsed Hamas atrocities in Israel. And think about it. During the BLM riots and the Antifa riots and the criminal riots, because they're all one and the same, think about all the people that donated to BLM. Think about the corporations that donated to BLM, and we were spray painting BLM or painting BLM on the city streets in New York and Chicago. And remember, this was the left. Well, most of this money, or a lot of this money, probably went to support the terrorists in Palestine. I mean, really think about this, because many Americans, they're aware right now that both Obama and Biden administration sent hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars to Hamas and its benefactors. A comparatively smaller number are aware that public companies donate to Palestinian organizations and their allies, such as Black Lives Matter. Both are wealth transfer that drain resources from our economy to enable Palestinian barbarism like that unleashed on Israel this past Saturday. And just recall, the corporations gave more than $99 billion to BLM movement and related causes after the death of George Floyd. Where do you think this money went? Well, yes, she bought a lot of houses, but it also went to these other areas to fund them. Think about that for a second. Then think about what the Biden administration has been doing. They opened the borders. And yes, it's the deep state, it's Soros and many others. They opened the borders. They allowed these people in. We have not vetted these people. They transferred these people to select cities. We don't know if they're terrorists. We don't know if they're gang members. We don't know if there's drug traffickers, human traffickers, child traffickers. We have no clue. And they've been funding all these people. Plus, they pay these people to come into this country. Now, what's very interesting about this, Biden was giving a speech about what's going on in Israel. And Biden said, I never really thought I would have confirmed pictures of terrorists beheading children. Now, he actually didn't see the pictures, and he lied about it. And the White House clarifies that Biden and other U.S. officials have not seen or independently confirmed that Hamas terrorists beheaded Israeli children. But the Prime Minister of Israel, he posted a post on X and says, here are some photos Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu showed to U.S. Secretary of State Blinken. Warning, these are horrifying photos of babies murdered and burned by the Hamas monsters. So you can see there are little children that are burned, and you can see two pictures of them and another baby. So these are the pictures that have been shown to Blinken right now. So again, Biden never saw anything. He just lied about it. And what's very interesting is we can see the Republicans, they're demanding info on State Department employees with potentially compromising ties to Iran. And who is this person? Well, Robert Malley. They're looking at him, members of his negotiating team, and the House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer and Glenn Grothman, who chairs the subcommittee on national security, the border, and foreign affairs, wrote a letter to Secretary of State Blinken, giving the State Department until October 25th to turn over information related to Malley and his team. So this is going to be very interesting because we need to get this information. Now, are they just going to hand it over? Most likely not. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that Don Jr., he posted an extremely graphic and extremely disturbing video that shows a room full of at least 7 men who were brutally murdered. A gunman just in front of the cameraman fires several rounds at a body after its arm moved slightly. The post from Don Jr. read, "You don't negotiate with this. There's only one way to handle this." And this video was a video from Israel. Now, on X, this was fact checked by Community Notes. And they said that this video was not real. This video is not from the current conflict and can be traced back to 2015. It then posted a link to an Iranian social media site. Several outlets and social media users criticized Trump's oldest son, Don Jr. Well, this, by the way, this video has been deleted on X. We do have a still picture. It doesn't really show anything. But what happened after that is that Wired, they started looking at this, and this is Wired magazine, and Wired has now verified that Community Notes system appears to be wrong. According to an independent OSINT analysis published on Wednesday, the video Don Jr. posted is real. It was recorded during Saturday's attack and does show Hamas fighters shooting Israelis. In the case of Don's video, the Community Notes users linked to a video posted on the Iranian social media platform Wizgoon as evidence that the video was from years ago, not this past weekend. In the post, the upload date on the video is in Persian, which when translated reads 15 Mer 1402. Let's talk about our health. Excess belly fat has been deemed the most dangerous fat of them all, as it's linked to so many health issues. Interestingly enough, apple body shapes or large waistlines specifically are at high risk for health issues than other body types. This is essentially because excess belly fat grows deep in the abdominal cavity and puts pressure on some of the body's most vital organs. That's a big reason why myself, along with so many people, are turning to this amazing new substance, which is thoughtfully formulated with science-backed ingredients provided by Mother Earth that promote a reduced fat storage, help to speed up the breakdown of fat, support weight management, reduce cravings, and boost metabolism. Simply take a serving each morning with another serving in the evening to give your body the nutrients it needs to help supercharge your weight management efforts. The best part I love is that you can get it 51% off for the rest of the month or until they sell out, whichever comes first. Plus, you'll also receive several additional gifts valued at $500, free with every order for a limited time, including free VIP life health and fitness coaching for life, 2 free new ebooks titled Top 10 Foods That Burn Belly Fat and Top 8 Exercises to Reduce Belly Fat, a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, and free shipping. Get yours now by going to trimwithx22.com. That is trimwithx22.com, or click the link in the description. A date in the Persian calendar. This date translates into the Gregorian calendar, which is October 7th, 2023, the date the attack happened. So right now, it looks like the video that he put out is actually real, and Community Notes cited a wrong source. So once again, it's proven the debunkers got debunked. That's very interesting. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that the Biden administration, they are now forcing Americans trapped in Israel to sign a promissory note to repay all travel costs if they decide to be rescued by the U.S. government. And the email that they sent out is the following. The situation in Israel is still unpredictable. Mortar and rocket fire may take place without warning. Please continue to follow the instructions of security and emergency response officials. Commercial flights are available but limited. If you wish to leave Israel, we encourage you to take advantage of those options now. U.S. carriers have temporarily suspended flights to Israel. If you choose to depart, you'll need to fly to an intermediate location and book onward travel from there to the United States. We understand there's a high demand from U.S. citizens wishing to depart, and flight options are reduced. In the coming days, we hope to assist U.S. citizens with transportation options to depart Israel. Due to the large number of U.S. citizens indicating interest in departure assistance, we will plan to offer transit over several days. If you choose to take this departure assistance, transportation may be by air, sea, and will be nearby safe locations and not to the United States. Travelers should be prepared to arrange their own lodging at the safe location and pay for their own onward travel from the third country to their chosen destination. Departure assistance is provided via a loan from U.S. government, which requires travelers to sign a promissory note, an agreement to repay prior to departure. So let me get this straight. American citizens, they need to take out a loan. They have to sign a promissory note to be evacuated from a war zone. But the illegals coming into this country, they get $2,200. They get their transportation into another city is completely free. They get food completely free. They get health care completely free. And everyone see what's happening here? I do believe everyone is seeing it right now. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we can see the Iranian Supreme Leader, Khamenei. He is now taunting Israel. He posted a post on X, and he put it in Hebrew. And this is what it says when you translate it. The defeat of Saturday, October 7th cannot be recovered from. You brought this calamity upon yourself. That's very interesting. Aren't they the ones that attacked Israel? Absolutely. But let's step back and start to take a look at all this, because like I said in the very beginning, Trump did say something that's very, very interesting about Bibi Netanyahu. And remember, every single country has deep state players. United States has deep state players. Israel has deep state players. Russia has deep state players. All these countries have deep state players. And I do believe there are certain individuals that are now working with the Patriots to remove these deep state players or expose their deep state deals. So let's just step back and take a look at this for a sec. Going back to the Syrian war, Soros and many others, they unleashed the refugees in Syria and they flooded Europe. And ever since that time, there have been boats and people bringing these Muslims and many other people into Europe. Like France has a very big Muslim population now, UK, same thing. And they've been bringing all of these people in. Have they been vetted? Do people know who they are? Not really. The same thing has been happening in Canada. It's been happening here in the United States. Do we know who these people are? No. And if you notice, most of them are from the Middle East, and most of them are Muslim, which is very, very interesting. And I'm not saying Muslims are all bad. We just don't know who these people are. Are they terrorists? Are they criminals? Are they from the bottom of the barrel? And that's why they've been spreading them out throughout Europe and spreading them out throughout North America. It's starting to seem that way. And when you look at the situation that is happening in the Middle East right now with Israel, with Gaza, Iran, it's starting to make sense. It's all part of the Muslim Brotherhood plan. And think about our government, where Obama infiltrated our government with those who were part of the Muslim Brotherhood. Think about John Brennan. Think about Valerie Jarrett. Think about Robert Malley. Think about all these individuals. And I want to go back in time a little bit to post 58, because this might make a little bit more sense now since we see all this playing out. Let me read the first part, because this is actually from post 56. And it says, the Clinton campaign is attempting to once again sweep important questions under the rug about top aide Huma Abedin, her family ties to the Muslim Brotherhood and to Saudi Arabia, and her role in the ballooning Clinton email scandal. Her mother, Salih Abedin, sits on the President's Staff Council of the International Islamic Council for Dawah and Relief, a group that is chaired by the leader of the Muslim Brotherhood, Sheikh Yusuf al-Qaradawi. Perhaps recognizing how offensive such ties will be to voters concerned over future terrorist attacks on this country by radical Muslim professing allegiance to Sharia law, the Clinton campaign on Monday tried to downplay Ms. Abedin's involvement in the Journal and the Muslim Brotherhood. The Clinton surrogate group Media Matters claimed, predictably, there was no evidence that Ms. Abedin and her family had ties to Muslim Brotherhood, and that the Trump campaign staffers who spoke of these ties were conspiracy theorists. To debunk the evidence, Media Matters pointed to Snopes, a fact-check piece that cited as its source Senator John McCain. This is the same John McCain who met Libyan militia leader Belhaj, a known al-Qaeda associate, and saluted him as my hero during 2011 visit to Benghazi. Down below, it says the following. Senator McCain and others roundly criticized Representative Michelle Bachmann in 2012 when she and 4 members of the House Permanent Select Committee Intelligence and the House Judiciary Committee cited Ms. Abedin in letters sent to the Inspector General of the Department of Defense, Department of State, Department of Justice, Department of Homeland Security, and the Office of Director of National Intelligence, warning that Muslim Brotherhood infiltration of the United States government. Why is this relevant? Who took an undisclosed trip to Saudi Arabia? What was the purpose of the F2F verse phone call? Alice and Wonderland. So it looks like this all stems back to Obama, the Clintons, and they were infiltrating this country. Now, what's very interesting is that Ronnie Jackson, the Representative Ronnie Jackson of Texas, and the American First Legal Foundation, they won a legal battle to examine Joe Biden's decision to grant hundreds of millions of dollars in funding to Palestinian groups in possible violation of 2018 anti-terror law. So we could start to see that all the pieces are now coming together, and we can see that Joe Biden, Obama, and many other players, they were all involved in all of this. And I do believe this is leading to Obama and the Muslim Brotherhood, and this is just the beginning of it. And we're going to see a lot more of this play out. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is while Joe Biden is making those people that want to leave Israel pay and get a loan and sign a promissory note, Republican Congressman Corey Mills, well, he didn't wait around for Joe Biden. He said, I'm going to have to do Joe Biden's job. He went in and he evacuated 32 Americans who were stranded in Israel and unable to find flights home. Mills, by the way, served in the United States Army as a member of the 82nd Airborne Division. And he went in and he got these people out. Again, what is Biden doing? Bumping into walls. You know why? Because they just don't care. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that during Club 47 last night, Trump said that Israel pulled out of the Soleimani assassination. The night before, he said, it happened, I get a call that Israel will not be participating in this attack. I will never forget that Bibi Netanyahu let us down. Now, why would he mention this while all this is going on? Well, just take a listen to what he said here.
Going to blow up our installations all over, kill many people, many people, and wounded people beyond recognition. And Israel was going to do this with us, and it was being planned and working on it for months. And now we had everything all set to go. And the night before it happened, I got a call that Israel will not be participating in this attack. Nobody's heard this story before, but I like to tell it to Club 47 because you've been so loyal and so beautiful. And I said, what does this mean? We're working on it with them. Why? They didn't tell us why, sir, but they're not doing it. This was a day before. I said, I don't like that. That's not good. I looked at one of my generals who's fantastic, a warrior. I'm telling you, we have unbelievable military, unbelievable warriors, just not the guys you see on television. They're real stiffs, real dopes. But these guys are warriors. They don't want to be on television. They want to win fights, okay? They want to win battles. And I said to him, General, what do you want to do? Sir, we can do whatever you'd like to do, sir. We can finish it ourselves, sir, if you'd like. I said, well, do we need them? Not at all, sir. I said, so what do you want to do, General? Sir, we have it under control if you want to do it. If you don't want to do it, we understand. Whatever you say, sir, is okay with us. I said, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Because what this guy did to our soldiers, what this guy did to so many people, including many civilians, including many of his own people, just blew them to pieces by the tens of thousands. Let's do it. And he came onto the plane, and we followed him right from the Situation Room. We followed the whole thing. And about 15 seconds later, it was all over, and we did it. But I'll never forget that Bibi Netanyahu let us down. That was a very terrible thing. I will say that. And so when I see sometimes the intelligence, you talk about the intelligence, or you talk about some of the things that went wrong over the last week, they've got to straighten it out because they're fighting potentially a very big force. They're fighting potentially Iran. And when they have people saying the wrong things, everything they say is being digested by these people because they're vicious and they're smart. And boy, are they vicious, because nobody's ever seen the kind of sight that we've seen. Nobody's ever seen it. but they cannot play games. So we were disappointed by that, very disappointed, but we did the job ourselves, and it was absolute precision, magnificent, beautiful job. And then Bibi tried to take credit for it. That wasn't good. That didn't make me feel too good, but that's all right.
So the question is, why would he mention this? Well, when you start to look at this, think about 9/11. It's starting to seem the same way. You really think Israeli intelligence didn't know what was going on? Were they told to stand down? Did they want this to happen? The same thing in 9/11. You don't think the U.S. intelligence knew that there were going to be planes flying into the World Trade Center? Where was the Air Force? Oh, that's right. They were doing something else at the time. It looks like this was planned. Now, Trump, he decided to call him out on this. Why? Because I do believe there are certain players within Israel, just like every other country, and this has nothing to do with the people or anything like that, where there are certain bad individuals. Cag Drago put this out, and he said, okay, look what Trump said. Why is he saying this? Well, he points to a Jerusalem Post, and this is from 2019. Netanyahu, money to Hamas, part of strategy to keep Palestinians divided. So let me just read a portion of this. Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu defended Israel's regular allowing of Qatari funds to be transferred into Gaza, saying it's part of a broader strategy to keep Hamas and the Palestinian Authority separate. So this is very interesting. Was it the same playbook that was used on 9/11? It's starting to seem that way, because when you start to step back and you start to take a look, it seems like something else is going on. And Trump actually mentioned this for a specific reason. He wanted the people, and he knew it was going to get out there. He wanted the people to know something else was going on. And again, the deep state players, they have a hold of many different people in different countries, just like they have a hold on many of the individuals here in this country. It's not the people, it's the people that they have hold of. The same thing in Israel, same thing in Russia, same thing in Ukraine, same thing in every single country. There's not a lot of the deep state players, but what they do, they infiltrated the top levels. They blackmail people and they control them. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that Trump, he said something about North Korea, and he was talking about Hussein, Barack Obama, and he had a discussion with Barack Obama about North Korea. And he said, have you called him? Have you tried to call him? That's what Trump said to Barack. Barack said no. Trump said, maybe you should give it a chance before we end up in nuclear war. He knew Kim had changed the number. So that is very interesting. And that reminded Lisa of two posts. The first one is 1465. She highlighted this, and it says, North Korea generals released, close the pathway for bad actors. And then she looked at post 3583. This is November 11th, 2019. Would you believe Hussein tried to call Kim prior to the summit? He did not have his updated phone number. That's very interesting. Relevant to future upcoming events. So are they leading up to the entire uranium scandal? Who has nuclear weapons? Who doesn't have nuclear weapons? It's starting to seem that way. And who was involved in that? Wasn't that Obama? I do believe this is just the start. It's the beginning, and it's all about to come out. And we're going to have to watch this very closely because, as we know, we're heading down the path to war. And this is just the beginning stages. But I do believe Trump and the Patriots, part of their mission is to destroy the deep state players, to destroy their terrorist groups, to destroy the biolabs, to destroy their bases within these different areas. And I do believe we have Putin destroying those in Ukraine. We have Israel now destroying those in Gaza, exposing it all, bringing Obama into the light. We also are going to see this out in Taiwan, and we're going to have to see how this all plays out, but it looks like it's all building right now. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that we know that the deep state players, they have been infiltrating our country from within, starting at elementary school, going up to high school, then into college, especially in college. And it seems that things are now turning around. Charlie Kirk put this out and said the following. Mark Rohan is a billionaire who has donated tens of millions of dollars to the Wharton School. Now he's calling on his fellow donors to close their checkbooks and stop funding campuses filled with anti-white, anti-Semitic lunatics. Good for him. Let's hope they finally listen. And yes, everyone should start doing this. And if you notice, there is a change. People now are switching And people are going, holy crap, BLM, I supported them and they're supporting terrorists. If you notice, there is a change. Now, yes, there's crazies out there. You're going to see them because they want people dead. They want violence. Yes, you're going to see this. Those are the people you got to be afraid of. And yes, you have to be afraid of those terrorists that are running around this country because they're on the loose. Now, once again, do we go hide? Do we shiver in a corner? No, we don't do that. This is why they've been trying to take the weapons away from the people. They didn't want the people to have the ability to defend themselves when this all came about. Their plan didn't work. Actually, I do believe it backfired. Now that people are seeing this, they're saying, you know something? I need a weapon. And when you start to talk to a lot of people, those people that never wanted one, they're starting to say, I want one just to protect my family. Everything is changing right now. And we can see that everything is about to change when we approach 2024. And you can see there are many different indictments against Trump. Trump is suing many different people. And I do believe in the end, the truth is going to come out. And with Trump's case on January 6th, he's taking a different approach and he's attacking Jack Smith and others. Julie Kelly put this out and said, Trump wants to issue subpoenas to recover evidence buried by Biden White House and January 6th Select Committee on January 6th. I've been working on a story on this, more to come. House Admin Committee is seeking records, mostly related to Secret Service, currently missing. So Trump now is going after them saying, I want this information. And let's see what they do. If they say they all deleted it, the country's going to see this and go, why would they delete the evidence? Does that make any sense? They spent all this time having the fake January 6th unselect meeting going after Trump, and then after it was done, they delete it? It makes no sense. Well, by the way, nothing's ever deleted. So let's see how this plays out. Trump is going to keep pushing and pushing and pushing. Remember, he has all the leverage. He has the classified documents. He knows exactly what happened. But again, he's going to show the people, look, they're coming after me. I have to defend myself, and I need to see this information. You know, the people are going to say, well, no, he has the right. He should get the information, just like anyone else that's on trial. You have the right to discovery. You have the right to find out what they have. And this is going to backfire on them. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we could see that there's a House Speaker fight going on right now. Now, Trump, he went ahead and he endorsed Jim Jordan. And we could see the establishment decided to pick Steve Scalise. And Steve Scalise, he was running for the House. He was nominated, but he didn't get the votes. And now that completely fell apart. And what I find very interesting is that Matt Gaetz, he put this out on X. He said, Scalise pointing to an arrow to McCarthy. Thomas Massey said Jordan pointing to Scalise. So Jordan was saying, okay, no one nominated me. I will support Scalise. If Scalise got in, it looks like we were going to go back to the status quo of what McCarthy was doing. But Scalise, he doesn't have the upper hand because he's not getting in. And Trump, he's not expected to support Scalise in the speakership race. And it looks like Scalise is going to be dropping out. Now, what's very interesting is that Trump said, we would like Jim Jordan. The people of this country, they also want Jim Jordan. Right now, Thomas Massey, he put out a poll. He says the following, he asked the following question. We might vote publicly for Speaker of the House today. Who do you prefer, Steve Scalise or Jim Jordan? So 107,000 people, almost 108, voted. And guess who they voted for? Well, Jim Jordan, 93.5%, Steve Scalise, 6.5%. So let's get this straight. Trump, the people want Jim Jordan. The establishment, they want Scalise. Is the establishment working for we the people? No, they're not. No, they're not. Can you see that very clearly? Absolutely. And this might end up where they might have a temporary speaker for a very short period of time. Actually, Trump did mention this. And there might be a short period of time where there's a speaker. And again, once that happens, not much is going to get done. I do believe the establishment, the D's, they're going to say nothing's getting done. They might fold and say, all right, we give in Jim Jordan. Or this might just go on and Jim Jordan might be selected. We'll have to see how this all plays out. But the other thing that's very interesting, and this has to do with Letitia James and the case against Trump, it is completely falling apart. No one is buying this anymore. And Travis put this out and said, it finally happened. New York Attorney General Letitia James finally brought a victim out in the Trump case. It was a banking executive who works for a multi-billion-dollar bank. Even worse for James, he didn't even say he was hurt. He just said he approved the loans because he knew Trump would pay them back, and they accepted his team's valuation on his properties. This is the biggest joke ever. No case. End this charade now. New York has more important things to worry about than protecting the interest rates of billion-dollar banks. Absolutely. Then Trump put this out on Truth. He said, "This trophy was given to me by Deutsche Bank because they were so proud of the loan they made. They had the best lawyers, the smartest loan officers, and were thrilled to do business with Trump. Interest was fully paid every month. No payment ever missed. Never received a default notice. And if interest came due on a weekend, I paid it on Friday. The loan was paid off far ahead of schedule, except for me because of the corrupt DOJ, FBI, and racist New York State Attorney General. There was no victim. There were only happy bankers. But despite a perfect loan, I was sued by the incompetent radical left New York State Attorney General Letitia Peekaboo James under a statute that was never used for this before, and where I'm not even entitled to a jury. A liberal Democrat judge with old Trump haters surrounding him is going to make this very important decision. If I had a jury, I would win easily. But regardless, this is a case that should never have been brought, election interference. And he's absolutely right. And the other thing that's very interesting is that a group called Ransom VC, they're claiming responsibility for a breach. So Washington, D.C.'s Board of Elections said it is a victim of data breach, potentially providing access to 600,000 lines of voter data. The group, Ransom VC, is claiming responsibility for the breach. The board said it became aware of the breach, which was made public on Friday. The voter records were accessed through DataNet, a web server used by the board, but no internal databases were directly compromised. So let's think about this for a second. We're already seeing a group hack into the voting system. Is this the beginning of their narrative? Maybe, maybe not. We will know as we approach 2024, because what they like to do is they like to show, look, we're being hacked. This came from Russia. This came from North Korea. We're being hacked. And I do believe they're going to be building upon this. Now, Trump at Club 47, he did say another thing that's very interesting. And Lisa May put this out on X. He said, an Iranian-backed judge visiting D.C., he couldn't have been too impressed with our Capitol because it looks like shit. He says, we're doing a federal takeover of our Capitol. So why would he say we're doing a federal takeover of the Capitol? Well, when you look what a federal takeover is, it tells you everything you need to know. The District of Columbia home rule is the District of Columbia residents' ability to govern their local affairs. As the federal capital, the Constitution grants the United States Congress exclusive jurisdiction over the district in all cases whatsoever. Before 1874 and since 1973, Congress has allowed certain powers of government to be carried out by local elected officials. However, Congress maintains the power to overturn local laws and exercise greater oversight of the district than exists for any U.S. state. Furthermore, the district's elected government exists at the pleasure of Congress and could theoretically be revoked at any time. So think about what's been happening out in D.C. When Trump is elected and we have the patriots in Congress, what do you think is going to happen? They're going to take over D.C. And everything that you're seeing, the crime, the graffiti, and everything else that they put into place is going to completely disappear. And Trump, he is dropping breadcrumbs every step of the way. And here's another one. He said, we will evict Joe Biden from the White House and we will finish the job once and for all. So he's letting everyone know he's going to evict the resident. How will he evict the resident? We, the people, will evict him. How? We will vote. And then he followed that up with this. When we win next November, it will be an epic political earthquake, the likes of which the world has never seen before. Take a listen.
This room is absolute proof that this is not just a campaign. This is a movement. It's the greatest political movement in the history of our country. The greatest. And when we win next November, it will be an epic political earthquake, the likes of which the world has never seen before.
So, how in the world will Trump and the people get this epic political earthquake? Well, this is if everyone votes. But what happens if they postpone the elections? What happens if they cheat? Do we need another way to get an epic political earthquake, the likes of which the world has never seen? I do believe so. And I do believe that this has been all planned out, and the people are waking up. The people are seeing the truth. We are in the pause right now. Soon we'll be coming out of the pause because the people are going to reach the precipice. They're going to find the will to change. And yes, the people will unite and will vote for Trump. Am I saying 100%? No. I'm saying 90% of the country. You know, those people that don't want to go to war, that don't want a crashing economy, that don't want to be drafted, that don't want a nuclear bomb exploding overhead. Yet those people are going to vote for the peacemaker. Think about what everyone is learning right now. Think about what everyone is seeing. If Trump just came out and told everyone, no one will believe him. But going through 2024, it's going to get scary. It's going to look like we're heading right to World War III. And yes, it's going to build over time. Very hard to explain because unless you experience it, you're not going to believe it. And I do believe everyone's going to experience it. Let me go back to post 4,850. This is October 13, 2020. Down below, it says, what happens when too many people don't buy what they're selling? What happens when too many people wake up? What happens when they lose control of the digital battlefield? Mr. Russia collusion pusher himself now involved knowingly. What happens when all this happens? They lose control. Have they lost control? Yes. That's why they're bringing us to war, because this is the final battle. This is all they have left, and it's not going to work. Trump, the Patriots, they're in control. Countermeasures are in place, and the people are going to see this play out. And then they're going to vote for the peacemaker, the truth teller. And we, the people, are going to take back this country. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, and that was the X22 report with Dave. As always, great information, great breakdown, showing a lot of things and coordinating his thoughts between the boards and what is going on is always a beneficial thing to get people to understand future proofs past. Okay, up next, we've got the Table of Titans. This is going to be this is a little bit of a long one. It's probably going to, well, it's 2 hours and 35 minutes, but I believe it's probably going to be right around the two hour mark that we go to. So I want to remind people and let those that are just beginning to follow this channel understand why I play what I play. Okay. We have witnessed the purge of what is going on YouTube censorship, the Twitter censorship, all the different platforms, Brighteon, all of them that did, their purges, removing all the truth tellers. Basically what I'm doing is I'm bringing them back to YouTube where they belong. Okay. These guys, they're so recognizable that as soon as they try to make a channel, boom, they're booted. And that's pretty much the end of them. My objective is to get all these truth tellers back onto YouTube where we have such a large audience of people who basically don't go to other platforms. They're not willing to go to Rumble. They're not willing to go to BitChute. They're not willing to go to these things. Although they should, until YouTube is made a public utility we're going to deal with censorship. Hence the reason that we're on Hawks Mustard Seeds number 22. Okay. When you think about that number 22, that means that this is the 22nd channel of Hawks Mustard Seeds. Okay. And being booted a minimum of 3 times, censored out three times per channel. We're hitting the 70 channel marker. Okay. But I'm going to keep going because of the fact that this is all stuff that needs to be done. It really does. It's being, Annette, you actually make a good comment there. Channels that teach the old ways are being shadow banned 100%. Okay. And that's what these guys did, was they taught the old ways. They taught people how to, they were teaching us how to research. They were teaching us how to find information outside of Google. That's a big thing. Google, DuckDuckGo. Now, DuckDuckGo, you can find a lot of stuff still, but Google, you can't. 90% of the things that you're searching for are not able to be found. Okay, and when it comes time for the heavy censoring to come in, the closer we get to the election and everything, we're going to have more issues. I'm working on the backup channels. I'm waiting on a new phone number for that, Jody. As soon as I have that, then yes, I will have 23, 24, and 25 set up and ready to go. Because I expect it. I 100% expect it. But the idea of it is bringing that truth back to YouTube is helping to awaken a lot more people, and it makes it easy for you guys, because you don't have to go looking for it, because I'm going to bring you all of the podcasts at one time. Okay. And I'm not going to edit anything out. I'm not going to censor anything out that they say. I don't even, if you notice, I don't even censor their advertisements and things like that. Reason being for that is because they take a lot of time to make their content and everything else. So I let their advertisements run. Although I don't always support what they're advertising for, prime example, a lot of these guys will do, I don't remember what the VPN is. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but I know that when I was using that VPN, I was hacked and my computer was trashed and I had to go out the next day and buy another computer. Okay. So there are some that I don't support whatsoever. However, I'm going to give you their content in its entirety. It's Virtual Shield. That's the one, Benjamin. Thank you very much. I do not recommend Virtual Shield to anybody. Okay. However, these guys are, they don't take money in for their podcasts or anything. They get paid through their sponsors and their advertisements. Which is fine. But what I like about all the guys that I have, although they have a channel that is behind a paid wall, they still put all of their information up on all the platforms, so that those that don't want to pay for it can still get it. Okay. They believe that the truth should be free. Okay. And that's super important. If these guys turned around and said, okay, well, I'm going to give you little snippets of what we're going to talk about today, but if you don't come behind my paywall, you don't get to see it. You don't get to know this information. Okay. Anybody who does that to me that's un-American. Okay. Because right now what we're attempting to do is save our country. Right. So if we have to force people to go behind a paywall, especially in an extreme, okay, and I'm saying this because I'm not the only one experiencing this, a Great Depression, okay, for a lot of us, okay, where we can barely afford to pay any bills whatsoever, okay, or not be able to pay any bills at all, okay, and you want me to give you money when I'm trying to spread your word and I'm trying to get your message out to people. But hey, if I got to pay for it, I can't do that. I can't afford it. I can barely afford to pay for StreamYard, pay for the dogs, pay for, fuel for the generator and everything else. It's so I have to throw my Cash App up there in order for people to be able to donate to me if they want to. You know, I don't tell anybody you have to do it or anything like that. Any donation that comes in is appreciated. And let me tell you, they are severely appreciated. As a matter of fact, I actually, well, I'm not going to go into it, you know, but, you know, it's the idea that we as a community help each other out in order to keep doing the things that we're doing, in order to keep waking people up, you know, and, you know, it's great. I mean, just in the last day, I am almost to 500 subscribers on this channel. When my last channel, we had 790. The channel before that, I had 960. So a lot of people still haven't even caught up to us yet. And the fact that, you know, and have been able to, you know, they haven't been able to find me yet, you know. And I know that YouTube definitely 100% shadow bans me, because if they weren't shadow banning me, then, you know, basically, you know, my stuff would come up on your feeds. Okay. And unfortunately, a lot of you are going through a hard time trying to get there. So let's go ahead and jump into the Table of Titans. You know, it's a great group of guys who got together, started putting content together, spend a lot of hours doing the research and everything else, and are trying to bring it to everybody that they possibly can. So let's get into their stuff. Let's do it. And yes, the beginning of this doesn't have any audio. That's just the way it goes. It'll kick on here in a second. That's just their splash. But that's where you can find them. You can find them on Foxhole, BitChute, Rumble, DLive, and Pilled is the other platform that they're on also. So, you know, find them, track them down, follow them.
Let's go! You're now tuned in to the Patriot News. Patriots United, that's how Patriots do. Doing deep dives and discovering the truth. Follow along and you'll discover it too. Doing research and covering Q. We turn the deep state into bumbling fools. How they don't know what to do. We got them on the world rabbit. Popcorn, the world's best movie has begun. Let's go. We made it through the storm, now get ready for some fun. Now comes the game for the traders, every single one. From Evergreen to Renegade, they're all gonna fall. This ain't a game of Pokemon, but we're gonna catch them all. Taking back power from the clutch of the cabal. They won't answer questions while they're rushing down the hall. You got love for us, and we've got love for y'all. That's the meaning of where we go, where we go. Patriot News, get with the program. Shout out to the team and the whole fan. Country, Hulkinator, all Dr. D. Wally, Space Shot, Red Pill, and Bree. Patriot News, get with the program. Shout out to the team and the whole fan. Country, Hulkinator, all Dr. D. Wally, Space Shot, Red Pill, and Bree. Let's go. Let's get it. Yeah, you know what's going on at the Table of Titans. Yeah, you know they're going strong. We're taking back control. The cabal got it wrong. We got it where we fit in, right where we belong. The movement is crucial, so come join along. Red Pilling with this music while you enjoy the song. It's easy to lose and we've been waiting for so long. Knowing all we know about common ping pong. Wake the normies up, sleeping with pajamas on. It's time to wake up to the Q phenomenon. Feel the energy, just like the beat I'm rhyming on. The Great Awakening, it's time to turn the sirens on. Where we go on with no one left behind. The community we formed here is one of a kind. The deep state is scared and they're running out of time. Cause the Patriot News got them running from the crimes. Patriot News, get with the program. Shout out to the team and the whole fan. Country, Hulkinator, all Dr. D. Wally, Space Shot, Red Pill, and Bree. Patriot News, get with the program. Shout out to the team and the whole fan. country. Pokinator, all Dr. D. Wow, space shot, red pill, and breathe.
In fact, we'll start tonight in the Middle East, where Israel...
What? Israel isn't supposed to defend itself?
Oh, yeah, if Mexico bombed Texas, will we exercise
What other country is held to the same standard as
Israel?
Israel? That want to destroy our terrorists?
What is the matter with you? It's the only democracy in the Middle East, you claim!
Self-hating Jew?
That was weird. Anyway, what I was saying was last Thursday saw the start of a new ground offensive launched by Israel.
Tradition!
Holy. Look, obviously there are many strong opinions on this issue, but just merely mentioning Israel or questioning in any way the effectiveness or humanity of Israel's policies is not the same thing as being pro-Hamas.
So you're against murdered children?
Free Gaza! Free Palestine!
The Zionist pig!
You know what? Why don't we just talk about something lighter, like Ukraine?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Table of Titans. It is Thursday again. We got a full crew today. And yes, I am back in action, not streaming today. Internet's not totally complete, but will be set up for Thursday or for Saturday show itself. But saving Israel for last. Frankenstein's Monster is the title for today's show. We got a whole lot of history to cover, and Ardoc has been digging like no tomorrow, because Mr. Encyclopedia is going to have all the information that makes sense and why we are here today, folks. And it's never an easy answer, but before we get too much farther, we got Tron Space Shot and Ardoc. You guys go ahead and say hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Is it
God,
me?
Hi.
The Three Stooges or what?
Hi.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
All
We
right.
could
Might
turn
as well
down my
start,
audio
Ardoc.
on my
Say
ear.
hello to the folks.
Is hello to the folks. Hi, Mom and Dad. How are you doing? I miss you. No, I'm just kidding. Well, hi from bright and dark morning, Friday morning in someplace in Europe. And my mind is on a bunch of different things. Hopefully you did your homework and you read all those about 124 hours worth of reading on the history of Ashkenazi Jews and the whole history of Ukraine and this part of Palestine and Israel and Khazaria and everything else. And you are now an expert. No, you will never be an expert. I will never be an expert. This is a tremendous amount of history, and there are forces at work here that we just do not have a big enough picture, but we're growing in that picture. And all of our collective understanding and knowledge and hive-minded analysis is building a picture. The question is, can we stop this Frankenstein's monster from destroying its creator again? Can we stop this disaster from destroying the world again? And on that wonderful positive note, remember to dig, meme, and pray. Everybody have a great night. I'm our Dr. D. See you later. Bye.
Mr.
All right,
Tron.
roll outro, guys.
Yeah, we had an interesting week this last couple of weeks. I mean, Doc was dropping massive information last Thursday regarding Syria and Israel, and how this kind of area is like a ticking time bomb. And then here we are in the future with McCarthy kind of withdrawing there, and money from Ukraine kind of getting diverted. You have Zelensky supporting Israel, and now everyone has to pick a side. You have to take down your Ukraine flag and put up a different flag now. But again, America is always first, and we kind of saw this coming, guys. Is this the Black Swan event? Is this some sort of prelude to something bigger? I mean, look at what happened, guys. The Iron Dome goes down, the most protected area, highly populated area in the world, and this kind of thing happens. Doc's going to get into it, but it feels like a Pearl Harbor event. But they've been going at it for thousands of years, and here we are in 2023 with a weak America led by Sleepy Joe and the other one there. So interesting times, guys. Where's this going to lead to? And precipice time, guys. Saving Israel for last.
Sean, you just reminded me. Maybe the chat will know. Was it last Thursday, or was it the Saturday before that when Space Shot and I were on there? Chat will know when I said, pay attention to Israel. Watch Israel. They've isolated Israel. Something. They're going to get ready to do something with Israel before any of this stuff even happened. And then I said, watch Syria. And both of those things happen within 3 days of each other. So we've known this for years. We've known this for months, that this was their plan. There's nothing new under the sun here with their planning.
Well, I would like to make a little comment about the reaction from the progressive left here in the United States of them supporting these attacks and Free Palestine and doing the whole colonial thing, because that's the way they play it against the Republican side. And they're playing those same tunes again. And we can see it all over Michigan. And we've seen all the videos of them yelling out support for Palestine. And then you start asking them, what do you think about, your freedom fighters or whatnot? Oh, they went over there and took some Israel land and now they're occupying their land. And I go, no, these are terrorists that went over and, basically attacked another country and blew up, shot, killed, maimed, raped, set on fire. That's what they did. And a lot of those people have no clue what you're talking about. Absolutely surprised to see these young people that are supporting Palestine, which, okay, great. You want to support the people that are there, but they don't realize the terror suspects that are there and the harm that could happen. And remember, this is all Muslim Brotherhood stuff that the team sped out to us back in 2018. Everybody remembers that little camp. I think it was down in Texas or Arizona, and they were killing kids, ritual type thing, and the FBI came in and mowed everything over. Remember all that? This is something that's happened before.
The arms caches are still there. Those little camps. Oh, yeah. We remember that when the woman, the children were killed, and somebody tried to take them to court, to arrest them, to take them to court, something weird. I remember that. And the FBI said they knew all about them.
So just remember, Valerie Jarrett, Hubert Aberdeen, Lisa Page, Peter Strzok, John Brennan, all have ties to Muslim Brotherhood. Don't forget that, guys. So it's the same playbook. We're just off by a couple of years. So I just wanted to throw that out.
Well, we're going to get into it later on, but I'm going to say, don't assume you know anything about who created what, because I'm going to tell you right now, and I tweeted this out today, we created both sides.
As we always seem to, right?
That's right.
As we always seem to. And you think there's validity to that, Ardoc, the whole Hamas Israel thing? I mean, they pretty much admitted it, right? I mean, I have a great article we can go over in a little bit if we'd like to.
So I did. So you have to go back in history to Britain. You have to understand before 1824 was 1824. Before 1824, somewhere around there, this whole region was governed by Egypt, and there was all kinds of different things. And if you look at Rothschild's wife, her name was Dolly Pinto, and you trace her back there. Her father was a major in the British Army, and he worked for the Egyptian equivalent to like a sultan. It's not a sultan, it's like a khedive. It's a weird name. I've never seen it before. And essentially he was and she grew up in that place, hearing the beginnings of this Zionist pitch that originally wasn't for a Palestinian homeland. There was many other places they wanted to live, including Saloniki in Greece and in Crimea, in Ukraine. They had different places for their homelands. But suffice it to say, the Muslim Brotherhood that began then as part of a British organization and had a positive movement, so to speak, to deal with certain events and bring Shia Islam in and British law together, because that's what it originally did. Then it turned into something different that plagued Egypt. And then the CIA was involved and the British intelligence was involved. And we turned Muslim Brotherhood into an anti-PLO or a other than PLO opposition party, along with the Israelis.
Can you explain the PLO? The PLO really quick for people who don't know.
Palestinian Liberation Organization. So if you were born after the 60s, you don't remember, maybe you do remember, things like airplanes being hijacked and people being killed in the Munich terrorism and Munich Olympics and some other things like that. The Palestinian Liberation Organization was essentially a precursor to things like ISIS and things like that. These were Palestinian freedom fighters. They were opposed to Israel. After you have the 60s, I can't remember the name, the different dates, 67, 69, 73, 76. There's so many different little times that Israel was involved in these wars that changed the borders. Okay. And PLO pops up on the scene, murdering people, blowing, hijacking airplanes and things like that, and claiming responsibility. Over the years, dealing with the Palestinian Liberation Organization and Israel as a state was something that all the presidential parties dealt with. And it led to the assassination of an Israeli prime minister. It led to all kinds of peace proposals. They used to have, Camp David summits and all kinds of stuff. Okay. Bottom line is PLO was a problem that the Israelis, the Jews, wanted to solve, along with our CIA and MI6. And they went and created they didn't create the Muslim Brotherhood. They took the Muslim Brotherhood and they organized it to be something that was popular for the people. And starting in Egypt and then the Egyptian border connecting into Gaza, it was a natural transition for those people to share their beliefs, their traditions, their understanding, and you end up with Hamas. Okay. Now Hamas is in Texas too, Dallas, Texas, huge Hamas organization, because they do lots of refugee and philanthropy and things of that nature, and they've got NGOs all around the world. Okay, but yeah, you've got some historical stuff pulled up here. Let's do this. Let's talk about the news, what is going on, and then let's kind of shed light as to historical light where we need to, because I can point people to Twitter and stuff like that, and they can dig and go into the details.
Sure.
But for what is happening in Israel, what did happen for those that may have been asleep?
I think this is a good one, Ardoc. Let's just let this thing play because it's 30 seconds because it is historical. But I think this might be a good, starting point, because what do we have? We're not gonna go through the whole thing. This is a slide, and interestingly enough, guys, by the way, it would not let me. It would not let me even. I don't even know what just happened right there. It wouldn't even let me upload this video to Twitter earlier today. 100%. It just sat there, and it basically, what I had to do basically was upload just the strip of the images going forward. So what we're at here in the beginning is, here's that whole land, right? Land control. Arabs land control 97% in 1913, 1939. And then once we go forward here in the map, it's just going to keep hitting different times here. And so now we have 1939 to 45. You see it's getting a little darker. That means the Jewish people here are moving in here. 94% Arabs, 5% Jewish. 1947, you see it's getting a lot less white. Geez, now it's, more gray, darker, of course. 1967 to 1993, where did all the white go? Right. And here we moved forward to 1993. And I think the last one they're going to show us is 2014, where it's, you have this little area right here for the Arabs. And
that's not all. Yeah,
but this is, whatever,
so
it's basically a good representation of,
it's
and I
not
look at
bad.
it similar, RDoc, to like, I know it's in a different aspect, but almost similar to like what was going on in Russia, how they kept encroaching on the doorstep. And in this case, they're encroaching on land and they keep taking it away from other people.
So I've got to drop this here because there's an article. You know what? This is not a bad time to play this. We're going to play this, but I'm going to tell you what. It is weird propaganda. Okay. And I got to get it on my Twitter. How can I get it on my Twitter? Do you got my Twitter pulled up?
Well, how about this? Well, you're finding that. Take your time and
keep
find
going,
that real quick.
Keep going.
Because I'm going to show something that that Tron had found for me a little earlier. So if we look back at these posts talking about March 10th of 2018, post 916, then he talks about Imran Awan and why the court case, went through. And they said, oh, don't worry, it's just bank fraud. This case is just bank fraud, blah, 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 blah. But hey, we're saving Israel for last. Very specific reason, not mentioned a single time. Not mentioned a single time. Oh, I'm not showing my screen. There we go. Not showing a single time. And then Tron had found this one for me. I thought this was just interesting because this is May 22nd of 2017. Yeah, 17. So let's listen to President Trump here.
Just so you understand.
Keep up.
Just so you understand, I never mentioned the word or the name Israel. Never mentioned it during that conversation. They were all saying I did. So you had to know the story wrong. Never mentioned the word Israel.
How's the visit so far, Mr. President?
And that guy, we can see many videos of him talking about, oh, was I worried about pressing Clinton? Was I worried about doing this? I'm not worried about what anybody says. So he basically looks at the United States like his lapdogs. And I can't say that we've acted any differently than such, right?
Yeah, and he was the first. Remember, guys, he was the first to congratulate Kamala and Biden upon Sleepy Joe's tremendous win there in 2020, and a host of other things. The boss even meant. Now, Israel for last is interesting because, I mean, what does it mean in the end? I know Doc's going to wrap this up into a nice bow, but I mean, if you think about it, what was Israelis' connection to 9/11 as, as I see it as the start of the awakening back then? And here we are in 2023 with, saving Israel for last is almost like the beginning, forward, back, and the history of the land and why they fight for what they do and how we have to choose a side right now. It's ridiculous.
That's a good point, Tron. Full circle. Before RDoc goes off,
I don't want to go.
Hulk, you got anything you want to add with this one, buddy? Hulk's in the shower right now.
Nothing off the top of. No, I'm here. I'm just kind of taking it all in because we've seen a lot of tragedy happen over the last week since the Saturday thing has attacked, and Israel's about to go full on mayhem with what's going on in Palestine. And I don't think a lot of people understand what Bibi's going to do. He physically said he is going to permanently change the Mideast forever. So again, 300,000 troops or more amassing along the border, plus whatever he plans to do after that. It's going to be interesting.
The latest word, though, is that the U.S. is backing off that. I'm getting information filtering through other intelligence stuff that is saying that the U.S. is advising him to pause. They've got the 300,000 troops that are calling up. Some of these folks have never been trained properly. This could be a bloodbath, not only for them going in the inner city and house to house fighting with lots and lots of tunnels, but there also is a situation that they're very concerned about now, which is expanding into the cities of the West. We have talked about this for 5 years at least. I know we as a community and as a movement or whatever the hell you want to call us. Okay. And then I started posting about this stuff, long time ago. I'm like 6 months ago, 8 months ago. Their plan is to do this. The Q Post talked about their 16-year plan. Russia versus the USA. This was Hillary Clinton. She was supposed to finish this. Muslims overrun the EU. How? How is that going to happen? Well, they began moving little pieces, little pawns on the game, on the chessboard, moving, Syria here, pushing Iran here, doing this there, causing mayhem and planting landmines, keeping Israel, keeping Saudi Arabia and Syria and Iran and Iraq always at each other's throats. Okay. And then from that chaos, people murdered, bombs. Who did this? ISIS, Al Qaeda, Muslim Brotherhood, whatever. Okay. Terrorists. We got to go in and stop the terrorists. So we put our troops there. Better our troops there than attacks here on our homeland. Okay. And when things, just to make sure that we all understood, we had terrorist attacks on our soil, didn't we, Tron? Didn't we, Space Shot? And you guys can spend hours and hours talking about whether 9/11 was a hoax or a false flag or anything like that. Okay. And people are going to have their own analysis and so on and so forth. I will tell you, though, that it was a false flag. It was designed to push the American public over the edge to do something. Okay. Well,
Very
now we
similar here,
have
right? Very similar here.
So now we have a situation where Ukraine did what it was supposed to do, almost, except it didn't start a nuclear war between Russia and the U.S., but it weakened the U.S., it weakened the European Union. Stockpiles of ammunition are out. No more tanks, no more extra aircraft, no more extra anything, eating into our own readiness reserves. Okay. And Russia's stronger than ever, and China's stronger than ever. And the Middle East has now consolidated. They've almost reconciled. And as they've reconciled, here's the one thing that can push them all together in unity. Just like Israel's political differences have created a war unity party. Okay. Well, guess what? The Islamic community, the Sunnis and the Shias, they can get together too and suddenly say, you know what? It's the global South against the great Satan and the little Satan. Oh, all that dogma plays right into their wheelhouse. And the 2 million Muslims that are all throughout the European Union that they've been importing and into Canada and the United States and into Australia, and the 5 million waiting at the border between Turkey and Europe. Guess what? That's an army. That's an army that Charlemagne could not have imagined. And that army is waiting for one word: intifada. Call to the faithful to come and fight the holy war, because the Muslim calls and the prophet will return. Okay. They're conditioned to expect this, just like the Christians are conditioned to expect the return of Jesus in the clouds, setting his foot upon Mount Zion, splitting it asunder. This is dogma. We've been conditioned like freaking rats in a maze. And they have been playing on us for 2,000 years at least. So now we have a situation where the U.S. is saying to Egypt, whoa, slow down a little bit, slow down. Let's not be too hasty and go in there and just start whomping on people and killing people willy-nilly and exterminating them off the face of the earth, which is what he said. Okay. Because boy, that's what they want. Don't get me wrong. That's what they want. They just got to figure out how to do it, to manage this chaos in a way and an outcome that they guarantee their version of victory. And their version of victory is very, very dark.
Well, okay, you talked about the Frankenstein monster type of thing, and they're trying to curtail this narrative a certain way. What says that they're going to stay on that plan and Frankenstein's not going to do what they want?
That's the issue. So I was joking around with the guys, and I started calling this Frankenstein's monster. But when you really dig into it, it's meaningful. And let me know, Space Shot, if you want me to go there, because I'm gonna show you the meaning of the words Frankenstein.
What about the Belgrade Accord or whatever from the mid '70s that they signed up and carved up Israel and whatnot? Did you want to mention that before you go down that?
That's a whole lot of history that maybe we don't need to go into. Let me show some basic stuff here that's just going to set some things. Space Shot's got all the news here. Egypt supposedly did warn Israel. Okay,
3 days before.
Days before. Okay, now understand what was going on in Israel, or maybe you guys do know or don't know what was happening in Israel leading up to this point in time between the Netanyahu government and his generals and politically.
Let me guess.
Before this, they were lined up to be okay with Saudi Arabia. They were going to align themselves and everybody be under the Abraham Accords. Am I thinking right?
Well, that's correct. They were about to get closer, and like every day, even MBS said, every day we're getting closer and closer to peace. But he was having problems, and I think I don't know what side is which, but internal strife was going on there.
So we had a situation where when Trump was in office, they had the Abrahamic Accords, okay? In Saudi Arabia, UAE, and some others, while they didn't officially recognize Israel's right to exist as a state, they basically had rapprochement with the nation of Israel, which was big, okay? Now, since that time, Netanyahu got into power. Actually, there was 2 or 3 different Israeli prime ministers. I think there was Netanyahu when Biden was in office, and then there wasn't Netanyahu. Now there's Netanyahu again. Okay, because Israel is in turmoil politically. Okay, so we have a situation where Netanyahu and Biden are not buddies. Netanyahu is diametrically opposed to Biden and was more linked to Trump, but Trump also didn't let Netanyahu get away with murder, because Netanyahu, if he got his way, would push the United States into fighting Iran, into fighting Syria, into doing things that Trump was a little bit wiser and did not let him push him into. Okay, like George W. Bush and weapons of mass destruction. You remember Netanyahu back then saying, "Yeah, we got proof, blah, 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 blah." Okay, well, there was some proof and there wasn't some proof. Bottom line is Netanyahu is Netanyahu, and the intelligence community knows how to manipulate him, right? By the way, Pizza Hut melts, man. So when you have this situation going on, and then you have the generals who are very, very much right wing, and they're opposed to some of the things that Netanyahu was doing. There was political strife there. In addition, Biden, because Ukraine was failing, maybe not, and because he had screwed up his relationship with Mohammed bin Salman in Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates and Jordan and the whole of the Middle East, including Syria. I mean, the American presidents, including Trump, have not been supporters or even tried to understand Syrian situation with Assad, and that is a shame. This what we did to Syria, okay, and moving and playing the intelligence community with Assad and his people, and playing games with the Russians and playing games with the Iranians, and what we're still doing there is a crime. Millions are dead because of it. Okay. But as a result of what we did there, we migrated millions of people out of the region under the guise of, refugees. They're terrorized. Their cities are burned down. Russia blew the hell out of some of their villages because Russia was left to deal with Assad to gain control of his country after Obama's creation of ISIS destabilized everything. And you remember John McCain running around over there, and we got the Kurds, everything mobilized. Well, that's all us. We destabilized that entire region with the Israelis, by the way. Okay, so then you have a situation where Hegelian dialectic, we created this migration effort. We brought these undocumented people. Do you remember Sally Yates? Anybody? Sally Yates? Type.
The CIA lady from
type space shot. Type Sally Yates and Muslim ban
in the drops or
anywhere. That's fine. Sally Yates in the drops. Yeah, let's see what comes up with the drops. Oh, there she is. Sally Yates. Do you remember her now?
Oh, I certainly remember her.
Jack.
Wasn't she the one that wrote I always mix her and the other one up. Isn't she the one that wrote an email to herself saying everything's got to be by the book? Or is that the other one?
That was Condoleezza Rice. Sally Yates was the one who was the interim attorney general, and she refused to implement President Trump's Muslim ban. Okay. Or what was called, the media called the Muslim ban, which was basically his attempt to tighten down the border to make sure that people coming in from Syria, mostly, but not only, were properly documented. Because we were bringing in lots of people that had no documentation, just like we did to the Nazi Germans. We've done this before. It's not our first rodeo. We know how to bring people in this country, and say that they're innocent people when they're not. And we know they're not because we want to use them for something. We want to make sure their network's intact for something. Okay. And that's what Sally Yates was, even to the point where she refused the president's order and he fired her. And that set off the firestorm with, what's his name? The New York, Southern District of New York attorney. Huh? What? I
was going to say Weissman? No,
not Weissman. Indian guy. Good Lord. Why is his name?
Oh,
somebody in the chat line. Preet Bharara, yes. Okay. And then Preet was already going after National Security Advisor General. And he went after Trump. He went after everybody. And it turned into a big shitstorm within the first 3 months of Trump's, presidency. That's the deep state. That's the intelligence community for you. Okay, that's Sally Yates. That's the DOJ working with the intelligence community to bring Islamic undocumented people, some potential terrorists, some not, but with the right push and the right shove, the right lighting of a match, you can turn that pile of gasoline that you just imported into your country into a roaring fire. And that's what they did.
How many Afghans did we take in? Anybody know off the top of their head? I'm just thinking if you're
Afghans, that's a whole nother mess, but that's another mess of Biden.
And I think the highest population last month coming through the border, I think it was Syrians. So, and here's an interesting thing, right? A guy who's, intelligent guy I work with, and I was talking to him about the border. I'm like, have you seen the border, all these people coming through? And he goes, yeah, well, from what I understand, it's mostly women and children. I was like, dude, are you being serious right now? He's like, yeah, it's from what I understand, it's most. I said, dude, do me a favor, when you take lunch or whatever later on, just go look up videos of people at the border. And I explained to him, it's military age men, 18 to 30. How about the guy the other day that they found with showing his forearm with the Muslim writing on it, and then the big AK-47 down his arm? Like, yeah, no, he's not a mercenary. Sure, he's not.
Nice guy. He's a nice guy. He's just there to pick fruit.
He's
got
from
good
Venezuela.
jokes.
He wants to pick fruit. Yeah, he wants to pick fruit. But think about compare and contrast what's happening at our border. Meanwhile, look at what's happening in Gaza. It's almost like the same scenario, and you have to ask yourself, what's the next step here? Is Biden going to drop out? We have Speaker of the House Scalise just stepping down, so there's no coincidence that America kind of has like this, a chain of command here that has an issue right now. We don't have we have a filling to accomplish there with, I think Jim Jordan's looking to get in there, but things are falling apart all over the place. Meanwhile, look here, not there. Subverting the narrative one day at a time, and I think this one's going to stick. Ukraine's done. No more Hawaii. No more train spills or whatnot. Forget about all that. Now it's all eyes on Israel, and again, more money going across. And like Space Shot said, it's not people coming here with the women and children. It's and this is what they warn about, guys. Of tomorrow, Friday the 13th in October, jihad's going to get unleashed in America apparently. So don't go anywhere, any kind of public places. I'll be wherever I'm going to be as I want to. That public fear, it used to be COVID-19, and now it's back to kind of what Doc was sitting on. Mission accomplished. If you're not with us, you're with the terrorists. And again, another invisible enemy when you really think about it.
To speak about what Trondis had mentioned, DC is already putting up the walls around Congress and the White House itself. New York Mayor Adams has requested all police officers report to duty in uniform for that particular day too. So there's a lot of states, even over here in California, they're prepping for something pretty big to happen to quell this down. But what side of the equation do we sit on? You know what I mean? America's kind of right in the middle, and which ones do we support? Where's the truth? Where's not the truth? Where are they going to actually land? Because the crazy progressive left is supporting it until they realize that there's truth behind it. And then you notice some of the cracky leftists over at UCLA were screaming, not just months ago, Black Lives Matter, defund the police and all that. And they're over here supporting Palestine. And some of them were getting arrested because of the things that they were saying. And they're like, no, you can't talk like that. Wait, I was told to talk that. These are my talking points. This is what I'm supposed to say. Well, not on campus. Some of these leftists did get arrested for the things that they were saying.
Yep. Space Shot, at the bottom of Tip Secret, I've got a link there to the place in Twitter. And there's a video in there that, if we listen to this, I want to preface this by saying that at the time, this was deemed anti-Semitic nonsense. This is Jerusalem Post. Jews behind Russia-Ukraine war to form new Jewish state, Islamic scholar. Now, this is not written by the Islamic scholars, it's written by Aaron Reich, okay? But the video, which you may have to shrink this down a little bit, is fascinating. Now, what it's talking about is that there's awareness within certain circles that and there he is, there's the video, okay? There's awareness within certain circles that Israel will have to end, and it will be within 2 years. And we'll just listen to what he has to say.
I have to translate?
No.
Translate, you think? No? Okay.
هؤلاء لا يعترفوا إلا بالقول.
Oh, really?
فإذا كانت الدولة
All right, everybody, pay attention. Listen to what he says.
You don't understand what he said?
حتى لو ممكن يضحوا باليهود.
Okay, let's start this over here. All right, let's go here. And here we go. All right. It says the Israelis understand nothing but force. If the security of their state depends on aligning with Russia, or at least being neutral, they will do this even if it means sacrificing, what did that say?
Ukrainian Jews.
Oh, yeah. Even if the false Holocaust, which is a book written by a Jew, which asks, who killed the Jews? They were offered to take the Jews for $5 each. They took one look, saw most of them were old, and said, we don't want them. A Jew wrote this book and said, we killed the Jews. That is what he means. A Jew, because we refused to accept 100,000 or 200,000 Jews who were in Germany. in exchange for a handful of dollars. They only wanted young people. They did not want the old. The Israelis have turned to the east. They now want Russia and China. Well, let me finish this sentence here. I think it's almost done anyway. Because America has forsaken them. America told them, in short, your Zionist project is a failure. Ooh. And you are bound to come to an end, if not this year, the next. Americans understand that they are... Geez, this guy's moving quick, huh? Americans understand that they are supporting a failed project. So the Israelis are looking for an alternative, which can be Russia or China. So they would not destroy their relation with Russia or China over, what do you say, over the Jews? Over a handful of Jews. As far as they are concerned, those Ukrainian Jews can go to hell. Wow. Even the Jews themselves, including Lieberman and Netanyahu, are now convinced that Palestine cannot be the state for the Jews. So they started saying the Holy Jerusalem is in Ukraine and not in Palestine. Really? Ukraine is now the candidate to become the future Jewish state. Wow. Perhaps one of the reasons they instigated this war was to empty out Ukraine. The West is now convinced that the Jewish state is doomed, that the Zionist enterprise has failed. What is the solution then? That Israel will be adopted by Russia and China instead of by the West. I mean, who wants to adopt them? Or that there will be an alternative state. The whole world knows about the Jewish state in eastern Ukraine. I remember that there were 43,000 Jews, but now they say 200,000. It is an independent state. They did not want to spread the word about it. So they would not be told to go there rather than to come to Palestine. Why did the Holocaust really happen? Leave aside everything that is being said. Oh. During World War II, some of the Jews joined the Americans and the West. And others joined Germany. They said, if Germany wins, we are with Germany. And if the West wins, we're with the West. Hitler found out that there were Jewish spies, so he killed some of them. It was not hundreds of thousands like they say. These are all lies. They are now saying that the temple and biblical Jerusalem are located in Ukraine and not in Palestine. If this does not work, tomorrow they might say that they're in the Netherlands. That's interesting, Ardoc.
That's probably good. That's probably good enough. So
question,
this guy...
Question. What about the whole, the history of everything about, that area being where they want to be, not being wanting to be in Ukraine, but wanting to be in the middle, in that middle.
Hold on. Okay, so let me first of all set this up. He is a Holocaust denier. Okay, make no mistake about him. He is a Islamic propagandist, fundamentalist, and he is a Holocaust denier. But what he is talking about has echoes in some reality, and this was 2 years ago. Okay, and this the reason I wanted to play this is to let people understand a viewpoint that is very much opposite, maybe, from something that we were conditioned to believe. Okay, because it is so far out there. How can we find a middle ground in his belief, which is so different than what we grew up believing? Okay, how can you believe this? You're a terrorist, is our first inclination. You can't be that way if you're going to be a diplomat and have relationships and seek to find unity with all of humanity, because they want to divide us, and religious dogma is their easiest tool to do it. Okay, now Space Shot, go ahead. Yeah, perfect segue. Go ahead. This is another one of those things that people immediately label as Holocaust denial, and this is something that he played the other day, and we don't know anything about her background, but what she's going to go through is stuff that's been floating around out there for years.
In the sun of New York, Sunday, June the 6th, 1915. This is 18 years before Hitler ever set foot in the government. There it is, people. 6 million Jews. The New York Times October the 18th, 1918, and the article is called $1 billion fund to rebuild Jewry. There it is. 6 million souls will need help to resume normal life when war is ended. The New York Times, September the 8th, 1919, and the article is called Ukrainian Jews Aim to Stop Pogroms. Mass meeting here that 127,000 Jews have been killed and 6 million are in peril. In the New York Times, November the 12th, 1919, and have reduced to tragically unbelievable poverty, starvation and disease. About 6 million souls, or half the Jewish population of the earth. February 23rd, 1920. 6 million Jews. Friday, May the 7th, 1920. The Fund for Jewish War Sufferers in Central and Eastern Europe, where 6 millions face horrifying conditions of famine, disease and death. New York Times, Wednesday, July the 20th, 1921. 12 years before Adolf Hitler ever set foot in the government. Look at that. Russia's 6 million Jews are facing extermination by massacre. The Gazette, Montreal, December the 29th, 1931. And the article pretty much speaks up for itself. 6 million Jews face starvation. New York Times, February 23rd, 1938. A year and a half before the Second World War even started. A depressing picture of 6 million Jews in Central Europe deprived of protection.
Now, what are your thoughts when you first hear that? What is? I mean, she's talking about how she's never felt like she's been more manipulated and played. But what are your initial reactions to see a video made in this way with an obvious intent to make you think a certain way? What's your reaction?
I think it was, it's foreshadowing. It's proof of foreshadowing. I mean, like, how did they know there are going to be 6 million Jews in peril coming up, like 20 years, 30 years ahead of time, right? Like, they keep telling everybody about that. And I remember another thing, I would have to dig and find this, but there was like a Time or National Geographic book that talked about, I think it was 2 years before the World War started, and talked about how there were, I think it was 2.5 million Jews in all of Europe at the time. But then now we talk about 6 million. It's like, wait, we have this many, but there are 6 million more in peril. It's like, it's just constant barrage. And they're trying to get up money for these Jews in the future that are going to be in peril. It's just very, very interesting.
Now, I think I posted a tweet the other day, and I can't remember where it is. Go ahead.
In those videos, they were talking about the 6 million Jews. Were they always referencing it of just being some sort of hunger type thing, a poverty thing, or were they?
That's where I'm going to get to. I appreciate that.
Or there's somebody attacking them. That's what I was wondering.
So, a lot of that timeline was 1917 to 1938-ish time frame. Now, Space Shot, you got the keyboard type in. Maybe I'm gonna have to spell it for you.
Where, into Twitter or anywhere on the
and just the regular search.
Okay.
Holodomor, HOLOD. Shit. Yeah, there we go. It came up. Holodomor.
Genocide.
That's fine. That's fine. And just go to Wikipedia. Find the Wikipedia for it. It should be down below, probably. There it is. Okay. So what's the date of it? So the date is 32 to 33. Okay, millions of Ukrainians were killed in the Holodomor. Now, the number I've seen is something like 6.8 million people were killed, starved to death, otherwise. And it might scroll down. There might be some information there that talks about how many were killed. It says declared 7 to 10 million died. Scholarship estimates range between 3.5 to 5 million. I've seen numbers that were 6.3 million to 6.8 million. Okay, and a lot of people generally.
Would you just run out of numbers by then? I mean, if you really think about that, to propagate the population in there, they keep reporting they're killing all these people and they're dying. You're going to run out of people eventually.
But here's the thing, okay, and this is what I want you to understand, and this is why I tried to go through the history here. Where'd they come from? How'd they get there? How'd they get to Ukraine? How'd they get to this part of the world? Because that's part of the story. And it's a very important part of the story because it ends up becoming something that is so significant in our basic understanding of how connected we all are, how very connected we all are, and how these bastards have manipulated us to hate one another in the name of God. Okay, and that's kind of what I tried to show in my tweets today. So, Space Shot, you've got my Twitter open somewhere, I think, don't you? Or no? Did you? Yeah, you did. Real Dr. D. Okay. Yeah. Oh shit. Go to the third. I think you got it open in the third one. Oh no, actually no. There it is. Homework class. Okay, there it is. You had it.
Oh,
you had it.
did we play this?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
That was the, yeah. So, well, I just wanted you to open the tweet. That's fine. Just open the main tweet because then it'll link all the stuff below it. Okay. So I start out by talking about the open up Wikipedia, Rome and Jerusalem, and talk about homework. Okay. This is a book that's by Moses Hess, okay, if I remember correctly. And it is talking about the Zionist movement, because understanding this Zionist movement, this what we have been taught in Christian America, say if you were born after 1930, you were taught this Zionist movement was something that's important to Christianity because the Jewish homeland has to be reconstituted, the bones of Ezekiel and the prophecy, blah, 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 and the nation being recreated but in one day. And then that has to happen before Jesus is able to set foot down. Okay. That is a prophecy that is supposed to be fulfilled before the second coming of Christ. And so things have to be done to make sure the prophecy happens, okay, so to speak. I'm going to lay it out that way. It takes a lot of things to fall into place to make that happen. Okay, so there is a question that happens in the 1840s that starts to create this ideological movement of the Jews need a homeland. What was going on then? What was happening that made Jews need a homeland? Well, the Jews were undergoing the whole Central Europe had undergone Napoleonic Wars, and then this part of Eastern and Central Europe had just gone through the Franco-Prussian Wars, or was going through the Franco-Prussian Wars, and then in our own country we were undergoing the Civil War. Okay, and the whole world underwent a massive depression. And specifically in Russia, which was Tsarist Russia, this region of Ruthenia, the outer lands of Ruthenia and Poland and Austria-Hungary, this area was a turmoil. But guess who lived there? 8 million Jews. All over Galicia, what we now know of Halicznaya in Ukraine, and Budapest, which is Buda, Pest, and Orem in Hungary, and in Bohemia, Jewish Bohemia in the Czech Republic, where I am now, and in parts of Germany and Poland. This was 8 million Jews, the largest concentration of Jews on the world. This is where they were. Ashkenazi Jews. Now, let me
you want to
scroll down. Yeah, scroll on the next one. Scroll on the next one. There we go. History of Jews in Germany. Okay, so to understand that they were in this place called Germany is one of the major periods of thinking, and that they got pushed out and through pogroms and other things over to Russia, and they left this part of of Worms, Mainz, Trier, Cologne, and they got in through persecution and Napoleonic wars and so on and so forth, and the rise of nationalism and blah, blah, blah. They got pushed out. And where did they go? Well, they went to Slavic states, to Poland, to the Baltic states, to what we now know as Ruthenia or Ukraine and Hungary, and into Russia. Well, then the Russians had to deal with them. And they pushed them out. Okay. Well, guess who wanted their own state? And at the time when this conflict was going on and this depression was going on, it was ripe for ideological change. And you have people writing and talking about things. And where do they get their ideas from? Who gave them these ideas? Who was financing the organization of these groups that started to talk about nationalism, national identity, communism? And the same people that knew Karl Marx wrote a book. And go to the next tweet. I think I've got the next one there. Yeah. And actually, no, I start talking about the Ashkenazi Jews. So to understand where the people that came from to come to this part of the world, you have to understand where the Yiddish language comes from. You have to understand what Ashkenazi means, because it's a bastardized word that was probably scribally mislabeled, and that N at the end was probably a Vav, and it should be something different. And so if you scroll down, you're going to see, keep going, hold on. So, here it is. This is what I want to see, the chart on the side there. So scroll up a little bit. Okay, so today, this is fairly recent. I don't know when the census was taken. 10 to 11 million Jews in the world today. Where are they living? 5 to 6 million in the USA. Isn't that interesting? In the empire, the current home of the empire, 6 million Jews. Israel, 2.8 million. Okay, Russia, somewhere between maybe 200, 500,000. Okay, but it used to be 1 million. Okay, could be 1 million in descent, but they've changed to Christianity or whatever the case might be. But scroll down a little bit. Germany, whoops, too far. Germany, 200,000. Ukraine, 150,000. Belarus, 80,000. Hungary, 75,000. Italy, 28,000. Is Spain even on here? Scroll down and see if Spain's on here. Turkey. Spain's not even on the list anymore. Spain used to have one of the largest numbers of Sephardim Jews in the world. And because of the 1492 edict by the Spanish Christian kings, they expelled and persecuted, and many of the Jews converted to Christianity or hid their names and became Christians in name only. And those Italian, Spanish names now have, because they moved to Sicily and they moved into Muslim-controlled lands, they now have names that you would not be able to know they were originally Jewish people. And so if you are an Italian or from Spain in your ancestry, you might have Jewish blood in you, by the way. But the root word, scroll down, the language Ashkenazi, click into that word. See if Ashkenazi, no, we want to find the actual word. Actually, no, right there. In the 10th century history of Armenia, Yohannes, whatever that name is, Ashkenaz was associated with Armenia. It was occasionally a Jewish usage where it denoted extended in times to Adibin, Khazaria, Crimea, and areas to the east. Okay. Ashkenaz, identified by Samuel Krauss, identified with the biblical Ashkenaz with Khazaria. Okay. Rashi uses Leshon Ashkenazi language to describe Yiddish in Byzantium and Syrian Jews' letters. Scroll down a little bit. Refers to the Crusaders as Ashkenazim. Okay. The Ashkenazi came to refer to the Jews of both medieval Germany and France. Now, what does Ashkenaz mean? And I have screen share already prepared for this that we can move quickly through, and then I want to get off this and get back to discussing what it means to today.
You want to share the screen?
So, yeah, might as well.
Go ahead. Let me make sure you're a co-host or whatever. You should be good.
Optimize just in case. Clicky. Boom. And there we go. Okay. So there's Ashkenaz, and hopefully the screen comes up okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So Ashkenaz in the Hebrew Bible is one of the descendants of Noah. Ashkenaz is the first son of Gomer. Now, interestingly, Gomer is the word that's used in the ancient world for Khmer. It gets translated into Gimir, Gimiri, the Khmeri, and the Germania. Okay, the Khmerians are the Germanic peoples, Gomer, and the Ashkenaz are part of these people that move in and become part of the Germanic peoples. Now, where are these peoples? What are these peoples? Well, they are in rabbinic literature. The kingdom down here, down here, the kingdom of Ashkenaz was first associated with the. Do me a favor. I want you to try to pronounce that word. Some people are going to pronounce it Scythian.
Yeah, Scythian.
Okay.
Scythia.
Scythian. I'm gonna tell you the Slavic way of pronouncing this is Skutia. This is Skutia. Skutia. Now I want you to say the word like your James Bond is a good Scottish man. And I want you to say like they do on like Saturday Night Live when they play a Bond character or play his character in like your really thick Scottish accent. How would you say Scottish? Scot. You got to make that little ooh, okay? Scotia, Scotland, Scotia, Scutnia. These are all the same groups. It is the same root, and this is who these people are. They are peoples that blended in with the Ashkenaz. Now, where did they live? Okay, and you can get into in the early medieval period here, the Jews of Central and Eastern Europe came to be called by the name Ashkenazim. It's plural, in conformity with the custom of designating areas of Jewish settlement with biblical names. Spain being identified as Sepharad for Obadiah, France as Seraphet and Kings, and Bohemia as the land of Canaan. By the high medieval period, the Talmudic commentators like Rashi began to use Ashkenaz, Eretz Ashkenaz to designate Germany, later known as Lothar, where especially in the Rhineland communities of Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, the most important Jewish communities arose. Rashi uses Yeshon Ashkenaz to describe the Germanic language. In Byzantium, in Syrian Jewish letters, he referred to the Crusaders as Ashkenazim. Given the close links between the Jewish communities of France and Germany following the Carolingian unification, the term Ashkenazi came to refer both the Jews of the medieval Germany and France. But the actual root word, and we can get into the Ukrainians, they refer to themselves as Skotoloi, and the royal Ukrainian lineage, way long time ago, they called themselves the Skotoloi, and so on and so forth. The bottom line is the Scandinavian cultures, the Germanic cultures, the Ashkenazi cultures, they're all related. Why? What happened? How did they get there? How did they get out of Israel? And that story is one that involves Assyria. And during the time of the Assyrian conquest of what we have been told is the northern kingdom of Israel, okay, which is written about, but not just in the Bible, it's written about in actual historical documents that have been dug up, clay tablets, stone epitaphs in the land of Mesopotamia, the land of Iran, Iraq, etc., where the Assyrian Empire existed. Okay, And I've got I've got image here somewhere. Somewhere I've got a map. Maybe I didn't bring the map over. That's just great. Ardoc, why did you not bring the map over? Great.
Uh-oh, we're wrapping up the show. He's breaking out the maps.
Okay, there we go. Yeah.
Let me just
Bye.
thank somebody
See
really
you later.
quick here.
Go ahead.
Because this was from the beginning of the show and I didn't see it. Barch88 says, anyone else feeling a little anxious? Things seem to be heating up in a scary way, which I think is the desired result. Also follow from the start and on the Trump train since 2015. What a movement to be part of, and God bless everyone. Appreciate that. And I got to tell you too, guys. And then he sent another one. It says F around and find out. So appreciate that. But I would say too, you know what it was too, Ardoc? Yeah, I wasn't like concerned. It just pissed me off. I was like literally ornery for like a day and a half after that happened. And it's not because, I have any, allegiance to either of those guys, but it's just like all the crap on top of it. It's like, ugh, now this on top of it. But I think, maybe Israel for last is what we wanted. But yeah, it's stressful for to say the least, I guess.
So one of the things that we know is that Assyria came over and took away the northern part of Israel, and the capital of this was Samaria. Okay, and if you notice a similarity between Samaria and Samaria, it could be. That's for linguistic scholars to debate. They took these people away. Now, where'd they stick them? Okay, and the Assyrian Empire changed over the years. It grew and it shrunk and so on and so forth. And you got Urartu, which some may have said is actually Ararat in the ancient text, but they didn't know how to change the acritic vowel acritics, and so it was Ararat was Uraratu, whatever. Anyway, long story short, the Ashkenazi were put on the outskirts. The Jewish slaves were put on the outskirts of the Assyrian Empire, and they may have settled in this area here along the northern coast of Turkey, and eventually, or on the outskirts of the Caucasus Mountains, because this is what you did with your slaves, especially when there are slave revolts and there were problems with your slaves. You stuck them up here, and so the Ashkenaz may have migrated or been involved in migrating up into the Scythian area of the previous Cimmerian tribes and become or been affiliated with or blended with these Indo-Iranian pastoralists and become the Scythians, the Uyghurs, all that good stuff. And this is Ukraine. This is Ukraine right here. Okay, surprise. Okay, later on, you have Turkic cultures begin to migrate in, and this constant migration pattern moving around and so on and so forth, and going this way. And you end up with this blending of peoples and resurgence of Germanic tribes and Huns pushing across, Avars, Mongols, and they constantly push these people this way. Well, during this whole time, and later on, you end up with another conquest. And this is the one that we are famously aware of, Nebuchadnezzar, the Babylonian diaspora. Every good Christian knows this story, where Nebuchadnezzar takes away and destroys Jerusalem and takes away the people into captivity to Babylon. Okay, and in Baghdad is where the Jews were for 40 or 50 years until Zerubbabel and Nehemiah come back and bring the Jews back after the decree of Cyrus. Well, in that 40 or so years, a young child who probably had a different name than his biblical name of Ezra or Esdras ends up, I think he's like 4 years old according to the Jewish traditions, when he is taken away into captivity. And he's like 48 years old when he returned from the captivity. And in one of the books, as Esdras is written in 4 books, but it's condensed in the Christian Bible to like 2. And it's speculative as to whether the fourth belongs to him and so on and so forth. But anyway, he writes in there that, he is decreed from God on high to compile all the holy books. We'll compile them from where? Well, to compile them from the Jewish libraries in Babylon. What Jewish libraries in Babylon? Well, in Babylon, in Baghdad, they enjoyed some degree of freedom. They formed minions and they were gathered together, and there was this constant fighting, I guess you would call it, between the princely bloodline and the what we would call exilarch, the rulers in exile, and the priestly class, rabbinical class, and except there wasn't rabbis. It's hard to describe this in a summary format, but there was constant back and forth, and sometimes they sided with the secular leaders of the empire, and sometimes they sided with each other and they fought against the secular leaders, and sometimes the secular leaders would exact punishment on one or the other, and there's constant give and take. But through all of it, they survived. And young Ezra would have probably been about 6 or 7 years old when he was put into the scribal schools in Baghdad, where he would have been forced to regurgitate and write on these little clay tablets, which we have all over the libraries and museums in London and elsewhere, the British Museum most famously. And they would have been copying down stories. And as they got older and older, they would have been copied down bigger and bigger stories, word for word, and been checked. And these little tablets and their little tests and some of their graffiti are been captured and recorded, and they're all over these museums. And little Ezra would have been one of these students in there until he was about 20 years of age. And then he would have become, after a scribe, he may have gone into the priest class. He may have become a priest, or in what would have been equivalent to that, since the temple wasn't there in Baghdad. And then if he would have become a prophet, then he would have had a prophet's name. So he could have had potentially 3 different names. And Ezra says in the book that he was given the charge from God to reconstitute the holy books. And that and upon their return back from Israel by decree of Cyrus, okay, which doesn't really mention, according to the actual stone or little clay cylinder seal that's been discovered, it doesn't say that he granted the Jews permission to go back and worship their one true God. It doesn't say that. What it says is, we recognize that Marduk is Lord, greatest God of all gods, and is God of the empire. and all people are free to worship Marduk again, because the guy he just defeated had closed down and the temples of Marduk. Now, who's Marduk, guys? You guys remember who Marduk is? Anybody still there? Still there?
Bad guy?
Bad guy. Who do we equate with Marduk in the pantheon of gods? Huh? Satan? Moloch? That's Marduk. Marduk, the son, Mordecai is the Hebrew name, the son of Enki. Yeah, he's a bad dude. He's a bad dude. And that's who they worshipped in Babylon. Now, interestingly enough, Abraham's daddy, named Tirhu or Terah, was a high priest in Nippur. Nippur was an Enlil city, but according to the Iranian traditions and their texts that go back to this time, because Daniel was an Iranian and this is where they lived, they say that Ibrum had an argument with his father, and he caught his dad in his dad's house, that his dad had wooden effigies of Marduk, and he chopped them down. And set fire to his father's house and was brought before his equivalent, because he was a son of a high priest, so he was mesh, he was bloodline, he was half God, half man, and he was brought before his cousin, who would have been the secular leader, and adjudged because he murdered his brother, supposedly, in this fire. And he fled across the rivers. And upon crossing the rivers, he became Habiru, a person across the rivers, a wanderer outside the rivers, the outlander, okay? But he would have been a scion of Samaria, okay? And as such, Ibrum would have been accorded certain rights by other royal mesh, including the high priest of the city of Yerushalayim, maybe the Pharaoh of Egypt. Okay, this is why he is involved in the stories of the title kings of Laodamer and Lachish. I can't remember the battle of the title kings, and why he is an important figure in that role. The bottom line is, this history is not biblical. It is not recorded in the Bible. You will not find it in the Bible because it is anti-biblical narrative. It is historicity that exists in archaeological records, in other texts, that contradicts the Bible in many ways. And it's this historicity and this archaeology that has many people sometimes questioning whether or not certain things that have been presented to us as truth, divine, uncorrupted truth, is really truth. I don't know the answer to that. That's up. I know my answer for myself. It's up to you to make your own decision and study and question. Oh my God, how can you question God? Well, if you don't know God well enough in your personal life, that's to be able to have a rational, true discussion, then that's says it all right there. All right, so we got these Jews that are living in this area of Europe. They get pushed by migration patterns into Central Europe. They get pushed out by pogroms. The Christian kings use these very wise, smart, wealthy Jews because they know languages, they know how to write, they know how to write in many languages. They develop a language of trade called Yiddish, which is a combination of Germanic, Germanoids and Hebrewoids. They're words that are kind of pieced together over time, and there's no clear language of it that is used to trade. So they can have talks with each other and trade without anybody understanding what they're saying. And Hebrew becomes an unspoken language except for very special occasions. And it is this culture that develops throughout the steppes of Russia into the Bohemian high plains and mountains of Germany and Switzerland, down into Italy, all the way into Spain, into Egypt and Northern Africa, and so on and so forth, until the Christian kings start to say, well, you made me lots of money. I owe you lots of money. Your banking system has bankrupted me. I can't afford to pay you. So instead, I'm just going to kill you. And places like Spain kicked them all out. Where'd they go? Well, they went to Islamic held territories. And so it's during the time of the Islamic Osmanic Empire, for example, where you have a situation where these, and I forgot, I lost my page now, where they end up becoming Persian trade routes. I'll just type it in here. Persian trade routes. And this might do that. It might do just fine. If you can see that, okay. Hopefully, well, maybe not. Okay. This is Persia. Okay. The Silk Road ran under the time of the Persian empires and the subsequent Hellenized world, the subsequent Romanized world. The Silk Road ran through here all the way to China, all the way down into India, into Arabia, into Egypt, North Africa, and into Europe. Okay, this was the same trade route that the Jews became experts in because they spoke the language. They had the language of trade and commerce. They were the accountants. They were the smartest people on the face of the earth, frankly. And they did very well for not having a nation. But then it comes time where they're settled and they're constantly being moved around, and they have these minions formed, and they want the nation. And at least some of them do, not all of them. And you have a contest of ideologies that are going on. And that's what happens in this period in the 1820s, 1850s. And you can't help but wonder, was the United States and Britain even involved that early on to motivate some of these folks to create communism, to create monarchism, to create, and not necessarily even create them, but just to nudge these thoughts along in the right way? And who had the money in post-depression Central Europe? Who had the money? The very rich Jewish businessmen and bankers living in this part of the world. They had the money, and there were 8 million of them at least. In Budapest and Orem alone was the highest concentration of Jews living in the world, in Hungary. And Hitler wasn't the first one to come against them. The Russians did pogroms. The Poles did pogroms. Hell, back during the time of the Holy Roman Empire of Teresa von Habsburg, the last empress of the Habsburg dynasty, and even before her, they made Jews take last names. And the last names usually ended up being objects or geographical references or some sort of personal characteristic or trait. Okay. During that time under the Holy Roman Empire, they were forced to take the last names. And in one of the names, where'd I go? There it is. Jews acquire family names. In 1787, the Holy Roman Empire, Joseph II ordered all Jews in the Habsburg Empire to acquire family names. Oh, gee, isn't that nice? Yeah. And if you don't, then you're going to be in trouble. You're going to be thrown in prison. They had all kinds of bad punishments to them. Okay. And so this is a way they could do an accurate census and it was also a way of destroying their Jewish identity, because the Jews identified based on their history and their lineage. And in a Jewish name, you can look at these genealogy records and you can see, Ibrahim bin son of so-and-so, son of so-and-so, son of so-and-so, son of so-and-so, all the way back. It was very, very important to keep that record of lineage. And they can do that all the way back, perhaps to somebody of importance or whatever the case was. That was important to them. And it was also important to them to understand who to marry and who was allowed to marry whom. That was very, very important. But you end up with names like, Blumenfeld and the word Stein for stone. Okay. Now Stein actually can mean just simply earthen. Now, what's another word that we know that means earth or red earth?
I was going to say terra instead of red, but terra.
Okay,
right?
Terra. Okay. Adam. The name Adam is means, supposedly red earth. Okay. Stein is stone. You could sort of say Stein and Adam can be almost one and the same, depending on the meaning. Now, in Himmel is heaven, and so on and so forth. Now, Franken, what is Franken? Okay, the patronymic of Frank, which is the feminist Die Franke, is Franken, in Jewish Ashkenazic variant of Frank is Franken. Frankenstein literally means somebody who is Ashkenazi Jew from Germania, of the earth, of stone, an Adam. Okay, Frankenstein, the Adam, a creation, and in some ways, the stone, the Germanic Stein, rock, topographic name, either somebody lived by a rock or stone or literally can mean earth or ground. Okay, so Mary Shelley, when she wrote her book on Frankenstein, and I don't think I have this recorded here, not Mary Shelley, Mary Shelley. Her background is rather interesting, and you can research that on your own. But the story goes like this, and maybe I'll just pull it up here. Frankenstein. Yeah, that's fine. We'll pull it up in Wikipedia. That's fine. So when was it written? 1818. Interesting timing, wouldn't you say? Okay. 1818. A couple years before the Zionist movement really kicks off. Okay. But it's written at around that same time. And these people love to have karmic release. They believe in it. It is critical to them. They think that they must confess what they're getting ready to do to the world. And it's your problem for not figuring it out. Therefore, they aren't responsible for the evil. It's off their consciousness. Okay. And in this story, written in epistolary form, it starts the story of a man who comes from Italy. Okay. Well, the many Italians were Jews. They're not Germanic. They're Jews. Okay. And he comes and he creates this superhuman, playing God. He makes a Superman. It's not a monster. It's a Superman, an Übermensch. And the Übermensch ends up committing murder. It feels like it has no place, no home of its own, no acceptance in the world around it, in search of an identity, and it commits murder. And Frankenstein, upon seeing its creation of this Übermensch, is grotesquely ashamed of it. And the rest of the story is about how he goes to war with this monster and chases him around and almost catches him up in the North Pole or something like that, and so on and so forth. Okay, that's essentially, I'm summarizing a lot. There's a lot more to this, but that's the story of Frankenstein's monster. Okay, now, who created the Zionist movement? Who created and financed the nationalist movements in Central Europe? Who wanted their own land? Because
Rothschilds?
No, the Rothschilds were brought. The Rothschilds were brought in labor. Oh, by the way, yeah, look at that. Yeah, that's a Khazarian symbol. Oh, gee, but that's the Ukrainian. Oh no, surprise. Khazaria is a land and I think we've been over this before. And this whole history of the Go Turks and the Turkic peoples that moved in and became and pushed others around, because you had the Rus princes, the Kievan Rus princes that were here, and you had the Turkic peoples come migrate up and push down and around and up and through and everything, and you have all these different breakdowns of the Turkic peoples. There's a huge push of Turks, and one of this Turkic people, these Khazars, okay, have with them in their nomadic pastoral population Jews. Matter of fact, not just any Jews, they have very intelligent Jewish people from Baghdad, because they have this movement from the Caspian area here this way was seen as a prosperous trade. These Khazars provided slaves to the Persians. They traded them for silver and silk, and the Slavic peoples and the peoples of the steppes were slaves sold in trade, and the Jews facilitated this slave trade and transported the gold and had the trust of the sultanates, the caliphs, and so on and so forth, and the empire and the people in these lands, because they spoke the language. And these Jewish merchants and bankers, we would call them today, because that's what we put trust in a bank. We give them money, we expect to get money back. That's what a bank is. They facilitated money exchange and trade. That was the money, that was the banking system of the time, and they controlled it, and they controlled the language of business, the accounting language, the documentation, the record keeping, and they were the trusted ones who could communicate for the kings and the sultans and do their business and make them rich and wealthy. And they were affiliated with these Khazarian Turks, and the elite amongst these Khazarian Turks, they were out of place in this world that had arisen in the medieval Europe. Everybody was Christian or Muslim, and they wanted identity because they were animists, they were Tengrists for the most part. They didn't really have a religious identity, and so the elites wanted something, and the elites adopted Judaism as the official language, official religion of Khazaria. Now, there's debate amongst how deeply it went through the population and so on and so forth, this empire did not last very long at all. But what you have is because this is like in 600 to 700, 750 AD, 650 AD, and so on and so forth. It was gone by like 800. Then you have the Kievan Rus take back over. Then you have the Mongols come in 1400s. Then you have the whole history of the Habsburg kingdoms. And then you have the Osman Turks and so on and so forth. The Ottoman Empire, and then you have the Roman Empire again. Then you have the Nazis. Then you have USSR, and now you have the USA that rules the empire that rules this area. Okay, that's the history of these people. Now, during World War II, all those Jews that were here that had been compressed into this area, they pushed them out. Many of them went to the USA. Many of them went throughout Europe. And then it wasn't until 49-ish, 48-ish, 49-ish, when you start having Aliyah. And the Russians were only happy to see them go. Many Russian and Ukrainian Jews are in Israel. And you also have many Hungarian and Germanic and so on and so forth. In the history of these people, they have never forgotten that in their real temple on a hill was here in Ukraine and in Salonika. They also viewed Salonika as a place to have their nation. They actually approached the United Nations back in 48. The Jews at the time, the elite Jews at the time, and they wanted to go to Salonika. It was a very big center of Judaism. And so Israel, going back to Israel, while it was a desired choice of some, it wasn't a desired choice of all. Just like leaving Baghdad and coming back to Israel, many of the Jews did not leave Baghdad. They stayed in Baghdad. Baghdad had become home to them. In the same situation is they have never forgotten that this land is something where they had plans to make a nation state, that they paid money, that they helped organize a movement of nationalism, of Zionism, not only for these Ruthenians to have their own state, and they rebelled in Poland, and then they rebelled in the USSR, and they sided with the Nazi Germans because they were nationalists themselves. They financed these people that became the Nazis that we know of today, that turned on them in Ukraine. They financed their organization and their movement early on. They created Frankenstein's monster, and it turned on them. And then we now have a situation where we talked about, and I'm going to stop sharing Space Shot, because you talked about the Muslim Brotherhood. And the Muslim Brotherhood is now Hamas. They financed and helped create Hamas. And now Frankenstein's monster has reared its head again. But for what purpose? Why is Israel saved for last? And that's the story that you guys are charged with for our lives here now on this planet. How are we as humanity going to achieve unity in such a divided, easily divided by religious dogma? And what if it's all based on a lie? I'm out.
You can't handle the truth.
Yeah, Doc, they just put out a statement here. 1 million evacuations northern Gaza here in the next 24 hours. They're going to try to move these people.
Yes, they are.
For
now,
Israel says they're going in.
Who's gonna take them? Where are they gonna move them?
Well, Egypt's the only place to go, or else they're in the water. That's it.
Well,
Egypt won't take them.
Israel told the UN to evacuate all the Palestinians north of this thing, and any UN peacekeepers or personnel that you have there, you need to move them yet 24 hours, is what they said.
Yep, because you now have Jordan has gone in with aid. They've packaged up a lot of aid, and they're going to try to take aid to these people. This is a bad situation. How do we get unity? How can you go tell somebody that grew up believing that Allah is God, and the God Allah is different than the Jewish God, that is different than the Christian God? How do you tell somebody that, oh, well, you know, the Jews kind of made it up. They weren't Jews. They were a bunch of priests. And, oh, Christians, oh, well, they stole that religion from the Jews because it was destroying the Roman Empire. And a guy by the name of Marcus Arius Piso, he was a bastard. He did some really bad stuff, and he wrote this whole history 100 years after it supposedly happened. He came out there and he convinced all the people that Christianity was real. How do you tell somebody that without them thinking you're absolutely crazy? And that it's all a lie, and that all these murders and all this death is based on lies that is constantly manipulated and used to move us, adjust us like pieces on a playing board.
I got a question, Ardoc. So you were using the word programs for a while. So I looked that up and it said basically riots to expel people from countries. Now you were saying, oh, well, they didn't have a home and they got kicked out of this, they moved to this place. They just got kicked out of this place. You're making it sound like there was no reason for them to be getting kicked out. Now, is this the idea of was it the Khazarian? Who was it exactly? I know there was a group of people that were specifically kicked out of many different countries, essentially for drinking blood, right? Blood drinking and bloodlust or whatever.
A lot of you have so many stories. Some of them were made up to cause problems. So and so was a Jew, and he was seen, staying next to the body of so and so, and the magistrate was brought before the magistrate, and it was concluded that he was, drinking the blood of this. You got all these stupid stories from the Middle Ages and onward, and they were used to, burn people out of their homes, steal their possessions, do horrible crimes against people. And it wasn't just Jews that this was done to, it was any kind of minority. Okay, it was even Christians, sects of Christianity and deists and all kinds of people throughout this period of time. Even Catholics did this to other Catholics in other nation states. The crimes of humans selfishly using another person's differences, language, culture, whatever, to ostracize them, to kill them, to take away from them something that they have, it's just humanity.
Well, here we have a post. Hulk had put this out October 9th. I just retweeted it or re-X'd it or whatever you want to say, saying Iran Obama administration connection. And Hulk's post says, remember Valerie Jarrett, Huma Abedin, Lisa Page, Peter Strzok, John Brennan, all tied to Iran, #Muslim Brotherhood, list of in the news now names with known ties to Islam. I think this was 2018, if I'm not mistaken. Hulk can correct me on that.
That was Israel. Not Islam.
Okay. All
Israel.
right. Yeah. Sorry. These ones are dual citizenship with Israel. I believe this was 2018. And we also know John Kerry's daughter, right? Married an Iranian guy as well. All sorts of connections. So I find it interesting, Ardoc, or Tron or Hulk, but I find it very interesting that, you even have Bibi Netanyahu talking about, historically, the United States is about 80-85% behind Israel. They support us 80-85%. But then you have this other faction in the group there, the Obama and now the Biden administration, who are clearly buddying up with Iran, right? They're releasing this money, this $6 billion and this $1.8 billion in cash, and sending helicopters to drop off some more cash to us another area. I find it very interesting of how are they gonna be butting heads at all in there? You know what I mean? It's gonna be very interesting to watch.
That's the thing. We created both sides of this coin, and we let events do what they do. When does a drip become a waterfall, Tron? Okay, you let it drip long enough, and eventually it will become a waterfall. Okay, and so drip, 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 drip. Over time, you set things in motion, and this is how Hegelian dialectic works. This is the mafia writ large. You give. We know, because we have conditioned the Iranian peoples since the time of the Shah to be, against Israel, to be against, but the Shah and that time before that was very pro Britain, pro this. Well, was he a puppet? Yeah, maybe, but there was also some positive things culturally that benefited the region. And it was in our best interest to destabilize Iran post-World War II, okay, to create what we wanted to create. Remember, there's a plan that they're following. And this plan is something that they are carefully nurturing and constantly nudging along, and thousands of different variables being moved by this arm or that arm of the Kraken, okay? And you don't have to control somebody and say, okay, here's the plan, guys, write it all down, and I want you to execute this tomorrow. No, you just have to say, oh, I'm gonna leave this book of matches laying on the table. The fact that you already got gasoline is something I know, and that you got a propensity that you're going to light a match and do something with the gasoline, and that I did some things to make this other person across the street piss you off, hurt you, hurt your family, do something. And so you got matches, you got gasoline. Well, if you go burn this person's house down and murder him, did I do that? Oh, yes. I propitiated that. I helped migrate that along. Can you prove it? No. That's what we're experts in doing. Our intelligence community, we are experts in making those things happen. Very complicated Hegelian dialectics. And we learned it from experts. Let's just put it that way.
Interesting. And you guys remember the whole Michelle Bachmann deal there back in the day? She was trying to warn everybody of the Muslim Brotherhood, and they basically laughed at her. And she was talking about what was in the drops, talking about Huma Abedin, etc., things like that. And remember in the drops we were talking about what is Huma, and then who is Huma? What was the Harvard alumni something or other? Yada yada yada. But the Muslims in general. But let me see. I think I got a little thing here. This is funny because this is an 11
you got
11-year-old.
something about Peter Strzok's dad. I think were you the one that dropped that? Or was that Tron that dropped that?
That was me.
That was you. That's a very good.
That was over at Tip Secret. If you want to grab it, it talks about his dad. There's one small little clip, and I had Jake Sullivan's dad. That's what it was.
All right, let me pop that in. Let me play this quick. It's 1 minute here. But remember, this is 11 years ago, guys. 11.
Michelle Bachmann angling for the 2012 Joseph McCarthy Person Award. Despite rising condemnation from within her own party ranks, the Minnesota Congresswoman and Tea Party darling is not backing down from her claim that longtime Hillary Clinton aide Huma Abedin may be part of a conspiracy by the radical Muslim Brotherhood to infiltrate the U.S. government. Bachmann's former campaign manager, Ed Rollins, has called her latest stand downright vicious. And Senator John McCain took to the Senate floor to denounce what he called degrading and baseless attacks against Abedin. Bachmann and 4 other Republicans in Congress have called on federal agencies to investigate a possible conspiracy involving the Muslim Brotherhood, noting that members of Abedin's family have ties to the radical organization. Abedin, a Muslim American who is married to the disgraced former Democratic Congressman Anthony Weiner, has worked for Hillary Clinton for over 15 years, which in the mind of Michelle Bachmann qualifies as probable cause, but is apparently a bridge too far for even Fox News diehards.
Want more politics? We've got it all.
She was right on the money, and I forgot she was running or trying to run anyway, but that is she was ridiculed and she was laughed off. But interesting, who came to her aid? We don't say his name, McStain, who was gone in 30 days exactly. Interesting.
I was looking for that deal, Hulk. I couldn't find it.
Let me go pull it up here. I did see it.
What's his name there?
I did find the Rothschild clip talking about Dolly. Yeah, that's a fascinating dig if people want to dig down that Dolly and her involvement in creating.
Let's see. Right here, it's up there. It says Blinken's grandfather was born in 1900 in Kiev, Ukraine, and the U.S. Army and was in the U.S. Army in 1918. There was a pogrom. Is that how you said it? In Kiev in 1905 and other Ukrainian towns. It was Ukraine that Blinken forebears fled from. Wisely, the West Ukraine was also located in a brutal Holocaust by Nazi collaborators. Is that what you were referencing?
No. But drop that. Okay, that's right really that's important. I did not know that about. I knew Sullivan's daddy. Blinken's dad was very.
We got that in the bottom of the secret.
Okay, it's the bottom. Okay, there it is. Climate audit status. Wow.
On the screen. Okay. Blinken's grandfather, born in 1900 in Kiev, Ukraine, and in U.S. Army in 1918. There was a pogrom in Kiev in 1905 and other
That's what he just
Ukrainian
read.
towns. Oh, it was Ukraine that Blinken forebears fled from. Wisely, West Ukraine was also a location of brutal Holocaust by Nazi collaborators. Huh.
So that explains a lot, because Blinken's dad was so his grandfather, who's this talking about, his son ends up becoming our ambassador to Hungary, and he helps negotiate the what is known as the Budapest agreements that everybody's talked about. They were the U.S., the U.K., and the Soviet Union agreed for Kazakhstan, Ukraine, and Belarus to separate from the Soviet Union, become independent republics, under the condition that, one, sovereignty would be guaranteed. None of these participants in the agreement would try to step onto the sovereignty of these republics. And of course, we did a coup in Ukraine. Then we tried to do a coup in Belarus, and we tried to do a coup in Kazakhstan, right 1 month before the invasion, or the re-invasion, I should say. So the fact that Blinken's got a tie to Ukraine, now you can understand how deeply invested he is into this Ukrainian situation. It is a nationalism that is part of the Jewish identity, part of this Germanic identity. It is there, and it goes back hundreds of years.
Wait, then why are the Republicans the Nazis?
Because they make them, up is down, left is right, projection, exactly. But then they also create the KKK, and this is where Albert Pike comes into play, which I don't want to go down the path of his 1871 letters to Mazzini, whether they're real or not real. But Albert Pike and his involvement in creating the Ku Klux Klan, and then we've had posts, and we've been led to understand that, Soros, he doesn't care. He will go in to create left or right leaning chaos to achieve whatever needs to be achieved. He'll create both. He'll create both the left and the right. L and R is irrelevant. Republicans, Democrats, doesn't matter. They are means to an end to achieve an outcome, and that's what Alinsky talks about as the Hegelian dialectic.
Damn good at it, aren't they? Hiding in the shadows. How much longer can they? But again, it comes back to that cornered animal. When does it attack? And it seems like we're setting ourselves up, and everybody's feeling what they think is going to be happening. I don't think anybody who's listening to this show would be surprised if anything they see happen in the next year.
So what is going to happen? What do we think is going to happen? And maybe that's where it takes. I mean, right now, if you're not aware, Ukraine they got funded $200 million the other day from the United States. They got some anti-air defense missiles and a little bit of stuff. $200 million it ain't going to last but a couple weeks. Yeah, it's nothing. The European Union, the meeting in Granada in Spain, where all the EU guys were together, and Joseph Borrell and Zelensky was there. Zelensky was not happy because Borrell basically said, if the USA cannot, give you this money, then, we certainly can't take that gap and for ourselves. And, they gave him a little bit of money. Meanwhile, what has happened? Well, Russia's gone on the offensive. Major offensive in the last 2 days, 3 days, maybe, in Avdiivka. This major, which is where we have NATO officers in underground bunkers in Avdiivka, which is right within a few kilometers of Donetsk city center. That's been kind of the last stand, if you will, of this hardest bunkered area of the Ukrainian military. And the Russians came in to the north and came in from the south and came in straight on, and major bombardments, complete control of the artillery, complete control of the air. And we're talking one group here with 50 tanks, one group here with 20 tanks, another group here with another 20 tanks, just coming in and making a massive deal. Did you hear about it in the news? Did any of you hear about it in the news? No.
Nope.
Because they will not report that. At the same time, north towards Le Mans direction and another direction, the Russians went on and pushed offensively. And south of there, near Pervomaisky, they also made some flanking maneuvers to push out. Massive deployments of weapons. Matter of fact, one of the analysts joked, and he said, he's like, Russians, who would have known? Putin, gave every Russian their own personal tank. That's a joke, of course, and maybe hey, dear, where's the Lada? I don't know. I traded it in for a tank. Everybody gets a tank. For Christmas, we're getting machine guns and drones, and everybody gets a new tank. I mean, it's a joke, but that's how much Russia has really created their economy to respond to this and be ready for this. And we just had a commentary from the former commander in the Space Force that you posted earlier today, Hulk or Space Shot, one of you guys.
Well, yeah, he was doing a live stream. Yep.
Yeah, and they basically said, well, yeah, the U.S. has got the biggest and best, baddest, space military combined forces when you look at it as each individual nation. But when you put Russia and China together and what they're doing together, no, we don't compare. That is the reality. We have pissed away our strategic. There it is.
I'll drop the link so people
somewhere.
can watch after we're done here. You guys can take a look. The former Space Force commander exposes what's really going on. They talk a little bit about UFOs and stuff. So it was interesting.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, Ukraine is going to be. They need $6 billion a month, I think, or is it a quarter? No, I'm not kidding. In order to run their economy, they will run out of money. And the government programs paying their civil servants, all their police that are rounding up people, all their commissars, they're trying to recruit people, and the corruption issues that are going on there with the commissars, really running little concentration camps for people they pick up off the streets, and they beat them if they don't go in, to the military voluntarily, and they keep them as little prisoners, undocumented prisoners. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy what's going on there. And his government's going to fall apart. It could fall apart because of the money situation and corruption literally eating itself from within. Arestovich actually came out today and started to beat on Zelensky and Yermak. Meanwhile, the Russians, they're not going to stop. They have no incentive to negotiate, and they're pushing ahead, and they're going to do what they need to do to create a security buffer. And it's interesting. A lot of people in Ukraine and Russian analysts are making the comparison of Israel's bombardment of Gaza, where they've actually just flattened these civilian areas. I mean, if you've seen these pictures, they're horrendous. The just in 2 days of bombing, and you compare that to what the Russians were doing with their missile strikes, very precise missile strikes. Now, places like Mariupol and places like no, well, not Avdiivka, but Ugledar. Ugledar is a perfect example. These places are flattened, but people haven't lived in this area of Ugledar or Pesky. Pesky was another one. Just absolutely flattened but that's after months and months and months of trying to make sure that nobody on either side has a place to hide. Little tiny villages like Robotnia has been flattened, but that's like a 5-street village, okay, with not more than 500 people living in there. You're talking about millions of people packed into very tight urban quarters, and you flatten entire blocks. And people are making that comparison and going, Go ahead.
Interesting. Well, I wanted to kind of go through a couple things that are around here. I don't know who dropped this earlier, if it was you, Tron, or Ardoc with the oh crap, was it Jess Staley getting charged with the with the Epstein stuff. There it is. That was, oh, sorry, it was me. I had dropped it. Let me pop this up on the screen. So yeah, ex-Barclays, Barclays boss Jess Staley is fined 1.8 million and banned from Citi over Epstein scandal. This is earlier, what, today or yesterday? Today is the 12th. Yeah, so earlier today. Fined and banned from the city after recklessly misleading the watchdog about his relationship with Epstein. FCA said Mr. Staley approved a letter sent by Barclays to the regulator, which claimed the bank's former boss did not have a close relationship with Epstein, who killed himself in a prison in 2019. In reality, Mr. Staley had described the pedophile financier in emails as one of his deepest and most cherished friends. Barclays said that following the FCA's decision, it had decided Mr. Staley was ineligible for or would forfeit bonuses and share awards totaling 17.8 million euro. It had already
Pounds.
suspended. Oh, is that pounds?
Pound sterling. Yeah.
All right. Mr. Staley already suspended all Mr. Staley's deferred bonuses and long-term share awards while the watchdog invested. Oh man, he looks a little bit like
all crashed out of Zoom.
He must have, and then as soon as he just called, my Streamlabs just crashed. So let me call him back here. Invite Hulk. There you go. Bada bang. Nobody's watching the bottom of the chat apparently. Did he type a message? Waiting. Here we go.
There it is.
He's on Wi-Fi, I think. That's why he's not streaming today, because he doesn't have a. Yeah, it's probably Wi-Fi.
Hulkinator, are you back?
Yeah, I have no idea why
There he
Zoom's
is.
crashing, because I thought it was all my internet, and I'm like, oh crap, dude, our doc stopped talking, and I'm like, hello, and the chat's like, no, we hear you, we don't hear our doc. I'm all shit, Zoom crashed again, just like it did on Country. Sorry about that, guys.
Did Zoom crash? Because I did stop talking.
I think everybody.
No, Zoom crashed for me. Country was having an issue with the same thing.
Gotcha. That's okay.
Gotcha.
You can rewatch Space Shots show.
Well, let's see.
Hey, what about Elon Musk? The Elon Musk thing. So that talked about the FCA, which is the Financial Conduct Authority or whatever the hell they're called. But then Elon Musk had some issues with Twitter and another European watchdog group that was created, which I can't remember the abbreviations, like
Was that the
FSA
EU one that they're going after him because he's not
Yes.
censoring enough?
Yeah.
And
This
they're going to go after him financially.
Well, this Thierry, she's a bureaucrat from hell. She's a Karen with this bureaucratic empire, National Socialist power behind her. She's a nut job. If you look at the Elon Musk tweets back and forth between her and him, it's awesome. He responds to her, and then she goes off, and you know damn well what we're talking about here, blah 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 blah. And then now, Space Shot, you said that you were having trouble uploading certain things. Well, I think Twitter has had to crack down on some of the Islamic viewpoints.
Oh yeah.
And posts that are going on.
I notice it's not video related. It is going to be keyword related, and you're posting a video at the same time, because I had the same issue of trying to post something with the certain wordage I want. It wouldn't take it. I had to take hashtags or some words out, and the same video went up. Just think about that.
Yeah, this one right here, I tried to upload 4 times. I put 1917 to 2014 Arab versus Jew land or something like that, and it was like, oh, sorry, can't go to drafts. Okay, and I'm like, all right, and then I put the same thing. Then I put A's versus J's land, and then it was like, nope, and then I changed it else to something. I was just like pointing down at it, and it was like, nope, sorry. So then I had to put the 2 screenshots of. You know, the first screenshot here was showing 97% Arabs, and look at right there. That's where the Jews were, right there. A couple little spots here, and then at the end, oh snap! Yep, encroachment, 15-yard penalty. Encroachment.
Well, they're interestingly, in Germany, it is against the law to verbally state in public a denial of the Holocaust. It's an absolute. It's you can be arrested and fined and put in jail for going out there and actually saying things like that in public. Believe it or not.
That's a documentary I wish I could find. If Mark the Canadian is watching, this dude can find anything, dude. And he found me a copy of the Vaxxed movies, one they had for sale on YouTube or whatever. But if he can find this one, Mark, if you happen to be listening and you can find the video where I don't even know what the name is. That's the problem. But it was all about them going back to Auschwitz, and what was the other main one there? Where they went and tested things, right? They took bricks out of the wall. They were looking for Cyclone B. They said it would basically leave a big blue stain on it. Even 100 years later, they said it should be blue stains all over the walls. And they showed reasons why they didn't believe that anything was done there, because one of the things was grommets, like rubber grommets in the light fixtures. They said that Cyclone B was highly explosive, and if you didn't have a glass around your light with rubber grommets, then the gas could get in there. It would blow up the whole place, like probably on the first go around. So their result was there was no Cyclone B found in Auschwitz, and I forgot what the other major one was there, but
Dachau.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it was, but the guy and the guy's name, it wasn't Jack Kevorkian. This guy was a specialist as far as I guess Kevorkian is too, but this guy was a penal system expert. The guy worked for prisons all his life, and his specialty was putting people to death. So, and his nickname was Dr. Death. So I don't know if anybody can find that documentary. I know Mark could, but if I could give him the name, it would sure help, I'm sure.
Interesting. I'll take a look for it. I mean, here's the thing. I mean, were people killed? Absolutely. Lots of people were killed. Lots of people were killed. Were Jews killed? Yes, lots of Jews were killed. To deny that there was a Holocaust is absolutely the wrong avenue to go to. The question is who got killed and who didn't. Horthy made deals with Hitler until the very end to protect certain people, certain populations, and go after other populations. And even before this, even before all this, there was Aliyah made into and out of Islamic held territories, of which this land that you show on this map here that we call Israel today was held by Egypt and it was a British protectorate after Egypt. And why Egypt fell apart and the whole story of Lawrence of Arabia and all this stuff, and the Great Pasha, there's a whole history there as well that we don't have time to get into, of how we made this land come under British crown lands and took it away from them, our Anglo-Saxon heritage. This world is not as we think it is. And what we see happening with Wag the Dog in Ukraine, we're seeing happen in Israel. Wag the Dog Israel. And there are people that are so angry, they're so willing to jump up and kill somebody because somebody was stupid enough to jump up and kill somebody. And then the ripples, they start the ripples and they watch the ripples crash into each other, and they're throwing multiple rocks in a pond, all controlled by them, and watching these ripples crash together. And so my question to the panel and to the chat is, if you know this, how do we stop this disunity? How do we get back to divine unity?
Well, that's a societal change that we've already seen them take away, that respect your elders, that God-fearing what's right and what's wrong, and not falling into that selflessness that can't be flipped on with a light switch that is inbred from you when you were a kid. You got your ass beat, you paid attention. I mean, that's the way it worked for me. And if you don't get that, you get the result of the society that we're seeing today, and propagated through the schools, and then goes downhill society, like a Sodom or Gomorrah type thing, right at the edge of that end of Rome when women start dressing like men and men start dressing like women, cats and dogs sleeping together. I mean, the end of the world, Ghostbusters, let's go.
That's why I played the Gozar, the Gozerian. Now, Gozar is not Kozar, is not Kazaria, but I thought that was a funny reference. Gozar, the Gozerian, and Ghostbusters.
11:15, guys. Final thoughts? Anything else we need to make sure we blast out?
I am live currently right now on Twitch and D Live while Dardoc was talking. I disconnected the short cable and ran it around the room, so it's not fully installed. That's enough for internet to stream and testing. And we're currently live on YouTube and D Live. And
okay, we're going to go ahead and stop that now because it's pretty much everybody just giving their final comments and bullshitting back and forth. Not saying that they're full of shit. I'm just saying that they're bullshitting or having chat back and forth and talking about chat and stuff like that. So I want to get us back to onto more information. But I thought that this was a really good episode to present to you guys because it really goes into the Reformation of so many countries because of the Khazarian Jews, and the Ashkenazis. So it gives you a real good breakdown with factual information and reference points. You saw everything that they looked up. You can look up those same things and then follow the path. Making it easier for you to be able to approach others and lay that information out for them and give them factual data that is capable of getting people to begin a really good dialogue. And at the same, there you go. Josef Mengele, Dr. Death. Yep. It's pretty big. Okay. All right. So up next, we got a interview that was done this morning with X22 and what's her name? Caroline Wren. So let's go ahead and jump into this. Here we go.
Let's talk about being prepared. Leaders of the World Economic Forum anticipate a cyber catastrophe for 2023. Between emboldening cyber criminals and ransomware as a service thriving, the threat of cyber attack on U.S. soil is getting worse. In fact, 86% of business leaders and 93% of cyber leaders believe we're headed to a catastrophic cyber event soon, most likely one that attacks and shuts down the power grid, potentially leaving the U.S. in a modern-day dark age for months. This is why tens of thousands of people are preparing for the worst with the Lightbug. The Lightbug is an ultra-bright, mini portable floodlight built for life-threatening power outages that you can take with you anywhere. This savvy solution to blackouts is so effective because it uses solar power instead of traditional energy, making it excellent in low or no light situations, including emergencies, cart repairs, fishing, camping, night markets, and many others. It also includes life-saving features like a built-in power bank for charging, an adjustable bracket, battery indicator, and more. The best part is that Lightbug is 66% off for the rest of this month or until they sell out, whichever comes first. Plus, you'll also receive several additional gifts free with every order for a limited time, including express shipping, 100% lifetime guaranteed replacement. Get yours now by going to lightbug.com. That's lightbug.com. Hi, and welcome to the X22 Report Spotlight. Today we have a new guest, Caroline Wren. Caroline served as the National Finance Advisor to Trump Victory Finance Committee and National Finance Consultant for Trump Victory, the Joint Fundraising Committee for Trump for President, and the Republican National Committee. Caroline is an advisor to Kerry Lake, Matt Gaetz, and Matt Rosendale. And I am very happy and honored to have Caroline on the X22 Report Spotlight. Caroline, welcome to the Spotlight.
Thank you for having me.
Hey, thanks for being here. And let's just start off. I mean, I read a little bit about your bio, but just tell people how you got into this, why you decided to get into this, and what you've been doing lately.
Sure. I got into this. I didn't grow up in that political of a family, but I went to Auburn University. I grew up in Austin, Texas, but Auburn was home to the Ludwig von Mises School of Economics. And I was interested in Austrian economics at that time. And while I was in school, I kind of realized that I didn't want to become an economist. I actually liked more, though, how the theories could be implemented through politics. And so I started to just get involved on campus and go to meetings. And at that time, John McCain was running for president. And so I actually got involved with his campaign and was offered an internship. This was in 2008. And at the end of the internship on the McCain campaign, they said, don't go back to school. And they hired me. And they just randomly put me in fundraising when I was assigned as an intern. And so I was the assistant to the finance director on the McCain presidential campaign. And then from there, I went back to school to finish, but I worked on a bunch of different campaigns. Finished school and moved to DC, and I've done political fundraising ever since. Now I've kind of evolved a little bit, though, into more of just a general consultant and help with other things other than just fundraising. But fundraising has really been my main focus in politics over the last 15 years.
Okay, so since you've been in politics for a long period of time, let me ask you a question. We're having this whole thing with the Speaker of the House, Matt Gaetz. Right. You're an advisor to Matt Gaetz. He decided, okay, we had enough with McCarthy. He didn't go along with the deals that they made. Right. He didn't follow through. So what do you think is happening with the Speaker of the House right now? And do you think they're going to have a temporary speaker? Do you think Jim Jordan's going to come into the position of speaker? What's your take on this?
My take is I've been actually in a bit of a war, I guess, with the consultant culture and the DC culture, especially in the Republican Party, I think is so out of step with where the base is, the people out in the actual country. When I'm traveling, I don't live in DC anymore. I got out of there. I live in Florida. And so I'm usually in anywhere between like 5 to 7 states a month, traveling with various clients or candidates. And what I hear is such frustration among Republicans, conservatives about their leadership in Washington, D.C. And so when the speaker battle started to come up, and Kevin McCarthy, I know him well. If I used to consider him a friend. However, there were promises made that conservatives did in January that I thought were very important promises. They're promises that have to do with, single issue appropriation bills that break this culture of just passing one large budget with a ton of pork and all this different stuff in it. I thought it was a wonderful thing. I love that he agreed to it, but we are 9 months out and he was in breach of that contract. And so Matt Rosendale and Matt Gaetz are both 2 of the 8 members that voted against Kevin McCarthy. And they're both, I do fundraising for both of them. And so I think they were both, I was talking with both of them, and it was a scary thing to go up. I mean, in DC, it was like, we are like, they're evil. How dare you? But I kept just reinforcing that out in the states and in their districts, people agree with this. And so it was so amazing just to watch like the hateful comments and text messages and calls. I was getting tons of them too. But really, I mean, Matt, they were so brave and they fought for what I think the majority of Americans want. And Washington, D.C., and even like Newt Gingrich and the Fox News hosts all made it sound like these 8 rogue actors just teamed up with the Democrats to screw over the Republican Party. Well, a poll came out. It was a Politico story. I think it was NBC or ABC that showed that 58% of conservatives agreed with a change in leadership. And in fact, I think it was 64% of all Americans did. So what those 8 people did was actually fight for the will of the people and their constituents and not the will of DC. But what this is all driven by, and this is where, and I'm no longer a very good fundraiser, I would argue, because I'm so kind of against money in politics, but it all comes down to the PAC money and special interests. Now, Matt Gaetz, for example, does not accept PAC money. That is why Matt Gaetz was so lethal in all of this, because when you're in Washington, D.C., and votes like this come up, these members of Congress get like hundreds of calls and people in their office from these special interest lobbyists who say, hey, the world's going to end if you don't vote for funding on name whatever it is. And, if it has to do with the Ukraine war, well, it's the lobbyists for Boeing and Lockheed Martin and others. And so these lobbyists just are all around. They're having dinner with all these members every night. They're saying my trade association back in the state says they'll all not vote for you. And these members of Congress just cave every single time. And Matt Gaetz was just so laser focused and able to hold the line because he does not accept PAC money. He does not go to these cocktail parties in DC. And Matt Rosendale is similar. And that is the key. And the whole problem and root of our politics, I believe, has to do with the money in politics. So I actually took some flack. I hosted a Zoom meeting with Matt Rosendale and Matt Gaetz, and I invited individual donors. Individual donors are people that I consider who are not tied to any certain of special interest. They give because they ideologically want to support candidates that match their ideological beliefs. And so talked to those donors and said, look, if you have donated to, at one point there was 20 members who were standing up against the CR. That was what had really started all of this, was fighting the CR. And I said, if you've donated to those 20 members before, can you text them and just say thank you? Thank you for standing up. And then if you see someone that you've never given to before and you support what they are fighting for in DC, send them a donation and make sure to have a purpose behind your donation and tell them, this is why I'm doing it. I'm seeing you fighting and I want to stand alongside you. Alternatively, if someone that you've donated to is saying that they're going to continue the same failed, financial ruin and support these ridiculous budgets, you should voice your opinion to them as well. You have been an investor in them. And so I'm trying to teach donors that they should have more of a purpose behind their donations. They should communicate why they are donating or why they aren't donating to these people. And this is outside of the special interest in lobbyists, and because it is that is really where all this is driven.
So do you see like a split right now between like Matt Gaetz and Matt Rosendale, where they're taking individual amounts of money from different people, actual people in this country, compared to the establishment Republicans? Are we seeing a split right now?
It's a huge split. And in fact, Garrett Graves is a congressman, was kind of McCarthy's lead whip, went on the House floor just ripping Matt Gaetz. How dare you? Because you sent a fundraising text message or email saying, I'm standing up against Washington, D.C. Donate $25 to stand with me today.
Okay, so I got to tell you, all right, now this is something for me, and you guys can voice whether you agree with my assessment here. Is the only thing I hate about interviews like this is when it goes from the person asking the question having an image there, right, and the person who's answering the question, you see how the screen switches back and forth, right? Okay. So when that happens is you don't actually get to see the reaction of the person as the question's coming to them. You know what I mean? It's like sometimes I want to see the reaction, the facial expression, the raising of the eyebrows, the tightening of the cheeks, the smile that comes, because they have something to add because of that question, and I want to see that reaction as the question comes. That's the only thing I don't like about interviews like this is when it's a solo image that goes up there. I really like it when you have the person asking the question and the person who's going to answer that question, and you get to see their expressions, and you get to see their reaction, whether they're irritated with the question, or they're excited by the question, or they dread the question. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes any sense to you guys or not, but I just had to stop this and say that real quick.
You're great saying, how dare you fundraise off of this? I'm seeing myself, these are all the same members that tonight are going to be at Joe Stonecrab with all of these lobbyists, palling around with them. That is fundraising. It is, for me, a bunch of people want to crowdsource and give $25, $50, $100, $3,300 is the legal maximum a person can give to someone who is standing up and fighting for them in Washington, D.C. is a good thing. In fact, I think it is much better than taking a $5,000 PAC check from Pfizer. And so Matt Gaetz and Matt Rosendale are, they're doing a great job with what I call grassroots fundraising, which is people standing up around this country who want to proactively go online and say, I stand with you, and I'm going to send, for some people, a big amount of money is $25. Others are able to give a little bit more, but really just whatever people are willing to give, then I think that is very important. And that is the type of grassroots style fundraising that those two are really focused on.
So for the next speaker, right now, I guess they have the temporary speaker, McHenry right now. Who do you see coming in as speaker? Because right now we have the whole thing going on with Israel. And to me personally, that looks like they're saying, okay, we need like Kevin McCarthy back. We need
Right.
someone that can handle the amount of money that we need to fight these wars like Ukraine. So do you think they're using what's happening out in Israel to try to shift everything back to like a McCarthy or back to the establishment?
Of course they are. Like there were so many of these members of Congress and consultants tweeting over the weekend of like, this is exactly what happens when these 8 idiots out McCarthy. I'm thinking to myself, you think Hamas is following the speaker back? Like, I'm sorry, Hamas didn't wake up and decide on the anniversary of the Yom Kippur, the 50-year anniversary of the Yom Kippur War, say, oh, we've got an opening now that Kevin McCarthy isn't in. Like, give me a freaking break. Not to mention the Senate is out of session. So let's even say the House did come together to pass some sort of emergency funding bill, which wouldn't be necessary because they've already passed the bill to fund the aid that is needed in Israel anyway. But let's just imagine their premise is true. The Senate wasn't even called in, so a bill couldn't even have passed. So the whole premise was ridiculous. It is a ridiculous talking point, and they're absolutely using that. Now, the speaker's vote is actually a secret ballot, so it makes it really confusing and no one really knows. I think that Jim Jordan and Scalise are tied right now, I would say. I'm not sure which one of them is going to end up getting it. There was a third, Congressman Hearn, who was in, and he's now dropped out. Obviously, President Trump has endorsed Jim Jordan. And so, for me, I'm not seeing from either of them. I would like to see both commit to the same sort of financial standards that Matt Gaetz had laid out in January and the other conservative House Freedom Caucus members. And so, for me, I'm still kind of sitting back and watching. I want to hear commitments from, either of the candidates truly to fiscal responsibility and to be a real strong leader in the House. The vote's going to happen, I think, here in the next couple of days. So probably tomorrow. And I don't know. I truly don't know what the result will be. But there isn't. I don't think McCarthy has it. There's still 5 holdouts on McCarthy. So unless the Democrats cross over, which I don't think they will. I don't think it will be him coming back. He's trying to make a play and have his name floated out there. It could be someone that is not in those two. If no one can get to that 218 number, then you could see someone else kind of come and squeeze in. But for right now, I think that Jordan seems to have more of the support of the conservative members of Congress that I really like. So that is where I guess I'm leaning. But right now I'm just watching and waiting. And I think the exercise that happened was very good that happened. Not because I wanted, to hurt Kevin McCarthy or others did or want to see him go down, but because it is people stepping up absent of these lobbyists and others and saying, no, we do not want our leadership to continue to pass ridiculous budgets and spending bills that are going to bring my children and my grandchildren into financial ruin. And I think there was just a lot of frustration around the country with Kevin McCarthy, in the same way there's frustration with leadership across the Republican board. I think that McConnell, McCarthy, and McDaniel, Ronna McDaniel, the head of the RNC, I don't think they're very popular among the Republican base. And I think that it takes brave leaders to actually call that out and vocalize that.
So don't we also have to do this with the Senate? Because let's say we get Jim Jordan as the speaker. I'm just throwing his name out there. We have a problem with the Senate. So even if we have
that, Kevin, that is a very interesting take. Now, Kevin's over on Facebook, so he's not going to see your guys' chat or anything. But Nunes would be a very good insert of speaker, okay, because of everything that he's been doing with Trump, especially with Truth Social, okay, and the fact that he used to be the head of the Intelligence Committee, okay, knowing basically, for instance, the Adam Schiff mafioso type narrative that was laid out for us by Adam Schiff, in regards to Trump's impeachment and stuff. That is, I find that a very interesting idea there. That would be that could be where slipping one in would be very beneficial to both Trump and the party, as we the people's side of the party. Yeah, we haven't, guys, if you think about it, back when I first started podcasting with you guys, Nunes was we had videos of Nunes probably 6-7 times a week in 12 to 14 shows per week. Okay. So this could be a very, very interesting vote if, if it's, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that would be, that could be, yeah, I'm gonna have to dwell on that for a little bit because I'm thinking about how the narrative could actually play out with that. And there's a lot of different conceptuals that could go around that. I mean, 100%. Especially where integrity in our November 3rd and November 4th situations, but also on the intelligence side of it. Because that, these guys who get involved with intelligence, they have access to that intelligence pretty much for the rest of their lives. Okay. Gates is actually trying to bring that to an end. Okay. That once you're out of the job, you're out of the job. Okay. And this is where, I have a hard time watching Jaco and stuff like that because of the fact the guy was CIA. Once CIA, always CIA. Okay. And that communication, there's never a severance from that organization up until the time that you die. And then maybe just maybe if you get to record something on your deathbed and admit all the things that you did. We've had a couple of them come out and within a very, very short period of time after they come out with their statement, all of a sudden any videos or anything linking any of that is just like purged from the internet. So that they were speaking the truth at the time that they were getting ready to die. And we've had quite a few people who have died in the last couple of years that have dropped some major, major truth bombs, really making you think about a lot of different topics. So, okay. So Kevin, I'm going to counter you with another idea. Shawnee 5 channel, he was thinking Cash Patel. Cash Patel could be a great speaker, especially with all the work that he did, between writing his book, but both on the intelligence side and in, the foundation of the government, bureaucracy, the entire bureaucracy of what Washington, D.C. is. So that could be a very, 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 very interesting thing there. So, okay, I'm going to get back to this video. Here we go.
The House voting for all these things, it still goes to the Senate, and the Senate again it's a Democratic controlled Senate, and everything will be shut down. So don't we have to take this movement and actually start to remove certain individuals in the Senate to get things flowing again? Because if we just have, I'm just using Jim Jordan as the speaker right now, if we have him and they vote on a bill, people are wondering like, okay, how is this going to change anything if we still have the problem now with the Senate?
The Speaker of the House can change a lot because they do determine what bills are going to be brought to the floor. They kind of head up their caucus. They're talking with the Senate. The Senate is a different animal, of course, though. So I do think we need more conservative members in the United States Senate, but frankly, we need a majority. So we need to get to 51. I feel fairly confident that we're going to this cycle. I think that there's no excuse to not pick up West Virginia, Ohio, and Montana. Those are all states that Trump won by 10 points or more that are Democrat members that could, if we win all three, that leads us to 52. I'm actually hopeful that Matt Rosendale, who we talked about, gets into the Senate race in Montana, because what's happening is the establishment is fielding candidates that are just, I consider to be rubber stamps for the same sort of problematic voting records that we see that leads us into these situations. And then on top of that, when you talk about the leadership, I don't know what's going to happen with Mitch McConnell. I certainly appreciate the work that he did on passing different judges. I'm not sure if he is going to be running again for leadership. I guess we'll see. But in the Senate, what's fascinating to me is like a single senator can actually hold up and stop so much. When you get there as a freshman senator, there's not a ton you can do or pass. But the example I use is Tommy Tuberville. I mean, Tommy Tuberville is single-handedly holding up all of these military appointees and jobs because he is rightfully saying, no, you're not going to force these outrageous abortion not restrictions, I guess the opposite, throughout our military. And people are just melting down over it. And he is not backing down whatsoever. He represents the will of the people in Alabama. And again, one senator can hold these things up. I always think back to a time when Rand Paul filibustered for like 3 days, Montenegro joining NATO. And he was very right in doing it. So what army is Montenegro going to send to help the United States? Like, what are we all doing here? So I'm also, outside of just getting the majority, I'm very interested in getting a few really strong conservative senators in there who will be bold and stand up like that, similar to how Tommy Tuberville does, how Rand Paul does, how Mike Lee does. And so Carrie Lake is announcing for the United States Senate today. I can't imagine a more bold or strong candidate that could end up in the United States Senate. And so it's a very interesting race. It's a three-way race, which means Carrie just really needs to hold the base, like 38% of the state, because Kristen Sinema is running as an independent. And then Ruben Gallego, who's a militant leftist member of Congress, is running as a Democrat. And so we really feel strongly that that Sinema is actually polling from, and Gallego are splitting the Democrat vote. Sinema is an independent, but she voted with Joe Biden 96% of the time. So really outside of like crossing over on carried interest rate and filibuster reform, which was a big one that she did, she rubber stamps every policy that Joe Biden's ever done. So Carrie Lake getting in is a big deal. She will be a very dynamic candidate. And I think she will hate the United States Senate. We've talked about this, but the thing is, we are at the end of the rope. Our country is like at the end of its ropes, and we need a Carrie Lake in the United States Senate right now to just shake that place up. And so I am very hopeful for the future for the Senate, and I think we have some very interesting candidates coming in.
So, I mean, you said that the country's at the end of the rope. Do you think people are now seeing what's been going on? I mean, look at the economy. You look at what's happening out in Israel. You see what's happening out in Ukraine. You see the open borders. You think the country now is waking up to, wow, look what we have now in DC. We have Biden, we have Kamala Harris, we have all these other people, and nothing is being done, and the country is going to hell. Do you think the American people now are seeing this and they're saying, enough is enough?
I think they are. I think the American people have been awake for a while now. Certainly the Republican Party base has been very awake, but it is so out of touch with what is happening in Washington, D.C. But the people speaking up and being more vocal has moved mountains. For example, the Ukraine funding, like you were a leper if you stood up against Ukraine funding 9 months ago. You were considered insane if you were a member of the Congress or people like me who have been yelling about this and saying, why are we sending any of this money there? Now you saw, really, I think that a majority of the fight that came down in the House and having to deal with the CR and even with McCarthy had to do with Ukraine funding, because people are watching that we have a wide open border. We have fentanyl pouring in and people are dying at record rates. We have sky high inflation. We have gas prices through the roof. And so why are my tax dollars going to fund this war in Ukraine that we should have no involvement in, and that nobody even understands like why we would be there? And the DC politicians just don't get it. They're so out of touch. In fact, the House may end up actually trying to push, they're trying to push an Israel aid package, but the Democrats are trying to throw in money for Ukraine into that. And it's just like, okay, then they're going to try and get every Republican on record who votes no to say they're evil, they're not supporting Israel, and have AIPAC and everyone attack them. It's like, no, this is how Washington works. They sneak in this type of funding, and we need to be screaming at the top of our lungs about it and saying, absolutely not, we're not doing this. And so I do think people are awake. The Democrats, this is not the Democratic Party of JFK at all, but 38% of the country is pretty just far left. You're seeing what's happening on these college campuses and different things. So they do support what is happening, because a lot of them, I think, just want to see the destruction of Western civilization at this point. I can't really otherwise justify why they could possibly support this administration. But independents and suburban women, that is going to be the key in this election. And they just have to make a choice. Like, do you hate Donald Trump and his mean tweets more than you care about having food on the table and gas in your car and fentanyl out of your schools? And I believe that at this time, Donald Trump is set up better right now than he was in 2020 or 2016, because I do not think that the majority of this country thinks that we are headed in the right direction.
So do you think he's reaching the D's?
I think he is reaching some of the D's, but who's really reaching D's right now is RFK. And so that will be interesting to see what D's leave Biden and Kamala and then potentially go over to RFK, and then with RFK, what does he end up doing with those people? Do those people then end up coming over to Donald Trump? Does he remain as a third party candidate on the ballot in the presidential race? And who does he take from? There's a big discussion happening right now. I don't know the answer to it. Some people are saying he's going to take more from Trump. Others are saying he takes more from Biden. I don't know which school of thought. I think we'll need to get further down the road on it. But I would say RFK is doing a lot to lead Democrats away from Biden. And I think that is a good win, and talking to a subset of the population that others have been ignoring. So I think that's something I'm very much watching closely.
So, I think RFK, he decided to run as an independent now. He decided to move out of the Democratic Party. I think his family now is attacking him, because he's running and they don't like his values. And so do you think the Democratic Party, you think they'll make a move on him to try to remove him? Because, let me just back up a sec. Let's talk about being prepared. Leaders of the World Economic Forum anticipate a cyber catastrophe for 2023. Between emboldening cyber criminals and ransomware as a service thriving, the threat of cyber attack on U.S. soil is getting worse. In fact, 86% of business leaders and 93% of cyber leaders believe we're headed to a catastrophic cyber event soon, most likely one that attacks and shuts down the power grid, potentially leaving the U.S. in a modern-day dark age for months. This is why tens of thousands of people are preparing for the worst with the Lightbug. The Lightbug is an ultra-bright, mini portable floodlight built for life-threatening power outages that you can take with you anywhere. This savvy solution to blackouts is so effective because it uses solar power instead of traditional energy, making it excellent in low or no light situations, including emergencies, cart repairs, fishing, camping, night markets, and many others. It also includes life-saving features like a built-in power bank for charging, an adjustable bracket, battery indicator, and more. The best part is that Lightbug is 66% off for the rest of this month or until they sell out, whichever comes first. Plus, you'll also receive several additional gifts free with every order for a limited time, including express shipping, 100% lifetime guaranteed replacement. Get yours now by going to lightbug.com. That's lightbug.com. You said you don't know if he's going to be taking votes away from Trump or votes away, because I've seen both polls too. And personally, I think the MAGA people, I don't think they would say, hey, you know something? Let me just drop Trump right now. Let me go over to RFK. I don't think they're like that at all. So I personally think that it's going to be more out of the Democratic Party because of what is happening in the country. And as it gets worse and worse and worse, they're going to have to do something with RFK, aren't they?
I think so. I think you're probably right. Like RFK is attracting disenfranchised Democrats.
Yeah.
And so those are people that well, I guess if it's a binary choice, it's Donald Trump or Joe Biden, and you just really didn't like Trump, you're going to Biden. Well, if these Democrats want to vote against Trump, but not for Biden, go to RFK, then I think that those are people that would have voted Biden before. So I do think it actually, I'm leaning more towards it pulling more from him. But also, I just think we're in such a crisis right now in our country as to what direction we're going in. What do we all stand for? So I actually appreciate more voices than less. And I think RFK is talking about a lot of things that nobody else in the race is talking about. And I think that more ideas coming into our country and our politics is a net positive. And so right now I'm watching his campaign because I'm interested in what he's having to say. And ultimately, when we get closer to the election, we'll see how the numbers end up turning out and who it ends up hurting or helping. But right now, I think it is helping the overall discourse of this country to be talking about anything from vaccine mandates to foreign aid and wars and a lot of these different topics that he's boldly willing to talk about.
So do you think Biden will make it to the 2024 election?
I think they desperately want him out. I think that Obama has tried twice and he wouldn't listen. But people forget Biden is an egomaniac, and he has been in the Senate for, I don't know, or in Washington decades, and thinks that he is the greatest thing since sliced bread. And the Democrat Party would love to get him out, but you cannot force him out. And so I think they have tried multiple times. And so I don't know what they do next, because there's also a deep hatred of Kamala in the Democratic Party. And so I think there's people who are nervous that if they are somehow able to get Biden out, that how do you then run against the African-American female vice president? And so there seems to be a lot of turmoil there among their party and a lot of people very nervous. I follow a lot of different focus groups that the Democrats do as well. And like the number one thing that Democrats talk about in their focus group is they are concerned about Biden's age. And so I think that they are greatly concerned about it, but I don't really know how you end up getting him out. And the Democrats also are just, I mean, they are at war with us and with this country, and they are, I think, much smarter tactically than we are. And so I can't imagine that if they do get Biden out, like there's going to be steps in place of exactly the candidate that they want to anoint and just hand the nomination. They will, bend and break the rules to do that. You see, Democrats don't really even have primaries, right? They handpick their successors, and this their powers that be do it. So I don't, I can't imagine that it would just go into some open primary. And we're also kind of passing a date where that could even happen. But they could play funny business with the convention. And so it could be that they're waiting actually to pass these deadlines and then just bringing in Gavin Newsom to have him nominated from the floor. So I don't put it past the Democratic Party at all. And Gavin, I was at the debate in California. It was like 10 days ago. It was a ridiculous debate. All the debates have been a waste of time. But I had to be there for work, and Gavin came into the spin room, and he's good. He's talented. He's not going to be easy to run against. And so I do worry a little bit about it. And he'll have endless amounts of money. So the Michelle Obama thing, I don't buy into as much. I know some people are kind of pushing that theory. I would actually love to run against Michelle Biden. I think there's so many things that we could contrast between the failure of these family dynasties and the Obama failures that led us to the moment that we are in right now in this country. So I think I would much rather run against Michelle than I would Gavin Newsom.
So why don't you buy the Michelle angle on this? Because with Gavin Newsom, I mean, people who are fleeing California right now because of all the policies there, and as he continually enacts more and more of like the Green New Deal policies and destroying corporations and the taxes there, and then high fuel prices and all the other stuff. I mean, we can go on and on with that. He's running a failed state.
Right.
So for him to take that leap into the role of running for president, maybe, they even tried to get rid of him in California. They even tried to get rid of him by having them sign a petition to remove him from office. So for him to take that leap into the presidential race, I don't know if the rest of the country will buy him. And especially if they do get rid of Biden, and then Kamala Harris is, I don't know, sitting there saying, oh, I don't know what to do. And she's just giggling. I don't know. He's going to replace a black woman. And how would that look on the world stage? See, I think they would want to do an even swap of, okay, let's bring in another black woman for a black woman if they get rid of Biden.
Yeah, I still think it's actually kind of hard then to say, Kamala, you can't be it, but Michelle, you can. But why I think Gavin is a dangerous candidate is because I think Gavin is like genuinely like a sociopath. He can stand and look into any camera and just lie through his teeth, and he looks good as he presents these things, and he'll have a lot of the money in the machine behind him. And so I think that we're only competing. The presidential race is basically 7 counties. So like you are just competing against the Democrat machine in those counties. And so we're talking about Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and maybe North Carolina. But really you need, I guess, 3 of those states. And then those states come down to just a couple of the bellwether counties, of which the split on these presidential elections has been anywhere between like 10,000 and 50,000 votes. So really there's about 50,000 to 150,000 voters in this country that will determine who the next president of the United States is. And so maybe Gavin does turn off, and we could run against his record in California all we want, in Alabama, all these other states. However, the machine on the Democratic Party is the most highly organized, lethal, effective machine that I have ever seen. And they pump billions of dollars into these counties to basically just drive up the vote totals to steal, win, whatever you want to say, elections in these swing states. And so with Gavin, I don't really think he would have to answer for his record. I don't think the Democratic Party has to answer for their record because of this machine that they have built in presidential politics that allows them to, like, I believe the Republicans are actually more like 60 to 65% of the country, but it doesn't matter when the Democrats have mastered the art of this turnout game in these certain counties in the swing states. And so that's why I think Gavin would be effective for them, because he is very, very much tied into that machine and that money.
We looked at the election in 2020. We looked at the election in 2022, and people are, sitting there going, okay, I think there's election fraud. There's rigging of the election. If you look at the poll numbers from Rasmussen reports, I think it says 62% of the people believe there was some type of rigging. Same thing in 2022. The poll numbers are continually moving up and up and up, where people are saying, yes, something's not on the up and up with the elections. So moving into 2024, will people have the confidence in the election where if I go ahead and vote, is it going to go to the person that I want? So as we approach 2024, I think this is going to be the biggest struggle right now for people saying, well, is this going to be another rigged election, or is my vote going to be counted this time around? And how do we get around that? Since you're telling me the Democratic Party is so organized and that they've mastered all of this, how do we get around this and how do we overcome this?
We have to get more organized, but I think we have to literally. Luckily Trump is polling outside the margin of fraud right now, because we just have to build that in, because there is actually not a cohesive strategy to fight any of it. I have been screaming about this for 3 years of trying to fix it, but I'm hitting too many walls within the establishment of the Republican Party. So I wish I could tell you with more confidence that I feel like we fixed any of these problems, but the reality is we haven't. And so I'm of the opinion that we need to fight fire with fire, and we need to stop just yelling about election fraud and recognize that a lot of what we view as fraud is actually now signed law in states like Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. And on top of that, these states, all of them now have Democrat governors, Democrat legislatures, Democrat attorney generals, and Democrat secretaries of state. So we can attempt to bring these cases through the courts, and they are going nowhere. So at some point, we have to recognize that we have to play the game that the Democrats are playing. And if these courts are saying, no, this is legal, you can take $500 million of private funding from Mark Zuckerberg and infuse it into counties directly to purchase printers and automatically register the entire county and print ballots and hand deliver all of them. The courts have said that's okay. And so in a couple of states, I believe Georgia and they've banned private funding of public elections, but there's still loopholes there. And so we just need to decide that, are we going to keep just yelling about this, or do we play the game that they play so we can get our folks in office and then we shore up our elections? I think that we should play the game that they play. I mean, Republicans are playing badminton while the Democrats are playing tackle football with knives. And it all stems back to a single meeting. In 2004, the Democrats had lost the House, the Senate, and the presidency. And George Soros called a meeting of the top political consultants in the Democratic Party, and he invited the top 30 Democratic donors. And the donors told these consultants, you just collectively wasted hundreds of millions of our dollars, and we have nothing to show for it. We are done writing you another penny until you come back to us with a plan that involves investing in people, ideas, and institutions that last beyond one election cycle. And so those consultants went back and they all met, and they came back 3 months later and presented to Soros and these donors a twofold plan. One was called Arabella Advisors, and the other was Democracy Alliance. And what Arabella Advisors was, it is a philanthropic consulting firm. And so they went to these donors and said, all of you start a family foundation, put in 50 million, some put in 200 million, some put in 20 million. And you will get a tax break on the way in, by the way, and we will run the family foundation for you. And we'll continue to give to some of these, charitable things that you are involved in. However, what we're going to do is pool these funds together in a couple of different 501c3s and C4s that are going to focus on weaponizing basically our own government against us. And these are C3s and C4s that have now raised billions of dollars that are involved in voter registration can be done through C3s. And so their turnout machine is all done through this apparatus. And so they now have, on the Democracy Alliance side, this is their donor network, they have 600 members, and they're committed to spending $300,000 or more a year at the Alliance's direction. And the Alliance is all the same board members as Arabella Advisors. So at any given time, they're sitting on just pools of billions of dollars of funding. And they are so strategic in the way they fund. Right now, if they were having a Democracy Alliance meeting, I guarantee you the meeting is talking about how they're funding 2028. They have funded 2024. That is done. And they are just so forward thinking. And that is how they know exactly how many ballots that they need to go and chase in the counties that they need to, and how to infuse this type of money. On the Republican side, it's frustrating to me to watch. All the Republican donors I know, they do all their charitable giving to cancer research and their university football teams and to their hospitals. That is how they think they can do their philanthropic giving. When I go to a donor and say, no, you can actually do your political activity through 501c3s, they think I'm crazy. And I'm just pointing to, no, this is how the Democratic Party does it. The Republican Party does everything through these super PACs, and it's because there are a few consultants at the very top who make money off of these television buys. The Democratic Party doesn't spend all of their money on TV buys. The DNC and all of it, they don't even use their committees. They use the 501c3 money because you can take that money and you can infuse money into the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce of Yuma, Arizona. Then they put that money in there and they do direct mail and they do targeting and all of it through the C3s. And it's how they're moving so much money in the dead of night that we can't even track. And there is no way to break this until the Republican Party decides that we're not losing elections because we have bad ideas. We have way better ideas. We are losing because we have a failed system in Washington, D.C. that accumulates in these national committees that just want to take the money that these donors are giving in good faith and use it to enrich themselves. And we must break that. On the Democrat side, if you join this alliance and these groups apply for funding from them, they vet where every single penny goes. So there is no one making money off the fundraising commission or the TV buy commission or the digital buy commission. They don't allow that in the Democratic Party. So that they're saving hundreds of millions of dollars just right there. So I have been, for the last couple of years, really at war with the system in the Republican Party. It is broken, and we keep electing the same people. Ronna McDaniel, the chair of the RNC, she oversaw devastating underperformances by Republicans in 2018, 2020, 2022, and we just reelected her. It's like the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and again and expecting a different result. So why anyone thinks that Ronna McDaniel on her fourth time as our national chair is going to lead us in a different direction is beyond me. But what I do know is over my dead body, am I going to allow Joe Biden to win this election? So I'm teaming up with other patriots, patriotic donors, and others who actually want to win elections and are willing to do what it takes to do that and break this system. And we have to work outside of the Republican system right now to get it done.
Yeah, it sounds like Soros set up like a whole cheating system. I mean, that's really what it sounds like. And
Yes.
then we have the RNC. It seems like maybe they're going along with it. Maybe they don't care. I mean, people call it the uniparty. Maybe they're part of the uniparty system where they're like, you know what? Let them win the elections. We'll get whatever we need. We'll push war. We'll make our money that way. And I mean, this really brings us back to Matt Gaetz and Matt Rosendale and Kerry, because these are grassroots people that are pushing against this entire system right now. And I think America's seeing this right now.
That's why they're so lethal.
Yeah.
Carrie Lake, I mean, gosh, they ran a uniparty candidate against her. They spent $30 million against her. I remember the last couple of weeks, the election, you had of the primary election, the governor's race, Mike Pence and Chris Christie and like all these people coming in for Kerry's opponent. Kerry had nobody. She ran one television ad and it literally was just Kerry looking at a screen saying, if you're watching this, you're watching the fake news and turn it off. Boom. That was a TV ad she ran the primary. She also did not go on. She went on Fox News one time, the entire primary, and her opponent was Karen Taylor Robeson. Karen Taylor Robeson was, a big finance chair for the RNC. She spent $30 million. She was on Fox News endlessly, and she lost to Carrie Lake by 5 points. This is what I mean when I talked earlier about, I think the people are awake. They are awake and they are tracking and they understand what's happening in DC. But where we are not awake is the donors. The donors continue to fund their own demise in the Republican Party. And part of that is a problem of the donors do not agree with this populist movement that is happening within the Republican Party. A lot of the donors that are on Wall Street and others, they're horrified by the populist movement. But we must recognize that the Republican Party, that is the direction that they are taking. We are no longer the party of endless foreign wars. We are no longer the party of corporate tax cuts, these different things. I just think that the people have moved on from that and the conservatives in our movement. And so the donors are not there yet. And so for right now, what we have on our side is the voters and we have the issues on our side, but we certainly don't have the money and we certainly don't have the leadership in Washington, D.C. with us. And so we have to fight not only that front, the donor front and the D.C., hires that be, we also have to fight the Democratic Party. And so it is a big undertaking, but it takes people, the type of people that tune in and watch your show, the people that are watching War Room and these different ones, they are watching and they need to get involved, and there are ways to get involved. And I always encourage people to get involved. If you don't like the National Republican Party, which I don't, then get involved in your state party. If you don't like your state party chair, get involved in your county party chair. If you don't like your county party chair, become a precinct captain. Like, don't just because you don't like a head of one of these groups doesn't mean we all need to shut down. We need to work around them and find a way to all be useful and helpful, whether or not that's giving money, whether or not that's donating your time, whether or not that's making turnout calls, helping to register voters. There are a lot of different options, but like now is not the time to get off of the field.
Do you think it's possible that we can go back to paper ballots, one-day voting, voter ID, instead of using these mail-in ballots, the drop boxes, these Dominion machines, because you don't know where your vote goes. You don't know what happens. I remember a time when I was younger where you went, you voted, they counted everything right there. Those numbers went up and it was very, very simple. Why can't we go back to that model?
I rarely compliment the French, but if the French can do it, one-day ballots, paper ballots, then how can we not? So however, I'm doomsday here. No, the answer is no. In the states that I just laid out for you, in Nevada, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, we have Democrat governors, Democrat AGs, Democrat legislatures, and Democrat secretaries of state. The only way to do this is to move to all paper ballots and get rid of the machines, is to pass legislation in those states and then have that legislation signed by the governor. So for right now, I'm dealing with the election 2024. Gretchen Whitmer ain't signing that piece of legislation. Yeah. Katie Hobbs isn't signing that legislation. The Nevada legislature is not going to send that to Governor Lombardo, who is I consider him a uniparty governor anyway. He's a Republican, but so I'm not even convinced he would sign it. And regardless, it wouldn't even pass through the legislature. So that leads us to what do we do in the here and now? And my point is, again, going back to, I want to fight fire with fire, because what Republicans are doing is we are going and we're shoring up our elections and cleaning them up in Republican only counties. What the Democrats do is the Democrats go run up the vote totals in the counties that they know they're going to win by 10 points or more. This is how the Zuckerberg money worked. So when you go look at Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, what they did is they infused $12-15 million into the counties they knew they were going to win by huge margins. And it's because they wanted to drive up vote totals there. So Philadelphia, Milwaukee, Detroit, because then when in the rural communities and places where Republicans are voting, then it doesn't really matter how well our turnout is when they're going to just skyrocket the turnout in those inner cities. So what has now happened as a result of the disaster of 2020 is Republicans in the Republican counties have said, no more, let's clean up our voter rolls. Let's vote only on election day, and let's basically secure our elections. But nothing has been secured in the places where these inner cities where the problems are. So my attitude is, guys, why would we not take the laws that they've passed? They're not laws, it's lawlessness. But why would we not go to all of the counties in these swing states where it's R+10 districts and say, you know what, fine, we're going to go ahead and take the precedent with this judge of what they said in Philadelphia. Let's go ahead and automatically register every single Republican in this county, everyone in this county, and mail them a ballot, and just, mail mass ballots, do what they're doing in the Republican areas. Because I'm so sick of showing up to what is currently a knife fight by the Democratic Party, and we're showing up with a spoon. And I don't want to do it anymore. And until we get our people in office, then we can figure out a way to clean up our elections. Obviously, I want one-day voting, paper ballots only, get rid of machines. But how are we supposed to do that when our people are not in office? And so I want to do more of the warfare, and I want to play the game the Democratic Party is playing.
You lived in DC. You were in the thick of everything. You moved out of there. How bad was DC when you were there?
DC was bad. The reason I'm the way I am now is I had a very different political career. My first job was for John McCain. And then I worked for John Huntsman's presidential campaign in 2012. I helped fundraise for Olympia Snow. I was Lindsey Graham's finance director. So for the first 8 years of my career, I was entrenched in this mindset of supporting this endless wars, what is now considered much more to be the establishment wing of the Republican Party. And where it broke for me, I worked for Senator Graham he said, I'm running for president. I said, okay, let's do this. And so he runs for president. He became 13th in a 12-way Republican primary. But I remember I didn't know anything about Donald Trump. I never watched The Apprentice, but I started at first. So I didn't like him, I guess, when he first came out, because I was from this whole other wing of the party. And who is this outsider? I started watching these debates, and I started off by me being like, oh, he's funny. And then, wait a minute, he's saying things that are interesting. And then he's saying things that I think in my head I didn't know you were allowed to say out loud. So by the last debate, and by the time we got to New Hampshire, I was like a militant Trump supporter, but I had to quietly keep it in. And so when Senator Graham dropped out, that was heading in right after New Hampshire, going to the South Carolina primary. And so they came to me and said, all right, Caroline, you've got to move to South Carolina and you're going to work for Jeb Bush. I just looked at them and said, over my dead body, I'm going with Donald Trump. And that was such a big switch for me that I have now I mean, I'm now known as like the biggest, hell raiser and pain in the ass of the entire establishment. It's because I came from that. I feel like I was complicit in a lot of those policies and things that were pushed that I'm now so militantly against. And so I feel a great deal of responsibility myself to now course correct. And I think that the base and the grassroots course corrected much earlier than I did, dating back to the Tea Party days. And so that is why I fight so hard now on behalf of those folks and for the more populist, America First, Carrie Lake, Matt Rosendale, Matt Gaetz wing of the Republican Party. It's not only because I truly believe their ideology, but I see how dangerous the other side is. And I feel like I can add something into helping navigate all of that. So that's what led me to here. And that time was all me. And I didn't leave DC officially until about a year ago. And DC is so much of that is that problem. Now, it was fun to be in DC, I will say, when Donald Trump was president, because that was he just ruptured the whole system. So it's a little hard. Those 4 years were a very good time because it was just wonderful having him in the White House. Now it is a hellscape. I really left because of the crime. It is so dangerous. It's just awful.
Oh, Carolyn, hey, thank you very much for being on the X22 Report Spotlight. If people wanted to follow you and follow your work, where should they look?
Sure. Go to Caroline Wren on Twitter, Getter, any of the social media sites. And you can also email me at cren5024@protonmail.com if you want to follow up or know anything about work with strategic giving. And I would also encourage everyone, today is my birthday and I guess it was my day, but everyone give to Carrie Lake for Senate, carrielake.com. That is the number one thing I'd like for everyone to do. The people need to stand up and give to her because she's got to be crowdfunded because DC and New York, they're not going to fund her. So if you can support Carrie Lake, that helps me a lot. So carrielake.com.
Great. I'll put all the links at the bottom of the video. Carolyn, thank you very much for being on the Spotlight. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right. That was Dave from X22 with Caroline Wren. Pretty good interview there. And what she was talking about, now understand, she wasn't talking about regular people in that. She was talking about how the donor situation is. And that's where part of this problem comes in, because we got these people just giving money to a candidate that they think is going to do what they want instead of a candidate, supporting a candidate who is doing what you want to see done. And I'm not talking about on the lobbyist side, like trying to push this or that, but basically a constitutional type individual, so but she does work with Donald Trump. Hey, so I got two things for you. Okay, those of you that have an iPhone or have Apple in your house, ask Siri, say, hey Siri, ask who won World War III. Okay. So it's basically your thing is, hey Siri, who won World War III? Okay. And we just want to see if the answers that you guys get from Siri matches the same answers that we get. Okay. All right. Up next, we got, and we know LT. We know where he goes with all of this. Oh, hang on one second. I got something else for you too. Hang on. Okay. Let's see if it comes up. Okay, just a quick update on the puppies. Yes. You're doing good. These two are over here, nice and warm and snuggly underneath the blanket. Mama's doing really good. Doing a great job. There you go. There's your update. You're doing so good. Yeah. Hi, guys. Hi. Yeah. Turn that light off. Let's go back to sleep. All right, that's all you get on that one. Not doing no more. Dang nabbit. All right, let's get into and we know. So most of the stuff that I played for you was actually between yesterday at 3 p.m. to now. Okay. So, part of what we do is, we bring them back, and then, you get to hear the reports and the different, we got a couple of other ones. Nice. All right. We're going to be going for a while, folks. This is probably going to be another 8 or 9 hour one. Yeah. So those pups are just 3 days old, just so you guys know. They were born at 4:20 a.m. Let me tell you, she woke me up. I mean, woke me up. It was not a pretty sight, me waking up, but she woke me up. She wasn't yelping or anything like that. It was just her consistent movement in that whelping box. And so her paws hit the wall. She grunted a little bit, and the first one came out. And the others, within an hour, she had 5. That was it, and she was done. She did it all in an hour. All the other dogs that we've had bred out here, it could be 45 minutes to an hour between each pup. But no, she got them all out in that first hour. So I was back in bed by 6 a.m. and got a little bit of sleep that day. So, yeah, it was, whew, yeah. Yeah. So those of you that have access to Siri, what's the other one? What's the other one that that people have in their house there? You got Hey Siri, but then there was like an Amazon one or something like that. I don't remember what it was. It's because I've never used them, so I don't know. But yeah, we're just interested in what the responses are. Type in the responses that you get. Alexa, that's the one. Hey Alexa, who won World War III? Just throw that out and see what it comes back. Okay. You may find that there might be some dates given to you or something like that, kind of thing. Check it out. I thought it would be kind of interesting. All right, so we got a few more videos for this afternoon. We're gonna hit and we know we got the new X22 that just came out minutes ago. Hang on one second. Hello.
Hey.
Hey.
All right, man. I went back to your stream and it was either ended or YouTube did something.
YouTube did something?
Yeah, because I went in there, I did something, and I got a little blue bar across my thing. It says, having interruption problems? Try this.
Oh, refresh the page.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're talking, we're talking about you right now. Okay.
Uh-oh. Why?
So you might want to listen.
Oh shit.
So I told them.
What did I do?
So I told them, those that have Siri available to them to ask Siri.
Well,
that
they can
question.
do it on any device.
Yeah.
Any device would probably be better.
Well, I also said to ask Alexa.
Yeah.
So and we'll see how they respond. But just try refreshing, because I just pulled up the YouTube screen and it looks fine to me. And I'm not seeing anything in chat about, oh my God, Hawk's gone or anything like that. So
maybe they're just fucking with me. Who knows?
Hey, that could be. I would say you're fuckable, but that wouldn't go over well.
Yeah, I don't swing that way.
Yeah, neither do I. So that would be kind of nasty. Okay, all right. Well, I gotta go.
All right, I'll do that.
Your mic is on my mic, and everybody's hearing you. So it was good that you responded. It was good that you responded that way to that comment. All right, I'll talk to you. See you in chat. Bye.
All right, bye.
Okay, so he might be a little bit of embarrassed when he comes back in. He'll be like, guys, I'm not fuckable. I'm not. All right. So we're gonna start off with, and we know we'll probably jump right to Melissa Red Pill, before doing the new X-22. And then we have another Nathan Reynolds episode up here too. So those of you that don't know who Nathan Reynolds is, let me tell you, very compelling interviews that he does. And those that have seen the first of the series that I started playing, you will be you'll be right on. You'll be like, oh, wait a minute. So, and I know some of you are just joining us, and I appreciate all of you just joining us. We have quite a few over on Facebook watching at the same time. Those of you that are on the Facebook side, if you want to join the chat, join us over at Hawks Mustard Seeds number 22. It should be in the chat there somewhere. Somebody should have dropped a link directly to this video. Instead of going to the channel, because if you go to just the channel, then you'll have to click on where it says live in order to find the video, because for some reason they don't post them up on my regular videos made thing. So with that, let's get into and we know. Oh, shut up now. You've seen the puppies. Yeah, I'm all caught up. Here we go.
More control by the federal government must be put into place. More controls by the Federal Reserve, more controls by the federal government, meaning that we're going to see more emergency orders from the White House, emergency orders to do certain things, to do take drastic steps to put people around the country under control of the federal government more and more and more over the coming year.
Well, I hope you're ready for today's video. This will be another tough one to place into the atmosphere, into ears. Hope it will come across well in understanding the father of lies, Satan, and his intention to control all of us, control our emotions, make us hate each other and more. We're going to look into Bibi, who he really is, who created Hamas, how Trump recently spoke about Bibi, putting him down, and interesting timing. We're going to see Jared Kushner, the one that a lot of folks don't agree with, but we're going to listen to him share his thoughts. More on all of this, and we're going to show more on the precipice, expose others out there who are pushing one side against another. We're going to see how children on one side of Israel are taught to hate in their schools, and children in Palestine are told to hate the Jews. They start with the kids. We'll see how children are brainwashed, both sides. Crimes against humanity on Epstein and Mossad. It's all being covered up with this. Let's hope we get through it. We're going to need it. Here we go. Folks, before we get started, just wanted to make sure you knew that we have the cruise, just a reminder, at Sea with LT. It's going to happen August 11th through the 18th, 2024. And it's going to be an adventure on the Holland America's Westerdom. So Holland's cruise. It's going to be very family-centric. We're going to have the Isaac singing, Ken Davis as a comedian, and Banners for Freedom there, and more. And want to make sure you guys know you can't book the ship on those dates and think that you're going to be part of the event. You have to go through the link below through Inspiration Travel to book it, so that you ensure that you have a card when you get on the boat to be with us. Enjoy the time that we have together. We're going to be together several times in a huge auditorium. that holds about 950 people. So we're just looking forward to hearing more from you. Remember, it's just in payment process, so you can put your down payment down to secure your slot. We're going to have a blast. We're going to be with my entire family, answer questions, Q&A, show you how I do my videos, and we're just looking forward to it and much more. I hope you guys jump on board. Here we go.
With crooked Joe Biden, you have chaos, bloodshed, war, terror, and death. Look what's happening today. Because the occupant of the White House is a laughingstock. All over the world, America's enemies cannot believe how lucky they got. They got real lucky. Every monster, villain, dictator, and terrorist, and there are plenty of them. I know most of them. I got to know a lot of them. All over the planet, they're having a field day because they know they will never have it better than they do with Crooked Joe, who in many cases receive money from those countries. I wonder what that's all about.
So here we have the person on the forefront of all the chaos, the bloodshed, the war, the terror, and death is Biden. We know that we have it all. We know that the elections were rigged. We know that President Trump signed an executive order allowing things to play out, to expose the world to crimes against humanity, to really open up the eyes of people across this earth on what terrorists do. Terrorists are those who tear our country, crimes against humanity. They hurt children. They destroy our lives. They put us into fear and more. Dan Scavino Jr. posted this on October 12th.
There can be no coexistence with this violence. There can be no tolerating it, no accepting it, no excusing it, and no ignoring it. Every time a terrorist murders an innocent person and falsely invokes the name of God, it should be an insult to every person of faith. Terrorists do not worship God. They worship death. If we do not act against this organized terror, then we know what will happen and what will be the end result. Terrorism's devastation of life will continue to spread. Peaceful societies will become engulfed by violence, and the futures of many generations will be sadly squandered. If we do not stand in uniform condemnation of this killing, then not only will we be judged by our people, not only will we be judged by history, but we will be judged by God.
We will be judged by God. Falsely invoking the name of God. No ignoring it. Every time a terrorist murders an innocent person, and they use the name of God to do it. And I think, as we've shared before, this can happen on so many fronts and so many levels, so many different religions out there, causing all types of terror in the minds of people. It can be overwhelming. And I tell you what, it's been overwhelming this past week and a half. Has it been for you? It's difficult as you're navigating through all of this, trying to find out what the truth is, what's really going on, the confusion. It's even more chilling is when you go on social media and you go through all types of friends and stuff that you have out there. People are picking sides. When we've talked about this, the side should be, I side with my Heavenly Father. I side with the one who died for me on the cross, not I side with this nation against another nation. We've talked about this, how the deep state's playing mind games and trying to destroy all of us and make us hate each other. Remember, they wanted all the whites against the blacks. You couldn't say anything against Black Lives Matter. Whites are bad. You remember that? The racial tension that they pushed on our own country in America, even throughout the earth, through the universities and more. And so I find it alarming because I was going through trying to do more research and wondering how they get everyone to hate each other so much. Where does it start? Where does the terrorism, the hatred start of one nation against another? And I saw this posted by Laura Logan. These children. Right here, I'll just play a little clip. So this person, this girl, in Shufat, Jerusalem, the student, UNRWA student, basically saying, right now I'm prepared to be a suicide bomber. Another one says, with Allah's help, I will fight for ISIS, the Islamic State. Another one says, I'm ready to stab a Jew and drive a car over them. Another says, we have to constantly stab them, drive over them, and shoot them. Stabbing and running over Jews brings dignity to the Palestinians. This is the quotes that we're getting here. Palestinian children are taught to hate. If you want to free the Palestinians, you must free their children's mind from hate. But it's not just on one side, it's the other. Censored Men showed this video from a school in Israel. They say Al-Aqsa Mosque will collapse, explode, disappear. Another, I feel I want to kill them, an Arabic kid. They want to kill Arabic kids. There will be Arabs, but there will be slaves. There will be a massive war and all the Arabs will die. What are they teaching these kids? That's not how we teach in Christianity. Love your enemies, love those who hurt you and persecute you for my name's sake. It's hard to look at these children brainwashed in hatred towards others. We're not supposed to hate. We're supposed to hate the deep state against those who have committed crimes against humanity, against those who have caused so many problems for us that we could barely breathe. And as I was doing this research even more so, I noticed that there's a huge movement even inside of the Israel side. And I've been asking questions of those who might know what all of this means, because I'm not an expert in all of it. I have a bachelor's degree in religion, wanted to become a pastor, wanted to go into seminary and have just a small church in a country place somewhere and just teach the word of God every week. Go out and minister to folks every day. Wasn't aware of a lot of the stuff that's been out there that they've been showing to all the people. I don't get it all. I mean, you got the Black Lives Matter, Soros' Black Lives Matter grassroots issues statement in solidarity with the people of Palestine. The psyops are so obvious on this entire operation. And then you've got, on the other side, pro-Palestinian protesters in Sydney chanting, "Gas the Jews." Do you see what they've created? Monsters on every side. Instead of turning on those who created the conflict, the people turn on each other. The New World Order is masterful at constantly distracting us from our common enemy, the deep state, the top 300 of this earth who worship Satan, the father of lies. We go through scripture. It's not going to get any better as what we go through if we know what the end times leads to. Are we in the end times? I don't know. They thought we were in the end times back when Paul was writing his letters to the churches. Supposedly, it's been a couple of thousand years since then, but man, I tell you what, when you start looking at the lies they've been telling us, I even wonder what year we're in. Satan the liar uses science to lie to us about where we came from. Told us we came from monkeys, some electric shock in the water, and eventually made it out. How stupid. We also have the very real threat of jihad now, whether actual or manufactured, which every nation should consider if their government commences support for Israel, which they already have. Michael Yon today reported on thousands of illegals from the Middle East flooding the U.S. border. What do you think they'll do if the U.S. succeeds in their goal to wage war with Iran? I've added a tweet from Jordan Peterson, which disgusted me to my core. Warmongering on every side. Jordan Peterson says, give them hell, Netanyahu. Enough is enough. And there he is sitting with Ben Shapiro, Netanyahu at a table, Jordan Peterson. There's the picture. We have to be really careful on getting spun up on everything that's thrown at us. 3 things to remember. Number 1, Palestinian people are good people and they deserve to live in peace. Number 2, the Israeli people are good people and they deserve to live in peace. Number 3, the people who fall for the COVID pandemic are the same people who fall for the Ukrainian war and the same people who fall for the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Stop falling into the matrix trap of division, all of us. They want us divided. They want us to hate each other. They want us to pick a side and then throw all of our resources and go into war and send our children into war constantly. Throw in the war drums, letting us know how they think, what they really want. How is this happening? Why are we seeing all of this play out? I've got a lot of clips to show you. One of them would be a recent podcast that Roseanne Barr was on, PBD. I'm going to go to the 2-minute mark. We've got a lot to cover today, so I just want to get here to the 2-minute mark and what something she says in this interview. I wasn't going to use the clip, and I thought this was brilliant. What she actually
said. Somebody has to be held accountable because we have to figure out what the hell's going on.
I think we have to go who benefits the most. So you think about it.
Who do you think?
Well, we're done in Congress with talking about Joe Biden and the Ukraine, right? I think that's all been exposed, but they were just starting to go with what did Joe Biden do in China? What did not just Joe Biden, but all the crime families in D.C., all the political prostitutes that say they're representatives and senators, what deals do they make with China? And perhaps what happened there was part of the plan of the owners of the world to distract from that. I think the people that ultimately gain the most from it are the people who are China and the people in D.C. who are fighting and have been fighting since Trump was elected to keep their crimes out of the news, to keep It was a suicide mission, ultimately, because it's not going to stand. Israel's going to go in there house to house. So they knew, they said, I feel like Iran sacrificed Hamas.
So a lot of folks have a lot of opinions on Hamas, and we're going to talk about that in a little bit. How this could have been created, how they pit one against another, they being the top levels. Who's really in the deep state? And we're going to hear folks from their own mouths, like Bibi, share their thoughts on this. What does Trump think about all of this? How did he react to Bibi years ago when he met him? What did he say about him recently, about the last minute when Netanyahu pulled out of going after Soleimani? Why would he be telling this story today? We're going to get into all that in a second. But folks, we're spiritually need prayer every day, and we also need physical support, especially if we're in a lot of pain. Here we go. Folks, to get away from it all, sometimes this information just is overwhelming. I like to play golf. A lot of you know that I've been playing for nearly 50 years, and I enjoy watching it and playing. And I tell you, a while back, I was hurting real bad, my whole body. I'd play 3 holes, 4 holes, and I was done. Severe pain. And I said, man, there's got to be something out there. And I was hitting golf balls, and I heard this guy behind me on a putting green stating, hey, man, I just turned 60, and I'm so glad that I'm taking CBD because I'm not in pain anymore. And I was like, what is that? I didn't even know what it was. I had to look it up. Next thing you know, I'm reaching out to folks, and before you know it, I come across CBD, cbddistillery.com. I start taking it, put a little drops on my tongue, eating some gummies and stuff, and found out it doesn't have the bad stuff in it because I was worried about all that. My wife was worried about all of it. It's clean. I was shocked. I was sleeping better, more calm, and I didn't have pain when I played golf. I was in shock. And anyway, it's a full range of carefully formulated CBD. That's what I found out. It's other plant-based solutions packed with a whole body healing plant compounds and vital nutrients. And it says 100% clean ingredients. And that's what I found out. And that was important to me and my wife. So if you are considering it, you can get 20% off cbddistillery.com. It's in the description box below. Click on the link and use the promo code LT and you'll get 20% off. That's cbddistillery.com.
We'll stand with Israel 100%, and we will not let them fail. Don't forget, I did have a bad experience with Israel, though. When we took out Soleimani, it was us and Israel working as a group, and we knew where he was. We knew how he was coming in. We knew the plane. We knew everything. We worked on it for weeks, for months, actually, but we worked on it for weeks. And the night before, I don't think this has ever been told. They'll say, oh, it's classified information. Well, maybe it is, but I don't think so. The night before this happened, and by the way, Biden's got a lot of problem with those documents. He's moving them to Chinatown. He's moved them all over. I didn't. And I come under the Presidential Records Act. He doesn't. He doesn't, because he was vice president and he was a senator. As a senator, allowed to do it. As a president, I am, because I come under the president. I can do whatever I want, but I did nothing wrong. And then they go after me, but they don't go after him. But we'll see what happens. But with all of the different things that happened, we took abuse like nobody, and we had to do this because we heard Soleimani was going to be blowing up 5 of our really big military bases in areas all over the Middle East. He was going to be blowing them up. He was a very bad guy, very smart guy, but very bad guy. He was the leader of their military for a long time. In fact, the Ayatollah, they were all afraid of him. I actually think they were happy when this happened, okay? I think they were happy. I remember the Prime Minister of Pakistan said to me it was the biggest event in the history of the Middle East. This is big stuff. This was a big event. He said, I left my office, Khan, very good man. He left his office. He said, I went home. This was the biggest event in my life. And he was a great cricket player. He was like the Willie Mays, the Mickey Mantle, the Babe Ruth of cricket. He was a great cricket player. He became handsome guy, great guy. He became the Prime Minister of Pakistan. He said, when I heard that he was dead, this was the biggest event I've ever seen, I've ever been involved in. And I left my office and I went home for 1 week and I contemplated. He said, I've never.
So again, he put Bibi down, telling the story about the last minute pullout from Netanyahu. Let's continue.
And it was being planned and working on it for months. And now we had everything all set to go. And the night before it happened, I got a call that Israel will not be participating in this attack. Nobody's heard this story before, but I like to tell it to Club 47 because you've been so loyal and so beautiful. And I said, what does this mean? We're working on it with them. Why? They didn't tell us why, sir, but they're not doing it. This was a day before. I said, I don't like that. That's not good. I looked at one of my generals who's fantastic, a warrior. I'm telling you, we have unbelievable military, unbelievable warriors. Just not the guys you see on television. They're real stiffs, real dopes. But these guys are warriors. They don't want to be on television. They want to win fights, okay? They want to win battles. And I said to him, General, what do you want to do? Sir, we can do whatever you'd like to do, sir. We can finish it ourselves, sir, if you'd like. I said, well, do we need them? Not at all, sir. I said, so what do you want to do, General? Sir, we have it under control if you want to do it. If you don't want to do it, we understand. Whatever you say, sir, is okay with us. I said, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Because what this guy did to our soldiers, what this guy did to so many people, including many civilians, including many of his own people, just blew them to pieces by the tens of thousands. Let's do it. And he came on the plane, and we followed him right from the Situation Room. We followed the whole thing, and about 15 seconds later, it was all over, and we did it. But I'll never forget.
Listen to this part. It's really important.
I'll never forget that Bibi Netanyahu let us down. That was a very terrible thing. I will say that. And so when I see sometimes the intelligence, you talk about the intelligence, or you talk about some of the things that went wrong over the last week, they've got to straighten it out because they're fighting potentially a very big force. They're fighting potentially Iran. And when they have people saying the wrong things, everything they say is being digested by these people because they're vicious and they're smart. And boy,
Yeah. So interesting that he would all of a sudden drop something like this at this moment about Bibi Netanyahu. So it got me to look into him. And a lot of folks are starting to share a lot of information about this guy that I didn't really know much about. And I've shared it with many of my friends now. Right here, the general shared this. A leaked video from 2001 shows Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu talking about how Israel intentionally strikes Palestinians painfully, how he deceived the U.S. to break the Oslo Accords, and how Americans will always support Israel if it faces backlash. The main thing is, first of all, I'm going to go back to this. He says, to strike them, not once, but several times, so painfully that the price they pay is unbearable. So far, the price tag is not unbearable. I mean, a large-scale attack on the Palestinians, from the Palestinian Authority. Now, I'm just going to read this because you can hear his voice. Let's keep going. Causing them to fear that everything is about to collapse. Fear is what brings them to hold on, but then again, the world will say that we're the aggressors, somebody asks. They can say whatever they want, he says. Aren't you afraid of what they'll say, Bibi? Especially today with the U.S.? I know how they are, says Bibi. America is something that you can easily, let's go right back to that, easily maneuver and move in the right direction. And even if they say something, so then they say something, so what? 80% of Americans support us. It's absurd. Look, I wasn't afraid to maneuver the Clinton administration. I wasn't afraid to confront Clinton. I wasn't afraid to go against the UN. What happened at with the Oslo Accords? The Accords, which were ratified by Parliament. I was asked before the 1996 elections, will you fulfill them? I said yes, subject to subject to I can't even say that word, and minimizing pullouts. I gave my own interpretation to the agreements in such a way that will allow me to stop the race back towards the 1967 borders. How do we manage to do this? Nobody defined what military facilities are. So I also define them as being security zones. The entire Jordan Valley for me is a military facility. Nobody has. Yes, like the Viet Shan Valley. You see, go figure. B, then there was the question. But then there was the question of who will define these military facilities? I received a letter from Secretary of State Warren Christopher to me and to Arafat at the same time, saying that Israel and Israel alone will define the military facilities, their location and size. Now, they didn't want to give me this letter, so I refused to ratify the Hebron Accords of 1997. I stopped the government meeting and I said I won't sign. To me, to Arafat, I signed the Hebron Accords. It's better to give 2% than 100%, and this is the choice we faced. You gave 2%, but you stopped the withdrawal rather than 100%. So interesting. So as this plays out, then I went over and saw another video doubting anything coming from a man who boasts that he organized for innocent people to be mandated to take shots in order to become the lab of Pfizer. So listen to him talk about the lab for Pfizer.
I described that in my book, My Conversations with Albert Bourla, Pfizer. And I persuaded him to give tiny Israel the necessary vaccines to get us out first from the COVID. So Israel became, if you will, the lab for Pfizer.
The lab for Pfizer, right out of his mouth there. And then we have this clip with President Trump. Saving Israel for last, very specific reason, not mentioned a single time. We all keep wondering what that means. I've had discussions with many people about this. My thoughts and perspectives. It seems to be last for a reason, says Patrick Henry. Quote, the first person that congratulated Biden was Bibi Netanyahu, the man that I did more for than any other person I dealt with. Bibi could have stayed quiet. He has made a terrible mistake. This is quote from Donald Trump. And watch the body language of President Trump here when he met with him years ago. He walks away from him and doesn't shake his hand. He goes back, shakes his hand.
Keep up. Just so you understand, I never mentioned the word or the name Israel. Never mentioned it during that conversation. They were all saying I did. So you had to know the story wrong. Never mentioned the word Israel.
Please, everybody out. Thank you.
He never mentioned Israel in that entire conversation. So as this plays out, the Q prediction that Israel's last was a commitment to CJCS Tom Moore. This is from Helen Equals Light, Admiral Thomas Hennon Moore, about an incident that played out with some pilots. I don't stand with any of the governments, not Israel's, not Palestinian. I stand with the innocent men, women, and children who are slaughtered because of what governments do to move forward with their agendas. Right now, Israel hits Gaza with deadly airstrikes. Breaking. Israel's information minister, Galit Distel, has resigned. Defense minister announces complete siege of Gaza, no power, food, or fuel. Interesting because they decried this when supposedly Russia had done this. But then again, if you guys know a little bit about Gaza and see some of these videos coming out, they actually took those pipes from their own people, Hamas, and used them to create missiles and shoot missiles off. Now here, from Ron Paul, years ago, from Texas, 14th District, talking about how supposedly Hamas was created. Here we go.
In the Middle East, and in particular with Gaza right now, we have some moral responsibility for both sides in a way, because we provide help and funding for both Arab nations and Israel. And so we definitely have a moral responsibility, and especially now today, the weapons being used to kill so many Palestinians are American weapons, and American funds essentially are being used for this. But there's a political liability, which I think is something that we fail to look at, because too often there's so much blowback from our intervention in areas that we shouldn't be involved in. You know, Hamas if you look at the history, you'll find out that Hamas was encouraged and really started by Israel because they wanted Hamas to counteract Yasser Arafat. And you say, well, yeah, that was better then and served its purpose, but we didn't want Hamas to do this. So then we as Americans say, well, we have such a good system, we're going to impose this on the world. We're going to invade Iraq and teach people how to be Democrats. We want free elections. So we encourage the Palestinians to have a free election. They do, and they elect Hamas. So we first indirectly and directly through Israel help establish Hamas. Then we have election. Then Hamas becomes dominant. So we have to kill them. You know, it just doesn't make sense. During the 80s, you know, we were allied with Osama bin Laden. And we were contending with the Soviets. It was at that time our CAA thought it was good if we radicalized the Muslim world. So we financed the madrasa schools to radicalize the Muslims in order to compete with the Soviets. There's too much blowback. There's a lot of reasons why we should oppose this resolution. It is not in the interest of the United States. It's not in the interest of Israel either.
Now that was powerful. And so there you go. You've got Ron Paul was warning us how the Hamas was probably created, how that whole system is being exposed day after day. And many people are starting to realize there are people in power that are controlling governments around this earth. And I believe the main source of that happens to be at the very top, the top 300 of this earth who run the WEF, who tell us how to run our lives. They run all the governments. You guys remember Yuval Harari, how he constantly talks about his hatred for Jesus Christ and more. And you start wondering, like we showed in Revelation on Monday's video, the book of Revelation, there's going to be those that come across and say that they are part of the Jewish system, but they're not. Is that why they saved it for last? So that we can see they've been digging out all of the evil around this earth day after day, digging through, trying to figure out what's going on to get to the final part where it's going to take a long time to get to the bottom of who is who. Who's the Hamas? Who came across the border? Why did they let the intel drop all of a sudden, and it took them hours to get back in to support their own people in Israel? What in the world is going on? Dan Scavino posted this: Trump finding out he's been indicted for the 500th time, this time for not reading the pamphlet in an exit row on a plane. 500 is an interesting number. DEFCON 1, 4-10-20, Fire and Fury, Codes Command Action, Non-Nuclear 1-AL-1. So again, it's to us, it's a reference to where we're at, because Dan Scavino seems to always be posting these things, and it's not a coincidence how they communicate with us at all. Now, we got a lot more to come. I'm going to show you Jared Kushner, some things that he had to say, some thoughts from Ultra Pepe Lives Matter about that interview, President Trump, some more from him. We're going to talk about our money and some other issues, and also a confession from The Rock, thanks to all of us doing our jobs and waking up the masses. We're at amweknow.com. Folks, it's an amazing website. If you head there, you can find all of the things that you need, all of our videos, all of our social media is right under my logo. You can see it on the top left there. You can reach out to us there. Twitter, we're there. We're on BitChute. We're on Truth Social, Gab, Telegram, so much more. You can also join our fellowship member program where you can actually have meetings with us about once a month, and we answer questions and have a good time with my son, and we just enjoy each other, share each other ideas and more. It's great. You can get monthly newsletter, and you get percentages off on your buying some gear. And also just want to let you know this gear all weekend long, you take 20% off of all sweatshirts plus the hoodies. That's right. Use code SEASONS20 and get a free pair of socks with every purchase. Use code FREE SOCKS. How about that? That's pretty cool. Don't forget, my book is still available, Beyond the Microphone, autobiography that I wrote. And many of you have written in and talked about how you enjoyed it. I appreciate that. You can get signed books also with our packs. It is absolutely amazing what's happening there. And also, don't forget about the At Sea with LT. It's going to be a great event. We really hope that you guys will sign up for that. You'll come and meet with us. We'll have a blast as we go through Alaska. I can't wait. I know it's a year away. Who knows what's going to happen in a year? But I tell you, might want to get on there now. It's going to be absolutely amazing. So here's more great pictures of Patriots wearing their gear.
Everyone was outraged all the time with everything. But if you look at his body of work, people said if he was elected, he would start World War III. Meanwhile, we inherited a world filled with wars, no new wars, right? 3 years, he made peace deals, no new wars. He was tough. He was strong. People respected him. He built relationships and got trade deals done, got peace deals done. The economy was rocking. His body of work, I think, was pretty strong as president.
Like you said, no new wars. This makes me think if Donald Trump won the presidency, what the current situation in Ukraine would look like. But let me just ask you, zoom out and ask you broadly.
So great quote there. I just wanted to play that real quick and then go into the next one here. Ultra Pepe Loves Matter says, I listened to the entire Kushner interview with Lex and noticed a few things. I'm not sure why some anons think Kushner is evil. And I'll just tell you why. I'm going to tell you why I'm sure that people think it's evil, because he comes from a background in New York, from a building that's with a location that has 666 on it. And it seems like he has some ties to either the Rothschilds or the Rockefellers. Can't remember those two. I get confused sometimes. I'm just lump them into one coal. Anyway. So he says, because from what I can sense about him, he seems like an extremely humble guy. He may have his faults, but he played a major part in brokering Trump's peace accords in the Middle East. He's in Trump's immediate family, for God's sake. Why would he let a traitor be in charge of peace deals of this magnitude or in his family? He talked about how the Saudi Arabia-Israeli peace was a major threat to those who wanted further violence. Funny how that was about to happen, and then this attack occurred as an intelligence failure happened. He spoke well of Trump and talked about his relationship with King bin Salman, who I think is an ally of Trump's. There's definitely more going on here than meets the eye. Check this out.
And he did things like recognizing Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. He moved the embassy to Jerusalem. He recognized the Golan Heights. He got out of the Iran deal. We did an economic conference in Bahrain where we brought Israelis to meet with Saudi and Emirati and Qatari businessmen, and everyone came together. And each one of these instances were unthinkable previously. And everyone said that if you did it, the world was going to end. And every time President Trump did one, the next morning the sun rose, the next evening the sun set, and things moved on. And so by doing that, what President Trump did was he slaughtered a lot of the sacred cows of these false.
Did you catch that? He slaughtered the sacred cows. And I thought immediately of when Israel went over to get their 10 commandments. Remember Moses up getting 10 commandments, and they had to make a calf of gold and start worshiping it. Several thousand ended up losing their lives because of that. Let's continue.
Majority of the people in the Middle East, whether they're Jewish, Muslim, Christian, whatever religion they are, they just want to live better lives. And so what we basically did was create a paradigm where the voices for peace, the voices for together, now finally had a forum where they were able to do it. And we did that in the backdrop. The way we were able to be successful was we severely limited the resources of Iran, and they were focused more internally, and they couldn't cause the trouble that they were causing everywhere else. Since we've left, obviously the dynamics have changed, but The way you get to peace is obviously number one through strength, and number two, by finding a way for people to be better off tomorrow than they are today. And what I found was that most of the voices looking for violence or trouble were people who were just focused on what happened 2 years ago, 20 years ago, 70 years ago, 1,000 years ago. People who are trying to solve those problems in that context often were looking more to use those past grievances as a justification for their power and for the bad behavior that they were looking to perpetuate.
Interesting, huh? Very clear. So yeah, they try to push out their power, their fear every day. New York Police Departments canceled vacations, ordered all cops to report in uniform starting Friday in anticipation of potential unrest stemming from a call by the former leader of Hamas to stage global demonstrations in support of Palestinians. Huh. How all of a sudden the FBI, the folks that we're supposed to trust, right? They have our best interests at heart. They arrest you if you support President Trump. They go to your house and bang on your door, take you away from your family, your wives and children, dark of night, 2:00 in the morning. We're supposed to trust them because they have the answer that there's some allegations. These intel guys that have all of the information that they're supposed to know. Oh yeah, we've got some intel that there's folks going to be in. And then another guy said on another video that I saw, and he was right. It's like, okay, then something bad happens that they were supposed to have all this great intel, right? The greatest intel group on the entire earth. That something bad's going to happen. Why not take them out? Why not go in there and grab them if they got all this great intel? No, let's put some fear into the entire United States system, make everybody feel like something bad's going to happen, but not tell them where this credible threat is. Come on. And then if something bad happens, oh, we tried to tell you. We warned you. Huh. What in the world's going on? Be extremely vigilant in December. See something, say something. We were told this. Vigilant. Stay vigilant on the intel board. Everything stated as a purpose. Be vigilant today and expect a major false flag. Someone in my comments, says Ultra Pepulos Matter, said that they are so afraid about what's happening in the world today. I just want to say that you should not live your life in fear. Psalms 23. Psalm 23. Trust God to lead you no matter how difficult or dark it may get. The news is designed to get people angry, worried, and fearful. When you focus on the peace that passes understanding, you can live above the challenges we face. Let not your heart be troubled. If Jesus can sleep in a ship while all else rages around him, then we can muster the courage to have peace in this storm. Perhaps our faith can have us walk on water, unfazed by the waves. Lay your burdens down before God. You don't think he has a hand in tearing down Babylon and freeing his people? He's on the move, and he has not abandoned us at all. The truth is being exposed every day. Part of this truth that's coming out is about Speaker of the House. Looks like Steve Scalise stepped away. He can't get the votes he needs, and it looks like he pulled away anyway. He's done. So Kiev Rhino Steve Scalise, McCarthy 2.0, doesn't have the votes in a full roll call vote. He only won the GOP nomination by the mostly Rhino Republican conference. The House adjourned without voting today, which means he is stalled. Steve Scalise as Speaker would be like installing Liz Cheney. He consistently votes for the Ukraine money laundering machine, and he is the favorite of Liz Cheney. What a horrible set of recommendations. MAGAs are watching very carefully who goes against Trump in Dorsey Jim Jordan. It will be remembered and it will be punished. And check this out. This is when you know we really got a victory here with Scalise leaving. Paul Ryan.
It's important just for the world to show that our democracy is working, that it's thriving. I think what Matt Gaetz and these 7 nihilists did was a total disgrace. 4% of the conference overturned the will of 96% of the conference to fire a speaker for what? Doing his job. If Matt Gaetz had his way, we would be not only in a dysfunctional Congress right now, but we'd be in a government shutdown. So I think it's disgraceful what these people did. But we have to move on. We have to elect a new speaker. We got to show that we can walk and chew gum as a country at the same time, govern. and give our allies what they need in this very, very pressing time for them.
Yeah, Paul Ryan, we're listening to you, old buddy, old pal. We remember you. Oh my goodness, these guys, they still have a voice. CNN, CNBC. I mean, they tout this guy around. He gets removed, he's exposed for who he really is, and they still use him to try to brainwash the people. Who else do they use to brainwash? Oh, Lindsey Graham. Let's see what he says.
We're in a religious war here. I am with Israel. Do whatever the hell you have to do to defend yourself. Level the place.
Level the place. You'll notice that all the same warmongers who've been simping for Ukrainian Nazis are now passionately calling for us to get into World War III and level entire cities. This is unbelievably reckless, to say the least, but perhaps what we need is a wake-up call far bigger that will shake the normies free from their malaise. So I feel like a black sheep because I'm not going to fall in line with the same tired war rhetoric, but I'm going to question and peer into what's really going on, because here's the truth. They've lied about everything. Why should I trust them now? They lied to you. They told you that there is this variant, there is this terrible thing called COVID-19, and every day they put the numbers in our face and they told us that we're going to die. They locked us down for 2 weeks. Nope, a lot longer than that. Then, if you didn't abide by their rules, they removed you. And then they came up with this magical jab. And they forced it on us. And people lost their jobs. They lost their friends. They lost their families. Nobody wanted to talk to them anymore because of these liars. And then we go into wars. And we spend billions and billions of dollars sending it over to other countries to fight. To fight. Oh, yeah, there's a $6 billion money trail. Around 3 weeks ago, Biden released $6 billion to Iran, as well as multiple prisoners around the same time that Saudi Arabia and Israel were working on an unprecedented peace deal. Iran is clearly one of the biggest financial supporters of Hamas on the surface. Even Anthony Blinken says this is the case. It's extremely difficult to find the truth right now, but one thing is for certain: Biden will be blamed for almost everything, and Trump will look incredible and will feel missed by more and more of the world's population. Many will be missing him, especially when you've got stuff like this. You got Biden regime forcing Americans trapped in Israel to sign promissory notes to repay all travel costs if they decide to be rescued by U.S. government. Wow. But then you look at our border, the Biden border crossing, Border Patrol agents. You're wondering, well, what's going on? All these millions of people are coming in. Government cost of living checks. They'll need to independently confirm near Front in Texas, where Central Americans are pouring in on evidence that Biden Gov is quickly releasing families and solo teens. The conveyor belt's rolling in. They're putting these guys in hotels. They're giving them debit cards, phones, and more. They don't have to pay a dime. They don't have to get shots. Nothing. But boy, if you try to get out of Israel and you're in America, no, you got to pay us back. Sign this note. Even though we're sending billions over to another country, you as an America do not deserve that. How is this playing out? You know, Grasshopper 17. I keep trying to remember. I keep saying GH17. He's Grasshopper. Always comes up with great ways of putting things together. Chuck Grassley said 150 plus people on terrorist watch list apprehended crossing the southern border in FY23. Highest number on record. Huh. Biden's border policies jeopardize our national security. Terrorists in no place in the U.S. soil, they will be dealt with swiftly and forcefully. Interesting, because he posts this at 8:54, where we go one, we go all. The choice to know will be yours. We are fighting for you. We must work together. We are only as strong as your voice. We have it all. You must organize and be heard. Evil surrounds us. It's all matching. And then you got 150 plus distress call to others will do you and family no good at this stage. We know where you are, where the family are at all times. We can hear you breathing. He's probably talking about the evil ones that are trying to run this earth. Resistance will be dealt with swiftly, clean and swift. It all matches. It's another message to us. Hold on tight. And so remember, when all this plays out, they're going to want to control our voice too. Europe gives Elon Musk 24 hours to respond about Israel, Hamas war, misinformation, and violence on X, formerly Twitter. European Commissioner for the Internal Market warns Elon Musk, warns him about disinformation on X. We do not like free speech. Z Media says EU Commissioner warns Elon Musk in that letter. Yeah. Are we going to hold the mainstream media to the same standards? Ooh. It's abundantly clear how this, in every situation, including The Voice, the witch's coven, will be an excuse for more censorship. Meanwhile, the government-approved media spits lies at every turn on every possible thing they can. Everything, including your money. Oh, yeah, they don't want you to know what's going on. Another $40 billion in debt today, Wall Street Silver puts out. Our national debt has jumped by $550 billion in the past 3 weeks. What's going on? This is way above the pace of $2 trillion per year expected by the government. We were 31.4 trillion just 4 months ago. We have increased to by 2.1 trillion in the past 4 months. We talked about a lot of this and more in a podcast that's coming out Sunday, where I interview Dr. Kirk Elliott. We talk about Israel, oil to hit $150 a barrel, basically going 50% increase on all of our gas. And silver, once again, is amazing. Here's a clip from that. Just want to make sure you guys definitely saw this today. It'll be really cool. Here we go.
How could it come down so quickly? It came down just as fast as it went up. Now they're pulling money out of the system to prepare us for central bank digital currency. So this one chart that you have on the screen is very telling. You know, you create this problem, massive amounts of inflation because how they create the money supply. People say, we need a new solution. Give us something new, government. They say, oh, how about central bank digital currency? There's transparency, accountability there, and blah, blah, blah. And then to get that, though, a digital version where they can control people like there's nobody's business, right? They have to pull paper money out of the system.
Pretty interesting. And you guys can go to amweknow.com/gold. It's on your screen in the description box below. Reach out to Dr. Kirk Elliott and his team, and they will help you with your IRAs and transfer them over to silver and more. It's absolutely brilliant what they put together. So I wanted to get to this part too of the exposure, the Great Awakening. They've come so far that even The Rock, a carefully crafted facade of a celebrity, can't get away with what people like him used to. So everyone sees the sham of him asking for poor people to donate to Oprah's sham Maui wildfire fund and sheer hypocrisy inherent in their actions. Oh, that's another one that this war is covering up, right? Is asking questions about Maui. The fires. Millions are having the blindfolds removed from their eyes, and they're seeing past those who would deceive us. We are waking up.
We first launched the fund. There was some backlash that came with launching the fund, and I want to address and acknowledge that backlash right now. And here's what I have to say about that. I get it, and I completely understand, and I could have been better, and next time I will be better. And I understand, money ain't falling out of the sky, and it's not growing on trees. And there's a lot of people out there who's living paycheck to paycheck. And I get it, and I know what that's like. I've lived paycheck to paycheck. $7, I know what that's like. And when you are living paycheck to paycheck, I don't want to speak for everybody, I'll speak for myself, but I feel it's connected. When you're living paycheck to paycheck, I was easily pissed off and I was frustrated. And the last thing you want to hear when you are living paycheck to paycheck is someone asking you for money, especially when the person asking you for money already has a lot of money. So I get it. I understand. I've never launched a fund before, but I'm a quick study and lesson learned.
Lesson learned. The same guy who got in front of everybody on Saturday Night Live and became the most evil person about crimes against children laughed about it. How he stood there and was able to do that with a cold face was unbelievable. And I get it. These guys sometimes have to make deals. They have to make deals to do things that they probably don't want to do, but they can't keep their fame and they're probably will be exposed for things that they might have done wrong, and to keep their composure, to keep doing what they have to do to stay famous. I don't know. Could be The Rock, could not be. But man, when he stood in Saturday Night Live and started doing that really despicable thing in front of everyone, I was shocked. And I don't know. Maybe I could pull that up real quick since we're talking about it. Maybe I can find it real quick while we're here. Can I find it real fast? Real fast. Right here, Dwayne Johnson on SNL. I think we've got it. It might be right about here. All I know is if you go to the Twitter world, here we are. He's compromised. He's one of them. And that's where people are showing The Rock over and over again how he did the Saturday Night Live deal. The child molestation Saturday Night Live robot skit. That's what it was. It's what should be apologized for by all involved. Actors, writers, SNL, and the network. They should deeply apologize over that. It was appalling to the highest degree. Child abuse should never be joked about. He was joking about how he was the most evil. He had the most evil robot who actually did bad things to children. That's all I'm going to say on that one. And so that leads me to the crimes against humanity, what we talked about earlier. Trump says he has control of all this. We know the crimes against humanity was put out first by one of the first things he did, executive orders. He's signed the law to punish websites for sex trafficking. Remember that? Back in 2018, April 11th was put out. And then you have all of this with the Mossad, Epstein, and more on controlling everyone that has a stake in some type of power on this earth. And so I want you to listen to this interview, and it's going to play on your screen all of the Intel board posts for your enjoyment.
We're getting glimpses, but take us through.
Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein grew up in blue-collar New York City, but soon found his way working on Wall Street, but left job from job to job in controversy. Despite all of that, he seemingly never had a job, but amassed a $600 million fortune. He was a man who had vast estates here in New York City, the largest townhouse in the city itself, a Palm Beach mansion, his own island in the US Virgin Islands, a home in Paris, and a ranch in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Now, what people don't know is that every room of every one of those homes had cameras. How do I know that? I've looked at over 200 photos inside both the New York and the Santa Fe, New Mexico property. Ask, why would you have cameras in every single room? Well, as part of our investigation, we've established, and I've actually seen this for myself, Jeffrey Epstein had another room next to where all those cameras fed into, and there were industrial-sized Xerox machines. So whatever was taking place inside the four walls of his homes, he was recording it and printing it out and keeping DVDs.
Oh, are we alleging that that's how he made his money? If he's come from blue-collar origins, how did he have all this money to afford all this real estate? So is the allegation that he was blackmailing? Yeah.
It is one of the great mysteries of the Jeffrey Epstein scandal. Now, as part of our investigation, we spoke to Ari Ben-Mashani, who is a former Israeli spy. He said on the record unequivocally that Jeffrey Epstein was working for Israeli intelligence operations, the Mossad, and running a classic honey trap operation. That is, lure people inside, record their activities, and learn about their peccadillos and use it to blackmail them. This is a former spy on the record in the new book, Epstein, Dead Men Tell No Tales. Interestingly, this person was also the handler of Jeffrey Epstein's best friend and ex-girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, Ghislaine Maxwell is a central figure in this story, and her whereabouts at the moment is unknown. She was said to have been one of the women who helped procure the underage girls for Epstein. She has denied that. But her father was Robert Maxwell, a media and press baron who owned the Mirror News Group in England and also the New York Daily News. He was a former Mossad agent. And according to my source, Ari Ben-Mashari, the business that Robert Maxwell had was turned over to Jeffrey Epstein almost in a switch before Robert Maxwell died in mysterious circumstances off the back of a boat in 1991.
Well, this is mind-boggling stuff. There are conspiracy theories, many, about how he died. Do you believe the official findings? Of course, that was suicide.
You know, it's a really difficult question. Every victim's advocate's attorney that I've spoken to has said that they don't believe the series of circumstances that have been outlined by the government here in the United States. Certainly, he was given the means and motives to commit suicide. And 2 days before his death, he completed his will, assigning and bequeathing his entire fortune to his brother. So I don't necessarily think that he was murdered. I think he was given the means and opportunity to commit suicide. But what he's left behind is a trail of unanswered questions, many of which we will not have answers to. Why was he able to get away with these crimes for so long? And why did he get such a lenient sentence in the late 2010, I think it was? The matter, which was a federal matter, was turned over to local state law enforcement in Florida, who allowed him to actually leave jail and conduct business during jail hours.
For your book, your team interviewed members of Epstein's household staff. What did you learn from them?
A critical witness we spoke to was a woman that worked as a housekeeper at the Santa Fe, New Mexico ranch. And as we know, Prince Andrew has said that he met Jeffrey Epstein only on a handful of occasions and has protested his innocence and said he flew to New York to break up their bromance, if you like. Well, according to this woman who worked for Epstein at his sprawling estate in New Mexico, Prince Andrew is not telling the truth. He, in fact, made a visit to that ranch where she was given explicit orders from Team Epstein to make sure that Andrew was satisfied, and that meant ensuring that he had the company of a very young woman.
Well, Prince Andrew has, of course, been linked with Epstein, and he's facing serious allegations of his own, as we all know. Now, we all saw that recent TV interview where he strongly denied any wrongdoing. You must have seen that interview. What did you think of it when you watched it?
I thought it was train wreck television at its absolute worst. Here you have somebody who thought getting on the front foot was the right thing to do, to try and answer questions. But he was in a no-win situation. Now, the worst thing that could happen for Prince Andrew is that the FBI continues its investigation. We know that the Attorney General here in the United States has demanded that we find out answers as to why Epstein was able to commit suicide. So Prince Andrew could well find himself being the subject of subpoenas.
Were given to her.
So as you go through all of this and you watch it on your screen, for those listening, you heard that. Possible Epstein was a puppet, not the main person of interest. Financed by who or what F entities. Primary, gather blackmailer on elected polls, dignitaries, royalty, Hollywood influencers, Wall Street, and other financial top-level players. Other high-profile industry-specific people, etc. Feed and addiction, controllable. Maxwell family background, intel, agency, wealth. Sometimes it's the people in the background of greater significance. You don't think we highlighted Epstein for no reason, did you? Those who were once protected are no longer. Timing is everything. Hunters become prey. They show us Mossad. Then you have alt plus U.S. media and U.S. politicians under them, and then it goes down. Those who scream the loudest find the connections. Remember all of this. Remember how James Comey's daughter inspected missing Epstein suicide footage. Welcome to Epstein Island. Ask yourself, is this normal? What does a temple typically symbolize? What does an owl symbolize? Dark religion, tunnels underneath. Rooms indicate size. Symbolism will be their downfall. These people are evil. Evil. Relevant to today. Untouchable. State-backed. Epstein thought so. Puppets and puppet masters, not anymore. And it goes through all of these. The cover-ups. The Mueller cover-ups of Epstein. Bury that cover-up. Biggest scandal in American history, treason. Sometimes it takes a roast in order to be able to speak the truth and get away with it. Symbolism
Self being the subject
will be their downfall. Going through all this and more, we had a drop from Dan Scavino. I can truth, but I can't tweet. Looks like his Twitter thing was removed. He had 1.7 million followers. And interesting, and 955 following. 955 is boom, boom, boom. Next week, USMC activated. The truth. Do you believe in coincidences? Truth to power. 1853 is when he posted it. 1853 is that Intel drop, truth to power. Huh. Speaking of truth to power, the truth of this site, and we know, is now all over the nation in different locations. I believe in Texas, Oklahoma, Monroe, Louisiana. We're trying to get one close to the Duck Dynasty crew. Hopefully they'll see it. And more. We've just excited because you can see these as you're driving on the freeways. Truth, Hope, Faith, and Freedom. Watch now. Thanks to Banners for Freedom for their help in putting this together on digital screens all across our nation. We're excited. And thanks to your donations and more, we've been able to get a handle on getting the word out to let people know where they can go to find truth, hope, faith, and freedom, leading to one of the greatest wake-up calls that we've ever seen in the history of our nation and our entire earth. God woke you up for a reason. Ultra Pepe Lives Matter. Anons have known for a long time that we had to go to the precipice and that it would almost certainly get worse, crazier, and more tumultuous before the 2024 election. Oh, yes, it has. None of this surprises me in the least, and I just want to reaffirm my belief that even though we may be in for tough times ahead, the best is yet to come, and God has an amazing plan for all of our lives. You're the peace in the storm. Don't let them take that away from you. Never live your life in fear. Be prepared, be knowledgeable, be strong, have faith. We will face whatever is to come, and we will find a way to win. God is with us.
For nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, thank you once again for how you continue to guide us and direct us into all truth. We ask for continued guidance, going through the research, gathering information, learning more and more that the side we pick is you. Thank you for your Son who died on the cross for our sins. We thank you that we can continue to go boldly before your throne to search out and make requests. We thank you that we have a helpline 24/7 to you at all times. And we ask for continued protection over those that are defending our nation and other nations around this earth. We know that many are faced with difficult decisions to make. We know that the information out of Israel causes so much tension, so many fights, even inside of those who belong to you. Would you allow us to be guided by your Holy Spirit day in and day out, moment by moment, with all of our conversations? Please guide our tongues, guide our minds. May we love those who hurt us, who persecute us, love our enemies, be good to those who want to cause ill will towards us. May we be able to stand and be a great Bible that some will only read. Just our actions and how we handle ourselves. Help us, guide us, and direct us in everything we say and do. We certainly need your help now, more than ever. We ask all this in the name of Jesus, our Savior. Amen and amen. Folks, thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you made it all the way through this video. I hope you have a great weekend. This is very difficult. There's things that I didn't share today I thought I would, but I'm just not ready. Just not ready. It's not easy right now to go through stuff with Israel and Palestine because I'm trying to get to the bottom of what's going on, and we're just having to peel this onion back piece by piece. And I'm hoping that God the Holy Spirit's helping me, because there's a lot of folks that are learning so many things throughout their entire lives, including myself, through seminary studies and more. And it's jolting my mind a little bit. I can't pick sides. I've got to stay in tune with the word of God, and yet continue to what? Pull out the truth, expose these evil Satanists all around us and these warmongers, and continue to hope and pray that this is just a huge precipice and someday we'll come out of it and many people will come to Christ, right? Please hit that subscribe button if you would, share if you would, hit the like button, and just thank you so much for your prayers and your support. For now, this is LT saying Semper Fi, with them we know, signing out.
All right, that was And We Know with LT. Always a pleasure to listen to him. His perspective, his point of view, along with the research that him and his kids put together. Because let me tell you, his boys work just as hard on his productions as family works together. Man, what a difference that makes, doesn't it? All right, we're going to jump off of this one. And we're going to move on to our next video. Actually, we have a few of them. I'm going to, let me do this here real quick, because we're actually going to go almost in a reverse order in which they were posted. I want to get this SGT report one in with Nathan's, the next part of the Nathan Reynolds series. Here we go.
For every single major world war, every single major conflict, the architects of our society, the engineers of our society, the custodians of our lives have found that the best way to do that is to foment animalistic vengeance. You have no idea what you're getting into. You have no idea the cost of war. When you look at total war, which is what they're talking about, people are demanding total war. When you look at total war, what you're going to involve is the absolute systemic destruction of everything that is humanity.
Hey friends, Sean from SGT Report here. That was the voice of my friend Nathan Reynolds. Words from a scholar. As the world gets bloodthirsty and we race towards World War III, I'll quote Apostle Paul from Romans chapter 12, who said, "Bless those who persecute you. Do not repay anyone evil for evil. Do not take revenge." In this one, we talk about the Balfour Declaration, the House of Rothschild, Zionism, Israel, and a race toward a global war if the people of the world don't return to their senses. Friends, thanks so much for tuning in. Before we start, just a quick word about a sponsor. Do you guys remember that interview I did with Diane Kaiser a while back? And we were talking about what's in the water? Well, in that conversation, Diane mentioned leaky gut. Well, speaking of digestive issues, this is caused by a potential toxin that's in all of the, quote, healthy foods that scientists have been telling us to eat with that fraudulent food pyramid for the longest time. And this potential toxin causes digestive issues, according to Dr. Stephen Gundry, a world-renowned cardiologist. Warning signs include weight gain, fatigue, digestive discomfort, and stiff joints, even skin problems. Well, Dr. Gundry explains these side effects are often mistaken for normal signs of aging because digestive issues develop usually over a matter of years, sometimes even over decades. I can assure you that this damage is probably caused by these health foods, and it's far from normal. The good news is you can easily help fix this problem from your own home. It's simple. You just have to know which foods are actually healthy and which contain this hidden potential toxin. You can go find this yourself at gutcleanseprotocol.com/SGT. That's gutcleanseprotocol.com/SGT. Click on the link in the description below the video, because after years of research, Dr. Gundry has decided to release an informative video to the public for free and uninterrupted, showcasing exactly which foods you need to avoid. Go find the video right now at gutcleanseprotocol.com/SGT. The link is below. Hey friends, welcome back. It's fantastic to have each and every one of you here. Thank you so much for clicking play. The spiritual warfare aligned against humanity is making itself very clear. I have back on the line author, speaker, farmer, husband, father, satanic ritual abuse survivor, Illuminati family survivor, and man of God, Nathan Reynolds. Nathan, welcome back.
Thanks so much for having me back on, Sean. I couldn't be more excited to be here.
Well, I really appreciate you. And guys, the website for Nathan is snatchedfromtheflames.com. I couldn't more highly recommend it. I want to start with Ephesians 6:12. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. And now I want to share a little thing with you guys. Let me do a screen share. It's called the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt not kill. It's a very simple directive. So, Israel's 9/11, right? As neocons, so-called conservatives, and Christian pundits are calling for vengeance because of the attacks of Hamas against Israel, I have a real problem with what we're hearing. Have we learned nothing? They're calling this Israel's 9/11, which will then give them carte blanche to lay waste to Gaza and innocent children and families trapped there. So before I play a soundbite from author E. Michael Jones, who I've had on the broadcast twice, I want to just get Nathan's reaction to anything I just said. I do not want to filibuster here. Nathan's the keeper of so much knowledge, but I have a real problem with what we're seeing as the world barrels right directly toward World War III. And then we're going to talk about whether or not this is all being made to happen. Is prophecy being brought about on purpose? Biblical prophecy I'm talking about. Nathan, before that bite from E. Michael Jones about this whole situation, what say you?
You know, I think you brought up a really interesting commandment when it talks about that you shall not kill, you shall not murder. There's a distinction of understanding that is so intoxicating for people. If they've not gotten into bloodlust and blood guilt, they have no idea about the power of what can take over the mind, enrapture the mind when people do seek vengeance. I mean, that's literally what my book was about, was trying to dismantle a life of bloodshed, a life of vengeance, a life of constant confusion. And this is what happens when you enter into the enemy's camp, when you enter into the adversary's kingdom, and you begin to take on the garments of violence. You begin to become something other than a set apart person, a righteous person, because you're going to pick up the sword of Cain. You're going to start to become a murderer. And you know, when you do that, you start to enter into the kingdom of the dragon. He is a murderer and is a murderer from the beginning. He's a liar and a father of lies. And that prince of the power of the air, like he talks about in 2 Corinthians 2:4, like, marvel not, because Satan himself transforms himself into an angel of light, and his ministers, his apostles, do likewise. He's like, don't wonder, don't marvel, don't be amazed by their works. And so many people are masquerading as the good guys, as the righteous people who have been so desperately in need of help and protection and deliverance and restoration. And at the same time, behind the scenes, they are the very ones who are enacting murder and bloodshed and violence and control and coercion. And so I really strongly caution people, anytime major cataclysmic events take place, to take a step back from the emotional carnage that's being churned up and reveled in. Like, I don't try to enter into normally weighing into these current events in that same time frame, because people get so emotionally charged, they become completely debased into that animalistic beast-like mindset that they're trying to drive people into. And this is where the propagandists thrive. Like we've talked about almost every episode, Sean, you and I have done. Edward Benet's propaganda. Read a tiny little book. It'll transform your life. You read the book of Revelation, like we're going to talk about tonight. There's an absolute guaranteed promised blessing that you don't lose if you read that book, you guard that book, and that you don't steal from it, take away from it, add to it, or diminish it. And by doing that, you can understand that there really is an adversary, like those principalities, powers, rulers, dominions, thrones, spiritual wickedness in high places. There is an anti-Messiah spirit that has been loosed over the earth to try to lead people astray. It says the dragon leads the whole world astray. And truly, when the world is trying to drive mankind into war, into violence, into death and slaughter, and to the consumption of peace for the expense of prosperity, for the expense of freedom and liberty. This is nothing different than one of the books we're going to talk about tonight, written by a guy named Carl Teichrib. We're going to read some excerpts from this about this Unitarianism, this one world ideology that's infecting people, this collectivism that drives people towards this goddess of liberty, who was literally enthroned in Notre Dame Cathedral right before the French had their revolution, which ended up in violence and bloodshed and the slaughtering of innumerable people. when righteous people get caught up in that zealousness, in that passion, in that enthralling, they really are drinking from the cups of demons. And you have to be so cautious about whether or not this is a war of righteousness or a war of carefully orchestrated puppeteers manhandling people to make it appear as though prophecy might be coming to pass, when in reality we have a prophecy of the beast. The revelation of the beast seems to be much more in line with what we see actually being fomented, brought forth, is that unveiling of the archons, these paranumenikai, as they're called in the scriptures, these principalities. And this seems to be their time, the fruit of their anti-Messiah at work.
I want to play for you a soundbite from author E. Michael Jones. The book I like so much that he wrote, and I've interviewed him about, is Logos Rising. But he's done seminal work in the area of Israel, Jewish supremacy, and this problem, this, I would call it a Zionist problem. And I don't know if I discussed this with you, but I've certainly discussed it on the broadcast before. The foundations of the state of Israel, the modern state of Israel, in the Rothschilds' hand in the founding of that, along with the British royals, the Royal Crown, the Balfour Declaration. That's going to help just people understanding the history of that and the Rothschilds' role in it, in my opinion, will help us bridge into another topic I want to talk about in this interview. Nathan and audience, I just want to play for you this snippet between E. Michael Jones, the author and researcher. He's a scholar, by the way, PhD level, very bright guy. His interview with Stu Peters about Israel laying siege to Gaza and the one thing that they can hide behind to prevent discourse. Listen to this.
This goes back a long way. Well, early on, in right around the run-up to World War II, the British did a survey, and they realized that dropping bombs, 80% of the time, they never come near their target. And so they changed the strategy to bombing civilian populations. That was a war crime then. It reached its culmination in things like the firebombing of Dresden and Hamburg, and also the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. These were all civilian targets, and this is the legacy now of the Israeli regime here. They are targeting civilians. And all of the outrage is being directed against the other side here. No, the fundamental fact is that their attack on Gaza is a war crime. They are attacking a civilian population. They are deliberately attacking a civilian population, no matter what they say, because you cannot not attack a civilian population if you drop bombs on Gaza. That's being completely excluded from the discussion now.
So what do you attribute that to? I mean, why do they get a pass? Benjamin Netanyahu is openly posting on the platform X aerial footage of him bombing civilian occupied structures.
There's a one-word answer to that question, and it's the Holocaust.
We dare not speak above our breaths when speaking in condemnation of it. It was Woodrow Wilson who said that. What was he speaking about? I think he was talking about Zionism. Nathan, events like this, whether false flags or not, whether allowed to happen or not, there's news that Israel was warned by Egypt before the attack and did nothing. These things, these events cause otherwise decent men and women to thirst for blood through vengeance. And I just want to caution everybody, as people like Ben Shapiro and conservatives and Christians are now foaming at the mouth saying, wipe Gaza from the map. Gaza is filled with 2+ million people. Women and children are trapped there. And my heart as a Christian cries out for them. And I don't defend what happened when Hamas stormed that dance party and killed a bunch of people in Israel, more than 1,000 people. I'm not excusing it. I'm saying we as Christians had better pull ourselves up by the bootstraps and speak out loudly against those who want to kill indiscriminately. Because otherwise, where does this end? They're going to take us right to World War III. And that brings me to the next question, then I'll shut up. Is this all being brought about on purpose? Are we being steered here by the powers of the darkness, the controllers of the darkness of this world? I feel like we are.
In no uncertain terms, every time you need, in order to formulate an agenda that is successful for every single major world war, every single major conflict, the architects of our society, the engineers of our society, the custodians of our lives have found that the best way to do that is to foment animalistic vengeance. In order to do that, they have to literally set up a means of mass murder to take place, because fundamentally you're going to need soldiers who come from civilians to become trained murderers. Every soldier is a trained murderer. You have to desensitize them. Like we've talked about in the past, the book On Killing, which goes through the systematic desensitization training that is required in order to get a human being to resist the natural proclivities to not kill another person. In order to do that, you have to physically train them away. You have to dehumanize their targets. And every time, if you go back and examine the propaganda, one of my favorite studies is, oh my goodness, hold on. There is a video series, a documentary series, which you guys absolutely love, which is put out back in the 1950s. It went and examined the propaganda that was used in the 1940s during the war, as also after the war was kind of drowning out, and they began to shift it towards our what used to be our allies, the Soviet Union, who had to become the new bad boogeyman, the threat of communism. It's called Why We Fight. The documentary series. It's in the United States National Archives, and you can see it's like a 7-part series. And you can just literally watch the evolution of propaganda from the beginning phases of the war, because you've got to go back to each one of these time periods in United States history. Before the Spanish-American Civil War took place, the United States had a much more reserved stance when it came to global policing. But one of the key founders who instituted that was Woodrow Wilson, like you talked about. He became the shot caller of the Federal Reserve and a lot of these agencies. He was an economic professor, somebody who brought in the war through the economics, but he also was the one who brought into the population this mindset, this ideology that, we needed to go be the global policeman who step in on these powers and these positions. The same president who was like, I will not get us involved in the war, was the very president who got us involved in the Great War. And you go back a step further when you go back to the Spanish-American War, and the United States had agents of influence who went and set up the United States to have a destroyer blown apart in the sea in the Spanish Sea there by Cuba in order to try to launch and foment this. And this is when they had what was called yellow journalism, the rise of a lot of the propagandists, the PR campaigns for the Secretary of War, the Secretary of Defense that we call him today, the Department of Defense. They used to call it the Department of War back then. It's really 1984. If y'all haven't read a book, I read a book recently called 1984 by George Orwell, which was just incredibly revealing. I've heard it quoted a lot throughout my life, but to actually sit down and read that book, you literally get to see the very architected system that was described and prophesied by these prophets of Baal, George Orwell was. He brought forth this great magical working, and literally mankind has been under the influence of this great dragon to bring this work to pass, because these archons, these ancient immortals, and what I mean by that, they were literally created to do mighty deeds. They were created to govern countries, continent, regions, territories of power and influence. And they are the ultimate ones who drive these forces into action. They're the ones who release the dogs of war. And they do that by setting up the population to be foaming at the mouth, like you just described, through the death and the destruction of innocence, more or less, people that are like they should not have died, even though when they knew, more often than not, it was the very agents of our government or the government that's going to victim stance during it that set them up. You got 25-mile long strip, the Gaza Strip, 5-mile wide, one of the most heavily enforced guarded territories on the face of the earth. You got 2 million people inside that little area, and yet they have the most sophisticated drones and surveillance state, guardians, soldiers, and sentinels, incredible amounts of firepower and protective measures laid in place, sensors, ground sensors, air sensors, radio sensors. They have so much surveillance going over that place. And you want to tell me that these guys got in little tractors and drove across the border and devoured and destroyed all of these people? Surely you must understand something. Just like when the Japanese were coming over in their armada to destroy all of our ships that were so strategically laid out, these old battleships that the United States Navy didn't want to have to use for the next war. We lined them up so perfectly and strategically so that they could indeed come in and devour and destroy them. And so the United States could have this bloody sacrifice, this Holocaust, like you talked about, so that the people would be foaming at the mouth, willing to do whatever it takes to get it. It's the same as the Lusitania. The Lusitania back before World War I was a vessel that was carrying munitions. It had unbelievable tolls of munitions on it. It had literal artillery rounds for firing back at ships. It was a war vessel carrying all kinds of wars and munitions to go and start an engaging combat for the United States, on behalf of the United States, for Great Britain. And it was sunk, and they're like, oh, this great tragedy is taking place. And they used that through that yellow journalism, that same foam-to-mouth version of media, to drive the population into the direction that they wanted to, because ultimately the United States, by and far our population, has not bought hook, line, and sinker this ideology for the war in Ukraine. We're not really eager to go engage with a war with Russia and the Soviet Union again, because we recognize that there's some duplicitousness when it comes to, hey, who are these agents of evil that are operating at the headship and the leadership under Ukraine, and what is their driving factors, and why is it suddenly our government so behind their agenda? Could there be that there's some other double dealing taking place that's in this event? And one of the things I did want to just bring into the public record, I'm going to screen share with you real quick, just so people do have a little better understanding of when you talk about something like the Balfour Declaration. I think, Sean, a lot of people don't actually have an understanding of what it is you're saying. We hear it in phraseology, but I'm just going to go to the actual. Let me just share my screen real quick. This is, so you can see, this is the Rothschilds Archive.org. So this is their official history of the Rothschilds.
They're very proud of it. And
Absolutely.
one of the surviving Rothschilds, I get their names mixed up, but you know, the old man who's always at Watson, is that Jacob Rothschild? He did a sit-down interview with one of these channels in the UK at Watson, and he shows the document. He shows the original note from Walter Rothschild.
He's, starts to fight a difficult battle with the British cabinet, and this letter goes through 5 drafts, as you know. And in the end, it comes out as a rather compromising letter. I mean, the essential point is there for the Jewish community to fasten on to. You have the first bit, which promises a national home rather than the national home. And then you have the bit that nothing that's to be done should in any way harm the Arab community. But you come back to the big point, which is that this is perhaps the greatest event in Jewish life for thousands of years.
They're very proud of this history. So let's be clear about that.
And you got to understand, the Rothschilds, y'all, they are custodians, okay? And what I mean by that is they literally needed to design a society. Just if you would read this book, The Game of Gods, it's an incredible history account that details where this one world ideology came from, and it starts to go through a lot of these what would be called the black royalty, the societies that have really been governing. We have some here in the United States, like you talked about, this Illuminati bloodline that I'm a descendant of. The Reynolds family is a component of it. However, there's a heraldry behind my family and my bloodline that goes deeper into these other bloodlines, and one of them is the Orsini families. The Orsini family and the Medicis, the Merovingians. These are the ones who have been holding powers and positions for a lot longer than you and I would ever think of when it comes to empire, dynastic empires, people that have been ruling for thousands of years, completely different than anything that we have to corroborate or comprehend. But the Rothschilds, this Red Shield family, they are descendants of the Orsinis, okay? The Orsinis and a lot of these real power players like the Li family in China, the Dragon bloodlines, they don't want their face to be on the news. They don't want their money, their assets, their wealth, their accolade to be discussed. They don't want it to ever populate in the minds of the masses that these people have any power and influence. They want to be shadow walkers. They want to be soldiers in the kingdom of the gray. And this is why you have 3 popes that operate at any given time. You got the white pope, he's masquerading all the time as this good showman pope. Then you have the gray pope, Pepe Orsini. This is the one who is really a shot caller of shot callers when it comes to global politics and the global society and the engineers of global dissent. These are the ones who are really pulling on the coffers and the strings like this because they have so much power that is given to them. And it literally says in Revelation, we're going to talk about the one who gives power, the dragon, is going to give his power to this beast, to these beast kingdoms, to these sovereigns, these kings, these corporations. And by doing that, I get fired up about this because there's this historicity that's really important. A guy named Johnny Cerrucci, I'll have a few of his books next time we do a show, Sean. He put forth this thing that was called a book called the Illuminati Unmasked. And he did another one that was called The Secret History, and the third one, which was called Eaters of Children, The Pedocracy Exposed. Johnny Cerrucci does a fantastic job of actually going through and dealing with a lot of this veiled history that has been so systemically eradicated from our society by diving into their actual archives. Like you said, Sean, they're very proud of the society that they've made in their image. They have genuinely made an image of this great beast, of the whore that we read about in the scriptures. They clothed in purple, these black-robed Catholic priests that reign supremely on the earth, these power brokers of our society who literally own and control the vast majority of the holy sites in Jerusalem are owned by the Roman Catholic Church. They're not Christian. They are not. They did not survive the Protestant Reformation. They have been controlled and coerced to foment a version of it. And you know what? When you want to start to really get some powerful people involved in this war, they're going to start blowing up those Catholic holy sites. That's when you really will see teeth bared and people calling for bloodshed and violence. You think Christians in America have some power brokers behind them because we have some people involved in the United States military. You have no idea what it looks like when billions of people rise up in arms to go after this. And this is what they prophesied as their great third world war will be one that will exhaust the nations, that people will be so tired of it by the end of it that they will abandon all forms of religion because they will pin this on religious zealots on all sides of the equations, from Muslims to Arabs to these split, bifurcated societal fractured groups. And they're going to make it be racial. They're going to make it transgendered based. They're going to make it ideological, systemic. In so many ways, they're going to try to split and destroy people and make them go into the just bloodshed continually. And when you get into that kingdom of violence, it is so inexhaustible because what you're dealing with is these powers that are always hungry and never satisfied, that are always thirsty and never able to be refreshed. And this is what you're dealing with when it comes to the Rothschilds. They are proud of this history because what they put out here, I'm going to read it for you. Some of you might be listening in here. This is on their website, and it's called, and it starts out, Walter Rothschild in the Balfour Declaration. Lionel Walter Rothschild was the Lord Rothschild to whom Balfour addressed his 1917 proposal regarding the establishment of a Jewish state. On November 2nd, 1917, the British government expressed its sympathy with Jewish Zionist aspirations and announced that it would use its best endeavors to facilitate the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. The announcement came in a letter from the Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, to Lionel Walter, second Lord Rothschild, 1868 to 1937, the unofficial leader of the British Jewish community. The Balfour Agreement became the diplomatic foundation stone of the State of Israel. The origins of the letter had begun in the early 20th century when Chaim Weizmann, the leading spokesman for Zionism in Britain, began to solicit support among the British people shortly after he settled in Manchester in 1904. The origins in the First World War, beginning in 1916. So understand here, we're right into the crux of the Great War. Now imagine the emotional charged atmosphere of what you're dealing with. This is a time when over in the Middle East, there was mostly Arabic tribes that had a form of peaceful cohabitation, and it wasn't constant violence and bloodshed like we see today. So it's a very different societal structure than what we're experiencing today. The British hoped that in exchange for their support of Zionism, the Jews would help to finance the growing expenses of the First World War, which was becoming increasingly burdensome. More importantly, policymakers in the Foreign Office believed that Jews could be prevailed upon to persuade the United States to join the war. At this time, there was very strong pro-Zionist feelings by many of the political elite and establishment. Many of Britain's leaders, including Prime Minister David Lloyd George and Balfour himself, felt for the Jews in their history. These men were deeply religious Christian Zionists. Same people that you'll see today, just another generation of them being raised up, and they're the ones who have great platforms and pomp to be able to foment these same ideologies and architect these kinds of emotional drives. They had grown up on the Bible. The Holy Land was their spiritual home. They believed that modern Zionism would fulfill a divine promise and resettle the Jews in the land of their ancient fathers. The text of the letter. The Balfour Declaration used deliberately vague language. The term, quote, national home, end quote, was chosen in order to minimize the Zionist dream to make Palestine a Jewish state. The Arabs, whose, quote, civil and religious, quote, not national and political rights were not to be prejudiced, as the Declaration put it, were referred to as only existing non-Jewish communities. This would be like what we would call the Gaza Strip today. The Balfour Declaration was ultimately unsuccessful, and many commentators place it among some similar fruitless schemes. Surprisingly, the British, by and large, kept their word for at last 2 decades until the outbreak of the Second World War. They allowed the Zionist movement to bring hundreds of thousands of Jewish immigrants into Palestine. These new arrivals set up hundreds of settlements, including several towns, as well as political, economic, military, and cultural infrastructure of the future state of Israel. The Balfour Declaration was the opening chapter in a still unfinished story. The original letter was presented to the British Library in 1924 by Lionel Walter II, Lord Rothschild. Here's the actual letter. Foreign Office, November 2nd, 1917. Dear Lord Rothschild, I have much pleasure in conveying to you on behalf of His Majesty's government the following declaration of sympathy with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the Cabinet. His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine or the rights of political status enjoyed by the Jews in any other country. I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the Zionist Federation. Yours sincerely, Arthur James Balfour. This is the very architects of this book that they have opened up. This is not the Lamb's Book of Life that we're reading from. This is the book of the beast. These are the people who are literally willing to comply with being ultimate, at the end of the day, cowards, because cowards are the one who use other people to fight their wars. They're not willing to weigh into the fray personally. And because of that, these very people are incapable of truly comprehending the gravity of what it takes in order to bring this thing to pass. When someone who sits in their comfortable armchair quarterback position chair screams and cusses and demands bloodshed and violence and the deaths of civilians on an unpalatable scale, it's because they have never known what the taste of innocent blood is like. They don't know what it's like to have blood and brain matter smattered and smeared across you. They have no comprehension of what it looks like to see dismemberment take your entire community and watch everything you've ever known as normal be destroyed, to have no power. Just to think about what our society would turn into here in America without power, without food, without water, without access to communications with each other, how quickly we would dissolve and come apart. And this is in a society where we have been so away from it for so long. The people in Palestine are far more resilient when it comes to this because they've experienced this type of oppressive nature. They experience what it's like to be under the constant eye of Big Brother. And so because of that, they'll be more resilient in some aspects of it. But this is why one of the best books you can study on history of insurgencies, terrorists, freedom fighters is The War in the Shadows. And this is written by Robert B. Asprey. And this goes through the history of how sovereign territories, colonialists, empirists, how they contend and fight with guerrilla fighters, how they fight back against people that are a minority group that they're trying to stomp out of existence and blot out, like in the Zulu War, the Bola War. And Great Britain has been one of the great architects of that for many, many generations. However, the true ones who have held that position the longest are the Jesuits. It's the Roman Catholic Church. And that's why they're really, if you went and dug down into the coffers of it, you're going to find their fingerprints all over this filthy thing.
Well, I'm so glad we're going here because, again, I just wanted to caution really the world and anybody with a platform, whether it's Sean Hannity or Ben Shapiro or anybody who has a platform. Have we learned nothing from 9/11? Have we learned nothing? We were all bloodthirsty for revenge after 9/11 in this country, and they whipsawed us into global wars without end. And how many millions of people died in Iraq and in Afghanistan and then in Libya? It never ends. Have we learned nothing? Have we learned nothing, those of you who are bloodthirsty and calling for the demolition and end of Gaza, including the 2 million people that live there? Have we learned nothing? So, you know, in our first broadcast, you read a portion of the Jesuit Oath, and it is as eye-opening as it is abhorrent. And it exposes the full level of depravity of the entire system that governs the earth. So when I paraphrased these words from Woodrow Wilson, I said maybe he was talking about Zionism. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he was talking about the Jesuit order. Maybe he was talking about both. But what he said was this, quote, "Some of the biggest men in the U.S. in the field of commerce and manufacture are afraid of somebody, are afraid of something. They know there is a power somewhere so organized, so subtle, so watchful, so interlocked, so complete, and so pervasive that they had better not ever speak above their breath when they speak in condemnation of it." And he was a U.S. president. So I'll do another screen share, and then I want your response. Is this Zionism? Is it the Jesuit order? Is it all of these folks working together? Because I think they're trying to usher us into this final world war that we just talked about. Ezekiel 38:39 speaks of the great battle that will occur in Israel in the latter days, and that will involve a people from Magog led by a king named Gog. Ezekiel describes this war as being waged in the mountains of Israel against the children of Israel gathered to these lands. I just want to caution the world. How badly do y'all want World War III? Because that's where they're taking us.
Yeah. And you go talk to some veterans. I really just can't encourage y'all enough. Talk to people who have killed people and who have been ravaged by violence. You have no idea what you're getting into. You have no idea the cost of war. When you look at total war, which is what they're talking about, people are demanding total war. When you look at total war, what you're going to involve is the absolute systemic destruction of everything that is humanity. And when you got, like in World War I think it was at a rate of 70, I was on average 7,700 men died every single day for years. For years. This is not even just to touch the civilian casualties of what total war looks like today. In the realm of AI-based total supremacy warfare. In Japan alone, the United States began a fire campaign. I know there's a lot of like PR campaign about the atomic weapons that were dropped. We were firebombing their cities to nothingness. We were burning and killing tens of thousands of people every day. When you talk about the ability for the United States, for the global empire, for the militant arm of the Red Dragon of Great Britain, the militant arm for that nation to start to wage total war, you have no comprehension of what can actually take place and how rapidly devastation can come upon you. Like we think because we're so isolated and insulated that this won't come and knock down our doors. But when your homes are burning to the ground and you are left cold and barren in the heart of winter and starving to death, you will have a real appreciation of what it was like, and you will recall the days of peace with unbelievable desperation, with prayers inutterable to get back to those days. I want to read to you 2 Peter 2 here, because I don't think what you're looking at here is that great Gog and Magog. And I'll just put that super transparently, because when I read and examine the scriptures, that comes way later in the story, and it's not so early on. However, I know that's not necessarily in alignment with the great Hal Lindsey and his prophecies of old. But 2 Peter 2, there also came to be false prophets among the people, as also among you there shall be false teachers who shall secretly bring in destructive heresies and deny the master who bought them, bringing swift destruction on themselves. And many shall follow their destructive ways, because of whom the way of truth shall be evil spoken of. And in greed, with fabricated words, they shall use you for gain. From of old their judgment does not linger, and their destruction does not slumber. For if Elohim, who did not spare the angels who sinned, but sent them to Tartarus and delivered them into chains of darkness to be kept for judgment, and did not spare the world of old, but preserved Noah, a proclaimer of righteousness, and 7 others, bringing in the flood of the world of the wicked, and having reduced to ashes the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, condemned them to destruction, having made them an example to those who afterward would live wickedly, and rescued righteous Lot, who was oppressed with the indecent behavior of the lawless. For day after day, that righteous man dwelling among them tortured his righteous being by seeing and hearing their lawless works. Then Yahuwah knows how to rescue the reverent ones from trial and to keep the unrighteous unto the day of judgment, to be punished. And most of all, those walking after the flesh in filthy lust, despising authority, bold, headstrong, speaking evil of esteemed ones, whereas messengers who are greater in strength and power do not bring a slanderous accusation against them before the master. But these, like natural, unreasoning beasts, having been born to be caught and destroyed, blaspheme that which they do not know, shall be destroyed in their own destruction, being about to receive the wages of unrighteousness, deeming indulgences in the day of pleasure, spots and blemishes, reveling in their own deceptions while they feast with you, having eyes filled with an adulteress, and unable to cease from sin, enticing unstable beings, having a heart trained in greed, children of a curse, Having left the right way, they went astray, having followed the way of Balaam, the son of Beor, who loved the wages of unrighteousness. But he was rebuked for his transgression. A dumb donkey speaking with the voice of a man restrained the madness of the prophet. These are fountains without water, clouds driven by a storm, to whom the blackest darkness is kept forever. For speaking arrogant nonsense, they entice through the lusts of the flesh, through indecencies, the ones who have indeed escaped from those living in delusion, promising them freedom, though themselves being slaves of corruption. For one is a slave to whatever overcomes him. For if, after they have escaped the defilements of the word through the knowledge of the Master and Savior, Yeshua Messiah, they are again entangled in them and overcome, the latter end is worse for them than for the first. For it would have been better for them not to have known the way of righteousness than having known it, to turn from the set-apart command delivered unto them. For them the proverb is proved true. A dog returns to his own vomit. A washed sow returns to rolling in the mud.
Can I say one thing?
Please.
Let me say one thing. I may have answered my own question because I was just looking at some notes. I've been listening to some of the interviews you do, and I took some notes in one of the interviews. And my question to you a minute ago was, who's behind all this? Is it the Zionists? Is it the Jesuits? And I answered my own question looking at my notes. The Jesuits and the Bavarian Illuminati infiltrate and sow chaos and discord and confusion everywhere they go. The Bavarian Illuminati is Rothschild. It was established by the Rothschilds. So, and then when you were just reading all of that, reveling in their own deceptions and sins, it reminds me of those who have been brainwashed by this demonic system, the LGBTQ folks, the trans folks, the people that revel in their own sins, the people that will spit upon those who stand outside an abortion clinic praying for the babies that are about to die. These people will show up and scream and spit on them, reveling in their own deceptions and sins. Guys, just a real quick break here and a short word about a sponsor.
We're in so much debt. We're driving up deficits so fast. We are devaluing American money so rapidly that in America today, you can't even bribe Democrat senators with cash alone.
Gates goes on to joke that one of these Democrat senators received gold bars in alleged bribes. Gold bars, friends. Look, Noble Gold will help you survive the storm that is at our door. And now, this month, Noble Gold Investments is handing out a free 5-ounce silver America the Beautiful coin if you qualify for an IRA. When you invest in gold and silver with Noble Gold Investments, you get harbor from the storm. Now, always do your own due diligence before making any investment decision because there are no guarantees in life. But do not settle for financial uncertainty. Build a foundation to your portfolio with precious metals in physical form from Noble Gold Investments, which has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. So why wait? Go to noblegoldinvestments.com right now. Think about this opportunity and then call 877-646-5347 and tell them SGT Report sent you. Noblegoldinvestments.com is the gold company I trust. Give them a call today.
What you're dealing with is a form of, like it says in Revelation, the dragon has these 7 heads and 10 horns. It's like a hydra. There's no better way to say it. There is a single core driving factor, a ruler of rulers, and that is the great red dragon, this great fiery dragon, the serpent of old, the devil, Satan or Hasatan, the accuser of the brethren, who stands there day and night accusing the brethren. He's a legal adversary. He is literally in Jerusalem. If you go to court, you're going to stand, and the prosecutor is called Satan, the one who accuses you. That is literally the one who you are contending with. The real driving force, the spirit behind all these men and the machinations is from his power, it's from his throne, it's from his authority, and it's from his name. He is giving and dispensing that power out to individual principalities because there is a hegemony, there's a hierarchy, and it is truly dispensed from him through death and Hades and through Sheol and through these governing princes, these princes of darkness. Those are the ones who are ultimately the shot callers in the kingdom of darkness. And when they dispense out orders and commands, they go then down through their powers, their rulers, their dominions, their authorities, the paranumenikai as they're called. These are literally the ones who are who are fomenting all of these agendas that you see formulating around. When you describe somebody who's coming against someone who is standing at an abortion clinic, like when my wife and I went outside the infanticide clinic in Stapleton, Colorado, they had a giant sign on their building that said Pride. They said Pride on the window, like giant letters, as women were going in there to have their children murdered and sacrificed to the idols of the greediness for gain, towards corporatized systems of enslavement that they have been bought into. And we stood outside that and we witnessed what it was like to have that violence unleashing on them. And you have to understand, there is a spirit behind these people that has deceived them. They literally, it says, the God of this age has blinded the eyes of unbelievers so they cannot see the truth. They having eyes they see not, having ears they hear not. This is literally, they're trapped in this impregnable wall of scales that are over their eyes. These are the serpent scales. Like when Saul, who is breathing out murderous threats and he was going out and devouring and destroying the followers of the way, he was a zealot. He believed so passionately that he was doing the very work of Yahuwah, that he was acting out the righteous hand of Yah's vengeance on these monsters, these blasphemers, these followers of the way. And when he was knocked off his donkey, when he was knocked on his rear end and he heard the voice of the master speaking to him, he blinded him. Yeshua blinded him with the light of truth. And because of that, it literally said 3 days later when he was prayed for, that scales fell off his eyes. Those are the very scales that the God of this age has put upon the eyes of this population through delusion, through illusion, and through the machinations of magicians, wizards, and sorcerers. This world really has a priest class behind it, which does not make mainstream media press. This is why the ambassador to Ukraine, they're like, hey, Abramovich, they're like, bring her over, the great sorcerer. Let her come over and bring her incantations and her bloodlust over here, because she has been utilized by these kings for a long time to bring about gods of men. They want to bring about the power, and to seize that power, they're going to call upon the dark ones. And this is why you have spiritual advisors for every president. Woodrow Wilson had one. Theodore Roosevelt had one. All of you guys thinking Ronald Reagan was this righteous man. His wife was so caught up in necromancy, she was dripping in doctrines of demons, y'all. The version of what you think our presidents and the prime ministers and the emperors of our society are, they are slaves to a priest class that operates behind the scenes, because they're the ones who are communing with the gods. They are the very same people that are possessed by the spirit of Python, who are greedy for gain, who go after the doctrines of Balaam. Balaam, y'all, was a sorcerer, a diviner. A diviner means somebody that can tell the future. If you were a leader of a country and you're about to go wage a war, and you knew that this guy over here, if you gave him silver and gold, he would tell you the future of whether or not you were going to be successful in your war. Like with Angias, the king of Africa, who was trying to fight another war. He wanted to know if he was going to win. So they paid Balaam the wages of unrighteousness to try to tell them the future. And they can do this, y'all. The dragon can tell the future. The dragon, when he was contending with Yeshua, showed him all the earth and all of the kingdoms in a moment of time. He showed him all of it. He can show them the future. However, there is something that is so powerful that defeats and destroys this, which is love, which is truth, which is absolute justice that comes from our Creator. And when he executes justice, let me tell you, assuredly, they fall in the pit that they've dug for us. He literally said, he rescued rescued righteous Lot, whose soul was vexed, torn apart, like you've described in here. When those of you who are listening in and are willing to look at all of the great evil that's been taking place and not turn your eyes away from it, to not go back to the comfortable sands of ignorance, but to instead face it and try to contend against it, to seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, he will add unto you boldness and courage to overcome your adversaries. Lot was rescued, was ransomed personally and protected from the very vengeance that all those wicked ones were going to experience, because he was groaning and grieving at this wickedness. We likewise need to be falling on our faces and groaning and grieving and interceding for that our Father would have mercy on these people, that they would not be blinded any longer, that he would contend with these spiritual powers that are contending with us and our families and bring deliverance. Psalm chapter 2, y'all, is the weapon of our warfare. If you would turn back to this is the great sword of our lips. And when you rise up and you contend against these things, you get clothed with power from on high to overcome it, to cast off every vain imagination that raises itself up and tries to defeat the path of life. This is what Psalm chapter 2. Why do the nations rage and the peoples meditate emptiness? The sovereigns of the earth take their stand. The rulers take counsel together. That's a conspiracy. And against Yahuwah and against his Messiah, and say, let us tear apart their bonds and throw away their ropes from us. He who is sitting in the heavens laughs. Yahuwah mocks at them. Then he speaks to them in his wrath and troubles them in his rage, saying, but I have set my sovereign on Zion, my set apart mountain. I inscribe for a law. Yahuwah has said to me, you are my son. Today I have brought you forth. Ask of me, and I make the nations your inheritance, and the ends of the earth your possession. Break them with a rod of iron, and dash them to pieces like a potter's vessel. And now be wise, O sovereigns. Be instructed, you rulers of the earth. Serve Yahuwah with fear and trembling, and rejoice with trembling. Kiss the chosen, lest he be enraged, and you perish in the way. For soon his wrath is to be kindled. Blessed are all those taking refuge in him. If you will take refuge in him, if you will turn unto his son, your sins are washed away. You can be covered and ransomed from a life of depravity and depression and despair, loneliness and monotony. You can be filled with boldness and bravery that can eagerly contend with the greatest forces of darkness. The full armies of the nations could be sent against you personally, and they could not touch you if you are walking in his way. He says you were chosen to be sovereigns and priests. You were made to be a king and a priest in your home, a queen and a princess in your home, and you're supposed to walk in that authority. And when you do that, those principalities, those powers, those rulers, they take note of you because you get a shield of protection that is placed over you. You get the anointing and the authority to walk in boldness and courage everywhere you go. And the darkness flees when someone is filled with the all-consuming fire of the Most High. When you walk in that, you truly become clothed with immortality on this earth. And that is the power that we need to have in order to see through this unbelievable snares of deception that are lining us up like a giant minefield. And they're trying to force everyone to voluntarily submit to the cowards of control. And instead, if we stand firm with our feet planted on the gospel of truth, and we do not move off of it, we indeed will get to see the destruction of our adversaries while we get to rest in the confidence that he fights for us.
Well, before the end of this broadcast, I'm hoping that you'll lead us in a prayer to pray for those who have fallen for this bloodlust and who are screaming now for the bloodlust openly on radio and television. These people are being hosted by Fox News. They're being hosted by some of the biggest podcasts in the world. These are people who otherwise would identify as conservatives or Christians, neocons. They're all bloodthirsty right now. And let's pray for the scales of blindness to fall from their eyes before this is done today. But I want to ask you one of two other topics because we're running a little short on time. Would you prefer to talk about the Jason group and super soldiers and assassins? And the reason I bring it up is because you brought it up in our first broadcast, and I never followed up on this idea of Jason Bourne and the Bourne identity, right? Born again as a new man named Jason Bourne. And it just makes me wonder if those movies aren't telegraphing exactly what goes on in real life with the Jason groups, super soldiers, Vatican assassins. You know, I interviewed a guy once named Eric John Phelps who wrote a book about that called Vatican Assassins. And I was a bit dubious. I'm like, well, how far spread is this? And, you know, I'm as naive as heck. Well, now, after listening to you, I know how deadly real it is, and I know you could speak to that, but I wonder if it deserves a whole show unto itself, because the other topic we could talk about is the alien UFO deception. I could play for you a soundbite from Damien Dumar on the Jeff Rense program talking about a book, The Last Harvest, A Secret History of Lucifera, Aliens, the Illuminati, and the Fate of Humanity. And within it, he mentions these bloodlines going back to Egypt, and included in those bloodlines are Rothschild and Rockefeller. What do you think? The Jason groups and Vatican assassins, or the alien deception?
That one would probably be better suited. The Jason groups and the Jason projects would be one that would be better suited for another show, because there's a great deal of research and information that would be helpful to bring out and share screens and stuff like that. We could do that at another time, but I'd be glad to touch on, if you'd like, the alien deception and the component of extra dimensional entities.
Okay, because I think that is the last card, right? As Werner von Braun, the Nazi, said, the head of NASA, modern day rocketry, the last card they will play, he warned his assistant Carol Rosen so many times over 4 years. The last card, Carol, will be the alien card, the UFO deception, and it will all be a lie. But just real briefly, for my own edification, do you think I have that right about those Bourne identity movies, Jason Bourne? I mean, he doesn't remember his past, and he's a super soldier. He's trained to kill. Is that kind of in line with those with adjacent groups?
Well, it's definitely more in line with some of the components of Jason Projects. Jason Projects is one that was made and engineered for children, and it's a totally different finders program for locating and connecting Jasons, which would be an acronym for me, we's, and theys.
The finders,
like
the finders. We're all familiar with the CIA, the finders, and the children, and the child sex trafficking. All right, we're going to do another show on that. How's that? We'll sideline that for now. That's going to get very deep. We'll go deep on that, so we need some time. Okay, let me just play this soundbite, because I do know that these bloodlines go all the way back, pretty much to the beginning of time. This is Damien Dumar talking on Jeff Rentz's program about that book, The Last Harvest.
So I would like to read a little excerpt from The Last Harvest that your listeners will find very eye-opening about the Greys, who are also known as the Tetu and their influence on the political system. So it says, the Egyptian Tetu government also instituted a two-party system while they remained in the shadows as the third and supreme overseer of the other two. They divided the executive branch of government into the Raka Pharaohs and the legislative branch into the Raka Seals. The Raka Pharaohs issued the decrees handed down by the Tetu government, while the Raka Seals were assigned the task of making sure all the legal decrees were obeyed to the letter. These elites were the forerunners of the Illuminati and the Freemasons, forever linked and bound to their founders' namesakes, the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds. So the Raka Seals are the Rothschilds, and the Raka Pharaohs became the Rockefellers.
Now, guys, just let me be candid. I haven't read that book, and I don't know who Damien Dumar is, but Nathan Reynolds is one of the most intelligent folks I've ever spoken to, and I think he really has a grasp on the true history. Is there anything there? Can we at least agree the bloodlines go all the way back to Egypt? Well, they go all the way back to Cain and Abel.
They claim hegemony. They claim the right to the divine right of kings. This is paramount in understanding why they rule over us the way that they do, because they believe they are a different species. They really believe that they are sons of the serpent. You have to understand that at fundamental genetic level, they believe they are bloodline carriers of the literal seed line of the anti-Messiah, the great man of perdition, the lawless one, as we would call him. They believe he will be their great revealed one, the one who will come and put all their enemies under their feet and will reign supremely. This is the divine right they believe they have to rule over mankind. It's the very same invocation of what Heinrich Himmler was bringing forth under the Nazis and under the rise of their 1,000-year Reich that they were trying to bring forth from Wedelsburg Castle. And they were trying to raise up the SS, this necromancers group, this group of deeply occulted believers who had this imbuing from these spirits and the black sun, and they literally were given these charged rings. They were called death head rings. They were possessed by these powers in order to make them like the gods of men, gods among men. They invoked the very same deities that we would call Mars today, that these would be the gods of war. They brought these powers in order to try to bring about this overarching rule of supremacy over an entire country and then ultimately over the entire world. That is always the agenda that is driving these folks. And so they do lay claim that all the way back at the seed of the serpent was injected into mankind back in Genesis 6. This is critical information. If you have never read Genesis 6 before, let me just do it super briefly, because we're going to jump back to 2 Thessalonians and get back to the man of perdition and the strong delusion that is sent to deceive the world. But it's fundamentals that you understand what is being referenced back in the days of Noah, because you're going to hear that phrase when Yeshua was asked, like, what are going to be the signs of your coming, and how are we going to know? How will we know? How can we check the temperature to know that we're literally coming into the final hour, like the final countdown? How will we know that? And he says, as it was in the days of Noah, so it will be in the days of the coming of the Son of Man, which means there's clues about all of the things that we have to see, these hallmarks, these checkpoints, like the video I did with Eric, Fire Medic 8 on my channel called The House of Dragons. And we went into a lot more specifics about what that world and that society looks like, and why the House of the Dragon that I was born into, why they literally believe they are carriers of this black bloodline seed of the serpent, that they have a need to consume blood, human and animal blood on a regular basis to feed this parasite they called the Gregorian. There's been many iterations of these divine ones, these extra dimensional entities who should not be in our physical realm, but they transform themselves into angels of light, and they masquerade among men so that people will be wanting either the power that they have through secrets of knowledge, of technology, we would call it today, secrets of magic and invocation and incantation. These are people that are wanting to control the keys, the lesser keys of Solomon, people that get into black magic and the dark arts, the ones that want this power. They're going to go commune with these beings. Well, there's times where they physically come into our realm and they inject their literal seed into mankind. And when they do that, their offspring are part man and part angel. And so these are the ones who then trace their bloodlines. And why they're so obsessed with the bloodline is they have to produce a son of perdition. They have to be able to prove, his bloodline all the way back to the very beginning of mankind. And they have to also be able to prove that they have maintained purity. A guy who does a much better job of breaking this down, Gary Wayne. If you can have Gary Wayne on the show, he wrote a book called Genesis 6, the Genesis 6 Conspiracy, which goes into an incredible detail of a lot of their accounts and records, their historicity of how they can establish their bloodlines and their proofing of them being the seed line carriers of this. But in Genesis 6, it says, "And it came to be when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, that daughters were born to them, and the sons of Elohim," this is angels we're talking about, immortals, saw the daughters of men that they were good, so they lusted. And they took wives for themselves of all whom they chose. And Yahuwah said, "My spirit shall not strive with man forever in his going astray. He is flesh, and his days shall be 120 years. The Nephilim," this is that hybrid, "were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of Elohim came into the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. Those were the mighty men who were of old, the men of name. And Yahuwah saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every inclination of the thought of his heart was only evil continually. And Yahuwah was sorry that he had made man on the earth, and he was grieved in his heart." This is the hallmark indicators of what those days of Noah were like. Every single thing was altered. Everything from plants to animals, everything was hybridized. And this is the same agenda, the same spirits, these watchers that were bound in chains of darkness, like I read about in 2 Peter. This is what they're referring to. Well, watchers kept coming down. You got to understand, Satan has had these angels and these other principalities. There's different classes of being. You have cherubim, you have Ophanim, you have the name just escapes me at the moment. Anyways, there's a few different classes of seraphim. There's different classes of heavenly mighty ones. And when they choose to rebel, that's not something that just happened. It says Satan, when he comes down, he brings a third of the stars with him. It's not just all at once, you guys. There's been progressive falling away of these mighty ones who have come down onto earth and who have brought these sorceries, these wisdoms, these dark arts to mankind. And those iterations are when that seed line gets re-injected into mankind. That's what happened at Sodom and Gomorrah, when these watchers came down again and were teaching men how to go after strange flesh, like it says in the book of Jude. The strange flesh they're going after is the flesh of the mighty ones, these angels. And when they do that, the men demand bloodshed. That's why all the men were trying to beat down the door. It's because they wanted to have sex with the angels to get their seed in them, because a lot of these angels were letting men rape them. They were letting themselves get raped so as to kind of abdicate the legal terms that we weren't doing it to them. We weren't having sex with their women. They were forcing themselves on us. But by doing that, they were injecting this augmentation into the bloodline. And when you start to change the genetic nature of man, you create what's called epigenetic problems. These things that are carried on from child to grandchild to great-grandchild. These are these curses that carry out and make the iniquity become full. And when that cup gets so full that there's no longer redeemable nature of man, that the image of man has been blasted out of there and the image of the beast has been taken into its place, what you are given is Homo Satanis. This is literally Satan in the flesh. The incarnation of the dragon on the earth is going to take place. And he has to have an army already in place. And that's why Russ Dizdor's book, The Black Awakening, The Rise of the Satanic Super Soldier, was going through and examining, where is his army? Where are his soldiers? Where are his shock troops? Where's his invasion force? Where's his finance empire? Where is his supply chain? Where does it all come from? It's not going to happen overnight. I was raised up and passed through these things that were called the Apollo trials, where as a child, I was made to go through specific rituals to literally take my body, and they packed it on ice, and they pulled the blood out of my body and put it in a machine that chilled it down rapidly until I had no more heart, no more heartbeat, no more brain activity till I was dead clinically. And in doing that, they invoked this ritual to cast me down to Abaddon, to Apollyon, to engage in this covenant with him, so that if I could rise from the dead, I would be charged with his spirit and become one of the carriers of his anti-Messiah spirit. That each of these families at any given time has one of their sons going through these Apollo trials to try to raise up someone who could be a carrier of the beast. These are deplorable, absolute depraved doctrines that are done often on solar eclipses and on lunar eclipses, but specifically these guys worship the black sun, which is why solar eclipses are intimately tied with that, like we see coming up here in a few days. When you see any of that coming to pass, you got to understand they are trying to raise up a lot of those archons. They're trying to raise up people that have been programmed as sleeper assassins, as these people who have lists to go out and cause chaos. Where does that chaos come from? That chaos is orchestrated with people who have been influenced by these demonic powers to engage in absolute strategic violence. And when that takes place, you will see the loss of an entire society overnight. This is why operatives that operate in these shadows are so dangerous. When the military gets done with a lot of these guys, they suicide them for a reason, because these guys were made to destroy empires. These guys were made to go in as a couple of guys, like one of my drill sergeants in basic combat training at Fort Knox, Kentucky. He was one of those guys who was dropped in behind enemy lines in the invasion of Iraq well before we were told we were going to go in there. And he was talking to me about how when they were driving around in one of their technical trucks, they would kill every single taxi that had red and white on it. Any vehicle that had it, they killed every single person that was inside that. And they went in there and they destroyed their power stations. They destroyed their their septic treatment stations. They destroyed their hospitals. They destroyed their supply chains, all without us even having technically declared war on it. All of this took place from the shadows, y'all, with a couple of guys that can equip themselves with everything they need from a Home Depot. These guys are incredibly powerful people. And a lot of those people that do that kind of work go to regular jobs. They don't look anything like a big, bad, scary military guy. They look like moms and soccer moms that show up in a minivan. And meanwhile, behind the scenes, they're literally preparing for an absolute apocalyptic war day and night. They just have no conscious front side selection of it. This is through a lot of the mechanization of the weaponization of hypnotism and dissociative identity disorder. This is the system that has built up an army for this beast, for these rulers to activate whenever they're really ready to initiate that system. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 talks about that strong delusion that has to get sent down on demand so that everyone would go along with this agenda. 2 Thessalonians 2 says, as to the coming of our master, Yeshua Messiah, and your gathering together to him, we ask you, brothers, not to become easily unsettled in mind or troubled either by spirit or by word or by letter, as if from us, as if the day of Yahuwah has come. Let no one deceive you in any way, because the falling away is to come first, and the man of lawlessness is to be revealed, the son of destruction, who opposes and exalts himself above all that is called Elohim, or that is worshipped, so that he sits as Elohim in the dwelling place of Elohim, showing himself that he is Elohim. Do you not remember that I told you this while I was still with you? And now you know what restrains for him to be revealed in his time. For the secret of lawlessness is already at work, only until he who now restrains comes out of the midst. And then the lawless one shall be revealed, whom the master shall consume with the spirit of his mouth, and bring to naught with the manifestation of his coming. The coming of the lawless one is according to the workings of Satan, the dragon, with all power and signs and wonders of falsehood, and with all deceit of unrighteousness in those perishing, because they did not receive the love of the truth in order for them to be saved. And for this reason, because they did not receive the love of the truth, Elohim sends them a working of delusion for them to believe the falsehood, in order that all should be judged who did not believe the truth, but have delighted in unrighteousness. This is why I was able to get set free, because I ultimately, the core tenet of my being, I had a love for the truth that was never satisfied in a kingdom of corruption. I could not find true power there, because at the end of it, it always required death, despair, worthlessness, violence, and murder, and constant manipulation. That power source, that iniquity force that was found in Halel ben Shahar, when iniquity was found in him, when he declared his 5 I wills, I will ascend and I will be like the Most High. When he declared those things over himself and he invoked that power upon himself, he destroyed and corrupted his divine nature. And he was a curse. And if you walk in that darkness, if you embrace that darkness, and if you avoid the truth and instead you clothe yourself with compromise, you will never have true power. You will always have cracks in your foundation. You have laid your foundation stones on sinking sands, and sooner or later, your entire kingdom is going to come crumbling down, just like all of the men who thought they were so powerful and so invincible found that they're going to sit there and scream and beg for the very rocks and the bunkers that they're hiding in to collapse on them, to fall on them, to hide them from the wrath of the one who is coming.
So powerful. All right. Well, I guess one word of warning to the Ben Shapiros and the foaming at the mouth neocons that are out there, like Nikki Haley. Do not clothe yourself in compromise. We should really pray that the scales of blindness fall from their eyes, Nathan. I guess one last thing I'd say too, we didn't really answer the question about the alien UFO deception.
That's
I know
the strong
that
delusion I was alluding to.
well, I'm a dumb guy, so I might have missed that. But the strong delusion, you did mention earlier in the show, Satan transforms himself into an angel of light, right? A being of light. And certainly this alien UFO deception that I think is coming, it will be satanic at its core, will it not?
Indeed, this is what you're dealing with is a childhood's end. You know, they're going to come with all lying signs and wonders. What I was trying to read from you is this is the fruit of the tree. When you're dealing with the beast system and the dragon system, you're dealing with lying signs and wonders. And this is the great manifestations of that, is what they have been so continually preparing people through this propaganda, which is Independence Day incarnate. That is the goal of that system, is that just like the President Bush had said, was that if we all just had an outside threat to come, if all of us, I think, could lay aside all of these problems and powers that are going on, all these wars would stop if we had an outside threat that was so strong, an alien threat that came outside this world to come upon us. We could
That was
unite
Reagan.
the world.
That was
Ronald
Reagan at
excuse
the
me,
United
Ronald Reagan.
Nations. Yeah.
Ronald Reagan's speech. This is what they're trying to foment. And that those lying signs and wonders indeed are those fallen watchers coming back down onto the earth. Some of it will be military tech, some of it will be drones, some of it will be the X projects groups, some of it will be our hardware, our software, our materials that are in the underground bases that operate already, that are not anything miraculous, but some of them will be different. And that is literally the Ophanim. And Ezekiel sees these Ophanim, these wheels within wheels, these extra dimensional entities. You're dealing with things that are able to alter time and space and be able to transport themselves interdimensionally. When you're dealing with that stuff, you are dealing with those principalities and powers and rulers and dominions. They have a physical being that's called an Ophanim that is a literal carriage system. It's an aircraft, for lack of a better word, that these other physical beings put themselves in, these spiritual physical beings put themselves in to fly around, and they look like balls of light. They look like orbs of light, wheels that are glowing around and spinning. So much of that delusion will bring with it the deliverance that people will be crying out for. Because if we do indeed go into those days of war and violence and bloodshed and chaos, what people are going to be groaning for and moaning for when they're in that time of poverty and famine and destruction, and they're finally wrung out of that bloodlust and they want peace, they're going to demand it. And you know who's going to rise up to give them that peace is these very lawless ones, is this false prophet, is these very archons who have been trying to bring about the revelation of their kingdom, and they will cause all those wars to stop. They will be able to settle all of those disagreements so powerfully that people will be wondering and marveling at him. And he literally will come with all the signs and the powers of the heavens. He will come in a false manifestation like Yeshua is, that it says he's coming on a great white horse with all of these mighty ones following along him. They're going to imitate that very same thing because they have to make one who is, the word antichrist is not the right way to understand it. It literally means instead of. The anti-Messiah literally means the one who comes instead of the Messiah, in his place, who masquerades like him, who has the same facade like he does, and yet is very much consumed with that duplicitousness.
Guys, here's the website. If you want to support this man, you could buy the book, order your copy right here today at snatchedfromtheflames.com.
I do have signed copies available now. So if those of you guys don't want to order from Amazon, those will be going up tomorrow on the website.
Excellent. Where do they click? Right here? Order your copy?
It'll pop up right there next to that. It'll be up there live tomorrow.
Okay, that means today as you guys are listening to this.
Yeah.
So buy a signed copy of the book, support the author. And Nathan, look, if you don't mind, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I think you're up for it. Could you say a prayer that the scales fall from the eyes of those who are deceived? Because you know what? When we do shows like this, we don't know who's going to listen. And we don't know who listens, who's going to spread it to somebody else who listens. And it may just get to the right hands and the right people to at least circumvent some of this chaos that's coming. And some of the bloodthirstiness that these people are banging on the table for, it needs to be abated. And the only way that's going to happen is through divine intervention. So could you lead us in prayer? Let's pray for the scales of blindness to fall from their eyes.
Yeah. Well, Father Yahuwah, we just come before you with desperation. Father, we petition you for mercy and for deliverance and for restoration of all of those who are so wounded and so weary, Father. We are being plagued perpetually by people that are torturing us and travailing over us with mind control in such powerful and constant ways. And Father, I just lift up all of those who have positions of power, Father, who do have seats of royalty, who have the ability to influence the minds and the hearts of the masses, Father. And I just come before you right now. And Father, I ask that you would forgive them their sins, Father, that you would forgive the sins of their ancestors. And we just ask that you would apply the blood of the Messiah to their bloodlines all the way back to Adam, Father. We pray that you would please cleanse them of their transgressions and pardon them of all their iniquities, that you would please forgive the sins of every individual that's being used by the adversary to target and combat our families, our friends, our farms, our livelihoods, our homes. Father, we pray that you would contend with these spirits, that contend with our families and bring justice in Yeshua's mighty name. We pray that you would please break their occult power to the highest level. Destroy, Father, these continual lies that are being raised up against us. We pray that you would blind the eyes of our adversaries, that you would send confusion into the spiritual powers, Father, that you would destroy their transportation methods, Father, that you would take the wheels off of their vehicles that are driving these forces of darkness and despair. We pray that you would upend the adversaries of your kingdom, Father, and that you would indeed deliver us from this strong delusion that is trying to settle itself into the hearts of mankind. We pray that you would indeed cast off these vain imaginations that are being raised up in the hearts of these people, Father, and that you would deliver them so that they could call upon your name and find that you are powerful and mighty to save, that they do not need to turn to men to be their deliverers, that they do not need a Messiah on this earth to rescue them, to ransom them, to rescue them, but that they need to know that the Messiah has already come. He came as a suffering servant. He came as a veiled one, a concealed one, and no one recognized him. No one knew who he was. But you, O Yahuwah, you veiled him from the secret powers of this society so that they indeed slew your son. And by doing so, Father, you set the captives free. He took captivity captive. He took power. He took the keys of death from the devil. And I thank you that he has the keys of David on his shoulder. He is the Aleph and the Tav. He is the beginning and the end, the first and the last. I thank you that in his hands is the rod of iron with which he will smite the nation. So we pray that you would contend with these adversaries in the spiritual realms where we cannot go. We ask that you, O Yahuwah, would send your mighty messengers to deliver us from the strong, oppressive arms of these wicked ones, that you indeed would light in us, Father, a heart of passion for the truth, that we would not turn from this darkness, that we would turn from this darkness and we would not turn to cowardice, and instead that we would be filled with power from on high, the dynamite power of your set apart spirit, that we would be clothed with it as it was in the days of Acts, Father, as it was in the days of Judges, Father, that we would indeed turn the world upside down, Father, that you would fill us with the ruach of mightiness, of strength, that you would give us counsel, that you would give us a fear of you. I ask that your word would go forth to the nations above all else, that there would be a hunger in the hearts of men for the word. We thank you that there has been a famine for the word, Father. I thank you that there's been an opportunity for men to starve, because by doing so, they will savor the sweetness of your salvation. And I pray that you would indeed bring about a revival and not a revolution, Father. We want a revival. We want deliverance from our strong adversaries. And we want Yeshua the Messiah to be the king and the sovereign over us. Let there be no king over us, but may you reign supremely over us now and forevermore. To your name, to your glory, be the powers forever. Amen.
Amen. Guys, I just want to say one thing. I'm trying to be less lukewarm about my faith. And the reason for this broadcast and that prayer is because we've come full circle. We started the show talking about commandment number 6, thou shalt not kill. And right now, there are dozens, hundreds of influencers and people with huge platforms, national personalities that y'all know, who are screaming for murder. They're screaming for revenge. They're literally screaming for Gaza to be leveled. That's 2 million plus people, men, women, and children. How many of them are members of Hamas? How many of them are innocents trapped in a hellscape? What happens if that hellscape one day turns up at your door? Then what? What are you going to do? Who are you going to call? Who are you going to turn to? Who's going to stand for you in those hours? Thou shalt not kill. Nathan Reynolds, God bless you, my friend. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Guys, the website, snatchfromtheflames.com. Buy a signed copy of the book. Support our friend Nathan Reynolds. We'll get him back on again. Nathan, I hope that's possible. We'll get you on again. We'll talk about super soldiers.
All righty.
And so much else. All right. Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you, Sean.
Guys, thanks so much for tuning in. I'll keep it short and sweet. For real news, hit us up every day for free at sgtreport.com. That's the antidote to corporate propaganda and Luciferian lies. God bless you and yours. Bye-bye.
All right. That was SGT Report. Wow. Are you guys still with me? You still with me? Hey, I got a picture for you guys. Somebody who got some of our pups over the last couple of years sent me a picture of the two of them. Let me get this opened up and let me make it bigger. Here's one of Gabriel's babies and one of Juan's babies. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful pups. He looks just like Gabriel too, don't you know? Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, Cindy. Cindy's the one who got those. She lives up in Washington. They got a big area to run and play and everything. They're gorgeous animals. She did really, really well with them. Yeah, it's you know who else got one of the pups was Virginia Roots, and she's been showing Angel, I think is what she named her, and beautiful pup and stuff. So okay, let's see, where am I going next? This is what you see when you come to my gate. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, can you imagine that right there? That's something else, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, so I got more to show you. I mean, we can keep going. I'm a little tired though. It's 8 hours, and we're Facebook. You're about to drop. I'll restart you here in a minute if we keep going. I'm trying to decide whether to keep going or not. 8 hours. That's a long time. Yeah, I'll keep going for now. Oh yeah. There we go. Cindy's right there. Yeah. Beautiful pups. They look great. Yeah. Okay, let's get into, let's see, I'm not sure what order they came in. Let's say X22. I'm not going to do part A. We did the part A earlier of yesterday, so it's not going to be much different, than it was yesterday. But let's see where he goes next. Here we go.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 3186 BN. Today's date is October 13th, 2023, and the title of the episode is The Door is Being Opened. The People Will Have a Choice to Know. End. Let's talk about our health. Excess belly fat has been deemed the most dangerous fat.
I'm just pausing this for a second so I can restart. Facebook. So give me just 1 second here. Let me add part 2 to this. I did just warn them, didn't I? I hope I did. I don't remember if I did or not. Told you I'm getting a little tired. Let's see if we can get them back on there. Okay, Facebook is back up and running again. If I can get somebody to pop over to the new podcast, drop the YouTube link, that would be great. So that way there, then if those people want to join us for the chat, they can do so. It's I don't think that they realize on the Facebook side what a great chat area we have. They don't know about the awesome people that we have here in the chat. So, okay. All right. So here we go. Back into, now that we got Facebook back up and running, back into the beginning of this X22 report. Here we go.
Out of them all, as it's linked to so many health issues. Interestingly enough, apple body shapes or large waistlines specifically are at higher risk for health issues than other body types. This is essentially because excess belly fat grows deep in the abdominal cavity and puts pressure on some of the body's most vital organs. That's a big reason why myself, along with so many people, are turning to this amazing new substance, which is thoughtfully formulated with science-backed ingredients provided by Mother Earth that promote a reduced fat storage, help to speed up the breakdown of fat, support weight management, reduce cravings, and boost metabolism. Simply take a serving each morning with another serving in the evening to give your body the nutrients it needs to help supercharge your weight management efforts. The best part I love is that you can get it 51% off for the rest of the month or until they sell out, whichever comes first. Plus, you'll also receive several additional gifts valued at $500, free with every order for a limited time, including free VIP life health and fitness coaching for life, 2 free new ebooks titled Top 10 Foods That Burn Belly Fat and Top 8 Exercises to Reduce Belly Fat, a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, and free shipping. Get yours now by going to trimwithx22.com. That is trimwithx22.com, or click the link in the description. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech, fake news, the puppet masters, you can see that everything now is being focused on Obama because all roads lead to Obama. And if you look at what is happening out in Israel, what's happening out in Ukraine, you can see everything the deep state has set up, it is now being destroyed. And if actually you look at what is going on in Israel, yes, there's many different agendas there to destroy the terrorists, to actually expose Iran, expose the infiltration in this country and around the world, who's behind it, because you have to remember, and you need to look at the big picture. And when you step back, who are the major players and what are the patriots actually showing everyone? They're showing everyone who has been funding all of this, who's behind the Muslim Brotherhood, who's behind the terrorists, who is pushing all of this. And the door has been open, and it's the choice of the people if they want to walk through it. So they're going to see more and more information come out. They're going to see who the major players are, and you're going to start to see that the major players are the same exact players that were pushing Ukraine, the same players that have been infiltrating this country, the same players that went to Epstein Island, the same players that have been infiltrating the entire country, the same players that have opened the borders. It's always the same people. And this is what people are being introduced to, because how do you build the narrative up if you're going after these people? You need the people to understand. You need to understand who's involved in all of this. And I do believe this is one of the missions and the narrative that is being created right now, because, again, all roads lead to Obama. All roads lead to Soros, to Clinton, and many others. So you need to build this up, and you need the people to understand. Plus, at the same time, what are you doing? You're destroying everything that they put into place. Now, once again, they thought they had the upper hand, just like they thought in Ukraine. They thought, wow, okay, we got it. Russia's going to be coming in. We're going to have the upper hand. It's going to be fantastic. It didn't work out too well. Actually, Russia destroyed the biolabs, destroying the neo-Nazis, and now the deep state is struggling. The same thing's going to happen in Gaza with Iran, the Hamas, Hezbollah, and all those people that have been funding all of these groups. This is not working out well for them. And in the end, all of this is going to be exposed to the people. This is all being set up for what? It's being set up to take down those people that were trying to destroy our country with the 16-year plan. And that's what people are saying. And I do believe the next country that is up is Taiwan. And I do believe we're going to see another military operation happening. And all of this is going to be leading to what? World War III, because this is the final battle. This is what the deep state has left. They need something to cover up everything that they have done. And already we can see the fake news is already out there pushing articles saying Russia and China, they're going to be involved in the next great war. So already they're pushing this, and they know that this is where all of this is headed. And what they do throughout the year, they push the narrative to convince people. And again, to get the country into war, what do they got to do? They got to use fear. Just go back to 9/11. Just go back to World War II. Go back in time. What have they always done? They used fear. And they have to attack the United States one way or another to get the people on their side, because Trump, he let us know that they're bringing us to war. So if they're going to bring us to war, it just can't be like, hey, by the way, war's starting. Does anyone want to join in? No, what they have to do is they have to build the narrative. They actually have to have some type of an attack to convince the American people that we need to defend our country, just like there was an attack on Israel. That's why if you go back in time, just like there was an attack on the United States, which was 9/11, the people rallied together and said, yes, we need to go find the terrorists. This is what they're going to use. And I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they're not going to interfere with the enemy because they're in the process of destroying themselves. Because in the end, they're going to be pushing war, trying to get the people on their side because we were attacked. And Trump is going to be on the other side. We can have peace. We need to calm the situation down, and we can have peace. We don't have to have nuclear war because, like he said before, it's not going to be a war of tanks and guns. It's going to be a war of nuclear weapons where the death and destruction is going to be unbelievable. And I think in the end, people are going to be brought to this position where they're going to have to make a choice. And when they make the choice, they're going to understand who the players are who've been pushing war, who've been scaremongering this entire time, and who's been pushing their agendas throughout the country and who cheated in the election. Remember, this all leads up to the 2024 election because overthrowing a government, cheating in the election has consequences. And people are seeing those consequences right now. And I do believe this is where all this is leading. And I do believe Soros is now coming into the picture. I do believe Obama's coming into the picture. Hillary Clinton will be coming into the picture. And you can see that all of this now is starting to come together. Before we get to that, let's talk about what is happening with the Chicago cyclist team, because we have a pair of male-born transgender cyclists who took the 2 top spots in the women's categories. Now, once again, here we go. We have men competing with women, and men are winning. Soon, there will be no, because why would women want to compete? They already know they're going to lose. They know they can't compete with the men. So you're going to have other transgender men, and soon you'll have no women on the cycling team. But I think what's happening right now is as they push this, more and more of these sports are pushing back and saying, this is something that we cannot have. And the athletes are pushing back and they're saying, this is not fair. So I think as they continually push this, it's not going to get better for them. It's going to get a lot worse. Think about it. They push CRT. They push the whole trans thing in school. They're pushing this in sports. They try to do it with certain products like Bud Light and Ulta and many other products. Has this worked out very well for them? No. Yeah, they might be giving themselves awards like Dylan Mulvaney won Women of the Year, but is the majority of the people of this country, are they agreeing with that? Or are they in their own little bubble giving themselves awards? I think that's what's happening right now. They're in their own little world. The rest of the country is not going along with it. And just looking at Bud Light and everything else they try to do, that just proves it right there. the people are pushing back, and the people have had enough. And as they keep pushing this is going to get worse and worse for them. They think that they're going to be able to convince the people. It's actually having the opposite effect. Now, what's very interesting is that we could see everything now is falling apart around the Bidens, Hunter Biden, Jim Biden, Joe Biden. And what's very interesting was with everything that is happening with them and everything that's being revealed, this post has come up, and I find it very interesting. This is post 4,851. This is October 14th, 2020. And down below, when you read it, it says, FBI possession since late 2019, no FBI interviews, J.H. Biden due to optics, attack political opponent. Lesson of the day, if you run for POTUS, all your past crimes magically disappear. Sometimes it takes transparency to force action. Let's see what happens. In this case, does having early stage dementia help you, re previous deniability, harmful politically? Drain the swamp. So is that what we see playing out right now? Remember, this was put out almost 3 years ago. Now we're seeing it play out the way this said it's going to play out. And what is happening? The people are waking up to this. The people see it. The court of public opinion is not agreeing with what the DOJ, the FBI is doing. And we know that they're protecting the criminal syndicate. Remember, this is a criminal syndicate. The FBI, DOJ, they're not going to put themselves in prison or Joe Biden in prison, because then that would lead to another and lead to another, and it would dismantle their entire system. They're just not going to do it. And this is why when you see this and you see this post about dementia, about deniability, I do believe in the end, the 25th will be used against Biden. He will deny everything because he won't remember it. I do believe he's using this and actually taking it to the nth degree because he knows what's coming down the line. And once again, we could see this is all playing out. Now, there's another post, which is 4871, is October 15, 2020. It says, national security concerns blackmail, gain control of Joe Biden by Russia, China, and other foreign or domestic entities. U.S. intel apparatus reports clear and present danger. Well, we know that this is true today. We know there's shell companies. We know that Russia, China, Kazakhstan, Romania, they're all involved with Joe Biden. We know that he's been doing business and taking money from these different countries. What is he selling? Well, we know what it is. It's the country secrets. And that's why he set up the shell companies. But all of this now is coming true. And Trump, the Patriots, they had all this classified information. They knew what it was. They knew exactly what he was doing. The FBI knew exactly what it was doing. The DOJ knew exactly what he was doing. And what Trump needed to do, he needed the people to understand what he was doing. Because remember, he lied this entire time. And now the people, they're understanding all of this. They're starting to see it. They're starting to realize that Trump was right from the very, very beginning. And this is why they've been trying to get Trump from the very, very beginning. Because remember, they never expected her to lose. He got into the White House. Since he's the president, he has access to everything. Now, since they didn't expect her to lose, do you think they cleaned everything up? Do you think they hid everything? No. They didn't. Did they destroy everything? No, they left it. And he had full access to everything. He knows every single crime they have committed. And this is why the Patriots are dripping it out to the public, because the public needs to understand. It has to be transparent so they realize who the true enemy is. You see, the deep state players, they want us fighting each other. Trump, he wants everyone fighting the true enemy. And this is why this information is coming out. Does he expect the DOJ, the FBI to do their job and arrest him and throw him in prison and then go after Obama and Hillary Clinton? No, he knew from the very, very beginning that this would never happen, because when you look at the classified information, he knew, oh, wait, they're in on it. This is a whole criminal syndicate. It's the swamp. They're not going to do anything. This is why I do believe he set up the entire plan to have the military backing him, the military taking control and continuity of government, because in the end, all of this is then treason, and you don't have to try them in D.C. You try them in the military courts. You have military tribunals. This is the only way they're going to be able to see justice. And I do believe this is why he set all of this up. And this is going to be a complete and utter disaster for them. And think about it. Everything the deep state has been trying to do over the past 8, 12 years or so, because I think it's like 12 years now, because remember, they had a 16-year plan. It was 8 years of Obama, 8 years of Hillary Clinton. Since everything's been transparent and everyone can see the 16-year plan and all the different levels of the 16-year plan, the people now, since they're awake, they've been countering this plan. And remember when the government's been trying to take the weapons away from the people, saying that you don't need 30 bullets in a magazine. You don't need those type of magazines. 10's enough. Actually, 5's enough. You don't even need 5, maybe 2. Well, think about what's happening out in Israel. Israel, they saw paragliders coming down out of the sky. Was there more than 5? Was there more than 10? Think about the people on the ground watching this going, holy crap, what is this? And then all of a sudden hearing gunfire. You think that people said, holy crap, well, I only have 3 bullets. I hope I can defend myself. No, the people had magazines and they were like, no, we need to start to defend ourselves. There were certain people that went to their armory and they got their weapons. Now think of this country. Think about all the illegals that have been brought into this country. Think about these people on the streets in select cities. Think about the crazies now that are just joining in. Think about the criminals, Antifa. Now think about the American person walking around like in California, New York, and they're saying you can't carry a gun there, you can't carry a gun there. Oh, you can only have 10 rounds there. Let's say a mob of people start chasing you down the street because they're cuckoo. They're crazy. They're getting on the bandwagon. I mean, just think about what happened in 2020 with Kyle Rittenhouse. How many people were attacking him? Think about that for a second. So if you only had 5 rounds or 10 rounds, or you had no weapon at all because you're not allowed to carry it in certain areas, does that help you? No. Now you see the reason why our founding fathers put the Second Amendment in, because it's for a tyrannical government and it's used to defend yourself. It's not for hunting. They didn't sit around after the Revolutionary War. They didn't sit around the table going, hey, you know what? Listen, we need to create the Second Amendment because we got to make sure these people have the right to hunt. You know, that's the most important thing. No, everyone had the right to hunt because that's how they got their food. They sat around the table saying, you know something? Look what just happened here. The people have the right to defend themselves if there's a tyrannical government. They have the right to defend themselves if there are criminals. They have the right to own a weapon to protect their family. That's why we have the Second Amendment. It protects all the other rights, especially the first. And look what the deep state players have been trying to do. They've been trying to take away our rights. That's a tyrannical government right there. And their entire gun control push has completely fallen apart. Because what do you see happening right now? You see craziness, and it's going to get worse in 2024. And you thought 2020 riots were bad? Wait until you see what they have planned in 2024. This whole gun control thing just went down the tubes. It was completely countered. They can't even bring this up anymore. It won't work. The people who were against guns, those people are saying, I might need one now. Everything is changing. And you could see that across the globe, people now are looking at the situation and they're starting to realize there's infiltration everywhere. Charlie Kirk put this out and said, a knife-wielding maniac just fatally stabbed a teacher in France yelling, Allah Akbar. An Israeli embassy employee in Beijing was also stabbed. Anti-Israel protests are clashing with police in Jordan, attempting to enter the West Bank. It's happening all over the place. And people are watching this and they can see exactly what's going on. And you can see out in London, and especially these areas that have brought in a lot of illegals, because remember, Soros was behind this. They don't know if these illegals are Hamas terrorists, Hezbollah terrorists, other terrorists, criminals. And they're flooding these countries to blend the countries. And people are seeing all of this and they're rejecting it. Out in London, 2 women in London were removing posters of the missing in Israel. Wall Street Silver on X responded to this and said, I think another 10 to 20 years and you'll see countries like the UK and France being forced to stay silent or neutral when there are major terrorist attacks. The voting blocks within these countries will be so large that politicians will be forced to adopt their positions. See what they're trying to do? Because if they flood the countries and they use the terrorists, because who's paying for these terrorists? Soros and the deep state players, Obama, Biden, you name it. They're all part of it. So if they're paying for it, they can control everything around the world. Why do you think they've been bringing all these people into these countries? Yes, there's many different agendas associated with it, but now when you step back, you can see it very, very clearly. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is U.S., Qatar, they agreed to deny Iran access to 6 billion of its funds. The Washington Post reported on this, the New York Times reported on this, and what's very interesting is that Iran said, yeah, this is not true. They can't block us. They transferred the 6 billion. We have it, and they're not going to be able to do anything. They can't renege on the deal. So right there, it shows you that they have the money. They're already using it. And they also have the money from all the corporations that gave money to BLM, because BLM transferred the money over to Iran, to Hamas, and many others, because they're all in line. It's all part of the same exact system. Now, it looks like Israel is now going into Gaza, and they have been dropping thousands of leaflets, and it rained down on Gaza, letting everyone know, and all the residents there, to leave the area within 24 hours, because they're coming in and leveling the place, going after Hamas. Just like Putin came in and has strategic targets where they removed certain bio labs, certain intelligence centers, certain weapon centers. And I do believe the same thing is happening now out in Israel, where there's a cleanup operation. And the next cleanup operation is going to be out in Taiwan. And the other thing that's very interesting is that Hezbollah leaders, they met with, let's talk about our health. Excess belly fat has been deemed the most dangerous fat of them all, as it's linked to so many health issues. Interestingly enough, apple body shapes or large waistlines specifically are at high risk for health issues than other body types. This is essentially because excess belly fat grows deep in the abdominal cavity and puts pressure on some of the body's most vital organs. That's a big reason why myself, along with so many people, are turning to this amazing new substance, which is thoughtfully formulated with science-backed ingredients provided by Mother Earth that promote a reduced fat storage, help to speed up the breakdown of fat, support weight management, reduce cravings, and boost metabolism. Simply take a serving each morning with another serving in the evening to give your body the nutrients it needs to help supercharge your weight management efforts. The best part I love is that you can get it 51% off for the rest of the month or until they sell out, whichever comes first. Plus, you'll also receive several additional gifts valued at $500, free with every order for a limited time, including free VIP life health and fitness coaching for life, 2 free new ebooks titled Top 10 Foods That Burn Belly Fat and Top 8 Exercises to Reduce Belly Fat, a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, and free shipping. Get yours now by going to trimwithx22.com. That is trimwithx22.com, or click the link in the description. A group of Iranian officials earlier this year, and Iran has a long history of training and arming proxy militia groups in the region, from Gaza to Lebanon, Iraq, and Syria. And yes, they do have terrorist groups in Syria. You can see Syria is now firing missiles into Israel, because we know that there are terrorist groups within Syria, a lot of terrorist groups within Syria, and you can see they're taking their orders right now. But like I said from the very, very beginning, you need to step back and take a look at, yes, I know there's horrific pictures out there. Yes, I know you watch the armed forces move in, you see the fighting, and you see all this on, the fake news stations, and they play this over and over and over. And I do believe this is another part of it, which is a distraction. But when you go back in time and you start to look at all the players, Obama, part of the Muslim Brotherhood, infiltrated our country, infiltrated the world with the help of George Soros. And if you go back in time, there's an article that was written in March of 2007 by George Soros, and it says, America and Israel must open the door to Hamas. So George Soros supported Hamas. Does he still? Most likely. Soros gifted al-Shabaka $550,000 between 2017 and 2021, as revealed by the MRC. George Soros has consistently and continually funded the most hateful anti-American and anti-freedom organizations in the world, and that includes terrorist organizations that want to bring an end to a Jewish state. Even though he's Jewish, that makes no difference. He was part of the Nazi regime. And Soros and the Open Foundation Society have funded terrorist groups throughout the world and will likely continue to do so through his foundation under the control of his son, Alex. So this is all being driven by the same exact players. And now the people are being educated in this, educated in Hamas, who's been funding them, who's responsible for this. And the people are starting to learn, just like out in Ukraine. In the very beginning, people like all for the Ukraine, let's send the money. What happened after a while? People are like, okay, enough's enough. We're starting to learn a lot more information, just like with COVID and everything else. As time goes on, time is an amazing thing. The truth comes out over time. When events first happen, people get all riled up, fear sets in, you get upset about certain things. But over time, people start to learn the truth. And people are now being educated in this. And what's very interesting is Rasmussen reports they did a poll and it says U.S. voters back Israel, support eradication of Hamas. After the Hamas terrorist attack on Israel, most U.S. voters blame Palestinians for the conflict. Rasmussen also asked this question: do you agree or disagree with this statement? Israel has no choice but to seek the complete eradication of Hamas in Gaza. Fully 2/3 of U.S. likely voters now agree. So everything Obama, everything Soros has been trying to do, where they're trying to blend the countries, it is not working. The people are seeing through this. They understand who has caused this. Remember, the fake news, they always like to twist this and turn this around, but I don't think this is working anymore. I think they're failing at this because they don't control the narrative. And in the end, the people are going to be educated in all this as time goes on. Now, what's very interesting is that Karma Patriot on Truth decided to take 7 posts that Trump put out and combine them to see if there is a message. And this is what she put out. And this is all from Trump, by the way. Under my leadership, Iran was weak and broke and desperate for love. Now they are rich as hell, thanks to crooked Joe Biden. You went from the strongest president this country has ever had to the weakest president you've ever had. But soon you're going to go back to the strongest president. The $6 billion was a tremendous amount of money, but nothing compared to the billions and billions of dollars that Joe Biden allowed Iran to make. Our enemies want to stop us because they know we are the only ones who can stop them. Crooked Joe Biden gave us the war on Israel and the war on American energy. As president, I will shut off Iranian oil and turn on American oil. We will drill, baby, drill. Under Biden, the same people that attacked Israel, killing, raping, torturing, and maiming innocent civilians are right now pouring into our once beautiful USA. Thank you to everyone here in Florida at the incredible Club 47. Together, we are going to make America great again. And it actually does put out a message blaming everything on Joe Biden, which again will be blamed on Obama. And now people are starting to understand that he gave a lot of money to Iran. Obama gave a lot of money to Iran. And now look what Iran is doing in Gaza. Look what's happening at our borders. Everything is all connected. All of this is going to lead us to World War III. Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said the following: the attack on Israel would never have happened. Zero chance if the election of 2020 was not rigged and stolen. It shows the world how important elections are. Iran was broke and talking now. They are rich and watching, waiting to make their move. It will be a big one. How could crooked Joe Biden, the worst and most incompetent president in the history of the United States, allow this to happen? We went from the Abraham Accords and peace to unprecedented death and destruction. Nevertheless, this big and very dangerous problem is so solvable. Make America great again. So Iran, they're going to make a big move. I do believe all of this is connected to World War III. And again, World War is not just one country. It's many countries fighting at the same exact time. And yes, there's going to be good guys and bad guys. And we can see how this is all starting to play out. Now, once this happens, and it could be Iran that attacks the United States or fires a missile because they have nuclear warheads now. If they do fire a missile and it's shot down over the ocean, will people be afraid? Will people be scared? Will the deep state say we have to go to war? Yes, they will in the end. And I do believe this is what Trump has been talking about from the very, very beginning, that once something like this happens, we can either go to war and the deep state wins, or we can have peace. And if you want peace, you're going to have to vote for the president that's talking peace. And once I'm elected, and I'm talking about Trump, he can have peace in 24 hours. And it looks like it's all leading up to this. But think about what else is happening during this time. All the news all the time is talking about what right now? Talking about what is happening out in Israel. They're not talking about Biden. They're not talking about inflation. They're not talking about Ukraine. They're not talking about Hunter Biden. They're not talking about COVID and the problems with the vaccine. They're not talking about the recession. They're not talking about any of these things. So basically, they did wag the dog, and now they're not talking about any of this. So once again, they're using this for multiple agendas. Now, I do believe Trump, the Patriots, they know the playbook of the enemy. They know that this is the path that we're going to go down, and they needed the people to see all of this, and they needed the people to be educated in all of this, in what is happening. This doesn't mean that Biden's off the hook or we're not heading into a recession. It just means the fake news is just covering all this up with war talk. That's pretty much what it is. That's their narrative right now. Trump, he put out a statement and he said the following: there was no better friend or ally of Israel than Trump. Under my leadership, the United States stood in complete solidarity with Israel. And as a result, Israel was safe, America was safe. And for the first time in decades, we made historic strides for peace in the Middle East. As an example, all the experts said that the Abraham Accords couldn't be done, but we got them done and were able to set the Middle East in a new and positive direction. Crooked Joe Biden's weakness and incompetence has empowered and emboldened our enemies all over the world. And now many lives have been so needlessly lost. What a horrible failure Biden has been in sending $6 billion to Iran. In a simple hostage swap, when Iran is the state sponsor of terrorist groups, Hamas, Hezbollah, and others, Biden's massive loosening of sanctions allowed $80 to $100 billion of Iranian oil sales, much of which the regime poured into financing its bloody campaigns of terror around the globe. When I was president, and exclusively because of me, Iran was broke and wanting to make a deal. No wonder the world is in absolute chaos. With Trump back in office, Israel and everyone else will be safe again. And he's absolutely right. And Trump, he was giving a speech, it looks like at a UN type of conference here. Dan Scavino put this out, and he was talking about how terrorism cannot exist in a world where they use God, where they're saying they're doing it for God. Take a listen to what Trump said.
There can be no coexistence with this violence. There can be no tolerating it, no accepting it, no excusing it, and no ignoring it. Every time a terrorist murders an innocent person and falsely invokes the name of God, it should be an insult to every person of faith. Terrorists do not worship God. They worship death. If we do not act against this organized terror, then we know what will happen and what will be the end result. Terrorism's devastation of life will continue to spread. Peaceful societies will become engulfed by violence, and the futures of many generations will be sadly squandered. If we do not stand in uniform condemnation of this killing, then not only will we be judged by our people, not only will we be judged by history, but we will be judged by God.
Now, what's very interesting about all of this is that Dan put this out at 12:09 a.m. And if you look at post 12:09, down below it says, the door will be open later. The choice to know will be yours. End. And I do believe the door is opening now to many, many things. And I think the last act here, the final battle, is going to be war. It's going to be those players that have been pushing war, and it's going to be Obama, Soros, and Clinton front and center. And if you want to believe, well, you can go ahead and walk through the door and you will see the truth. But to get there, people need to be educated on all this. See, a lot of times when you throw a lot of information at people and it's just too much because of their belief system, that they believed that, oh no, this wasn't happening. Obama didn't do this. Hillary Clinton didn't do this. People shut down. They don't believe it. But if you drip it out slowly but surely and you show them proof, documented proof, evidence, people start to believe. That's why people are believing the rigging of the election, because they're seeing the proof. They're seeing it every single day, and they saw it happen in 2022. They're seeing the election interference right now for 2024. When they look at Biden, they're seeing the evidence, the documented evidence that has been coming out, and people are believing. Now, what's very interesting is that Reuters, they put out an article and says, U.S. must be ready for simultaneous wars with China and Russia. The United States must prepare for possible simultaneous wars with Russia and China by expanding its conventional forces, strengthening alliances, and enhancing its nuclear weapons modernization program. And this is coming from a congressional appointed bipartisan panel. So they're already building the narrative that we're going to be heading towards war and we must be ready for war with Russia and China. Is this what Trump has been talking about? Is this World War III? Now, in this report, it's saying that the time frame for these type of threats and for wars between 2027 and 2035. But if you accelerated everything and you accelerated the 16-year plan and you're using it against the deep state players, are those timeframes correct? No, because if you really think about it, they were going to use the pandemic to bring us into the Great Reset, the Green New Deal. They thought there was going to be no vaccine. Everyone was going to be shut in their house for 10 years. The global system would come crashing down. People wouldn't have supplies, and they would have a 10-year period. And actually, if you really look at the 10-year period, it actually corresponds to this timetable. But Trump countered their entire plan. We weren't locked in our homes for 10 years. And now the people are going about their business. So everything has been accelerated right now. And I do believe this is why Trump has continually been saying that he could see war coming, because they know, and I'm talking about the Patriots, they know what the deep state is going to do. They're going to try to bring us into war. Remember, this is part of their 16-year plan. He knows the playbook. And I do believe he's made deals with many different leaders across the globe. And it's going to look like war, but the war is not going to happen because he's going to usher in peace. Is it going to look scary? Absolutely. Now, the other thing that's very interesting as we approach the 2024 election, because this is when they're actually going to kick off war. Yes, it's going to build over the entire year. But remember, they want to cheat in the elections. They can't have Trump win the elections. So they try to bring COVID back, and they want COVID. They want people to be scared, and they want to use mail-in ballots and drop boxes. Now, COVID's not going to work, which means they might use some other type of pandemic. Maybe they'll try Ebola or something like that, but I think all of it's going to fail. They might even try something else before they get to a cyber attack. But what's very interesting is we can see that their entire COVID push, it's completely failing. Since they told us there's this new variant and they have a new bioweapon that they produced, only 2% of Americans have gotten updated coronavirus booster shots, which means the people are now catching on, which means the people are not going along with this. If you really think about it, if you compare this to last year, 56.5 million people received the booster. This year, only 7 million, which is only 2%, which means the people are not buying it. The people are questioning it all, and they are losing. And they're losing big, which means they're going to be trapped in their entire agenda as we approach 2024. Because if they look at the internal polls and they see how many people are voting for Trump, they know that they will not be able to beat him. They know that the people will be voting for Trump. So you can either let him win and show the world, look, he won, or you try to stop it. And I do believe they're going to try to stop it. And the only way to do that is with some type of an attack. What would make sense? A missile coming in over the ocean? Well, that wouldn't stop the election. If there was a cyber attack on the equipment and the connections and everything else like that, yes, they can make a case that we don't know what has been accessed because, through the cyber attack, there could have been hackers, there could have been many things going on. We don't know what equipment has been touched. We don't know if it's working properly. And I do believe this is probably the path they're going to head down. But we'll have to see how this all plays out. But it looks like we're heading in that direction. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we can see Steve Scalise dropped out of the race. And we can see that Trump, he came in and he said, listen, we want Jim Jordan as the House Speaker. Now, of course, the establishment does not want Jim Jordan. So they're continually pushing other people. And this is the way it's all going to play out. They're going to push other people. I think they're pushing Austin Scott now, where they're saying, okay, let's put him up against Jim Jordan. And Jim Jordan right now is saying, yes, I will run for Speaker. And this is probably going to go on for quite a while. And they might even bring in a temporary Speaker. We'll have to see how it plays out for a very short period of time. Or they might just elect Jim Jordan. But Ted Cruz did put out something very interesting on X. He said, "For years, I've stayed out of the House leadership election, but this time I endorsed Jim Jordan. Jim is a good friend and strong conservative. My philosophy on political endorsements is to support the strongest conservative who can win. That is Jim Jordan." Matt Gaetz put this out on X. He says, "It's Jim Jordan time." And that's absolutely true. And Jim Jordan, he is re-entering the race. We'll see how this plays out. But the establishment is very, very afraid of this. Remember, these individuals, the patriots that are in Congress right now, they are grassroots patriots. They have been weaponized to go after the establishment and destroy the establishment. And I do believe as the deep state players had infiltration from within, Trump, for the patriots, they're doing the exact same thing, infiltrating government with patriots now. And it's growing and they're very strong. And it's not just going to happen in DC. I do believe it's going to happen across the entire country. Think about all the people that Trump has been endorsing. I do believe he's reversing everything that they've been doing, because once you have the people on your side and you endorse someone, that's the person they're going to vote for. So Trump, he's endorsing all these individuals and he's replacing all these people that have been installed slowly but surely. It's not a fast thing. And once you get key players in place, you don't need the entire Congress. You don't need the entire legislature in other places. You need a couple of people in there to shut things down, to make it hard for the establishment to do anything. And look what's happening in Congress right now. That's exactly what they've been doing. They're making it very, very difficult for the establishment. The deep state is pissed off. They're not getting their money. This is how you shut them down. And they start to panic. They start to get worried. And eventually, they will tire out and actually vote for the person that the grassroots patriots want, which means they have been weaponized. They are pushing back, which means the country is pushing back. And I do believe in the end, the patriots are in complete and utter control. We are winning, and we're taking the country back slowly but surely. Because once you have an awakening and the population is awake and they can see what's going on, well, the people, they are a weapon like no other. Because once the people are awake, once the people push back, the deep state, they can't do anything. Why do you think they're calling all of us extremists? Because they've lost the narrative, and the only way to come after us is by force. And you can see that's what they're building up to. Because you can't tell someone, hey, stop saying that. Yes, you can censor them on Twitter. You can censor them on Facebook. You can censor them on YouTube. But what happens when there's other platforms? That becomes very, very difficult. What happens when a platform is taken over? It becomes very, very difficult. So controlling what people say, they can't do it anymore. The only way they can do this is shut down communications. And the other way they can do it is to designate everyone as an extremist. So when the 2024 elections come rolling around, they can use force. They can push people back. And I do believe this is what the tyrannical government is preparing and readying themselves to do, because they're in the losing position. They don't have the leverage. Trump, the patriots, they have the leverage because they have the people. The deep state never had, well, they had the people brainwashed, but now they don't have the people, and everything that they're putting out with their bullhorn, nobody's listening. It's not working. They used to have a big bullhorn. Now it's a little tiny nothing, and nobody's listening because everyone realizes they're the minority and we are the majority, and the majority rules. And this is something they can't fight against. And I do believe this is why in the end, they will bring us to war, because when all else fails, you shut down communications, you try to postpone elections, and you try to bring the country to war. And I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they're counting on this because they have all these countermeasures in place and they want the people to see this. And once the people see it, it's game over. And once Trump ushers peace in, they're done for. And I do believe as Trump continually talks about peace as we go through 2024, he will have the people on his side and they will lose because the Patriots are in control. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, and that was the X22 report for today. I did not do the financial report only because of the fact that we played yesterday's at the beginning of the podcast. So we'll see what gets released over the weekend. I got one more for you. We're going to hit Melissa Red Pill up. And, I always like to look at things from a biblical perspective. It doesn't hurt to take a look at it. So we're going to hit that next, and this is going to be the last one of the night. This one here. Here we go.
Hey, Patriots, I want to talk about something very important. We haven't talked about it very much. Q hasn't talked about it very much, but we want to talk a little bit about Israel. Okay. Q said on March 10th, 2018, we are saving Israel for last. Why is that? Because it is such a controversial topic. It's a very complicated topic, and they have really used it to confuse everyone. So I just want to talk about it very briefly. Okay. If you're new here, we're the Freedom Force Battalion. Everything we've got to show you is on freedomforce.live with all the goodies there, with all the social media, all the videos are on there, and the audiobook, and how we've written this book, End Times and 1,000 Years of Peace, because that's what we're headed for, is 1,000 years of peace. So get ready. Okay. So the first thing I want to show you guys is this verse when James wrote a letter to all of the churches. He wrote in verse 1, you see where it says, James, a servant of God and of the Lord Jesus Christ, to the 12 tribes which are scattered abroad. Greeting. So he's writing to the 12 tribes scattered abroad. This letter was being sent out, and he's sending it out to the 12 tribes. They're all over the world. That's a very important clue. It's just a little verse tucked in here, but they knew that back then, and we need to know it now, that the Israelites are everywhere, all scattered around the world. Okay. And I wanted to show you a little bit about the family, Jacob's family. Okay. Jacob's name was changed to Israel, if you're new to this. And so this is something you might not have heard, even if you did go to Sunday school, because it's a little bit of a strange story. Jacob ended up having 4 wives. Not necessarily something you can easily discuss with children in Sunday school, right? So I'll discuss it with you guys. So take the kids out of the room. Hang on real quick. Okay, so his first wife was Leah, and it's a long story. I'm not going to go into detail about it, but she was Laban's daughter, the firstborn daughter. Okay. Her sister was Rachel. That's who Jacob really wanted to marry to begin with. Okay. So Leah and Rachel are biological sisters. They have a mom and a dad, the same mom and dad. Okay. That Laban is the dad, which is an interesting character, but not going into that for right now. But then, so it's just so crazy. He ends up marrying Leah. Then he ends up marrying Rachel, but they're married all at the same time, which is just crazy. But anyway, so that's what happens. And Leah starts popping out babies, and then Rachel can't have a baby. She can't have a baby. And so she ends up having her servant, Rachel's servant, Bilhah, ends up having babies with Jacob too. Okay. She's like, well, I'll have babies through her. That is just so strange to us. Okay. But don't even worry about all of that cultural strangeness right there. But the point is, Bilhah is the servant. Turns out, it appears that Bilhah was one of Laban's daughters, but not from the same mother, not from his wife. Okay. So Laban was quite a colorful character. And so it would not surprise me if he had many, many, many children by many, many, many people, women. And so basically slaves. That's what it appears from the historical accounts. So Bilhah was one of the servants, and you wouldn't, if she was a regular sister, you wouldn't give the sister to Rachel. So it's a given the servant. Okay. So she's a kind of considered a second class. Now we don't know where she came from. There's really not any information about that. It's just that she's not likely the same skin color. She's considered a slave. Okay. Check that out. So then.
Okay. So let's explain the structure here real quick. Okay. We actually talked about this. I think either we talked about it earlier today or we talked about it in the last podcast in regards to Jacob and how he was tricked into marrying Leah. Okay. And then about Rachel and about how her servant was the one who had the first son. And then but Rachel had two children. Okay. So Jacob or I'm sorry, Joseph and Benjamin were of Rachel. Okay. Both of them were birthed by Rachel, where Bilhah and Zilpah were the servants. Now, this is what you need to understand. Back in that day, if the man of the house slept with a woman from outside of the house, okay, then that child was conceived. We would call it a stepbrother or a stepsister, okay. But back then, because of the wealth of the man of the house, the outside children were brought in as slaves, okay, and that was recorded all the way up to up through the days of Christ. That kind of thing happened on a regular basis. So, let's see, another reference is the Roman soldier, the Roman commander who went to Christ and said to him, if I believe that you can heal my my servant, okay, and who is as much of a member of my family as my family, okay. Basically, what he told Christ was his stepson needed to be healed, and he believed wholeheartedly that Christ could do that. That he didn't even have to go back home to see it happen. That Christ didn't even have to travel there in order to heal him. He believed that he believed in Christ's power and that the servant would be healed. A couple hours later, a couple of soldiers came running up to him and said, "Your son is healed. Your servant is healed. Your servant is healed." Okay, that was his stepson. Okay, now if you've been watching the Chosen series, okay, Gaius, the Roman soldier who was originally a centurion that was also the protector of Matthew, the tax collector. Okay. So this soldier watched the transformation of Matthew, as well as a bunch of the other disciples that were from the same town. Okay. And he saw the miracles, happen and everything else. And he kept promising his wife that he was going to have this Jewish doctor come and see him. Okay. So when he talked to his wife about it, he didn't tell her that the Jewish Messiah was coming to heal the son. He said a Jewish doctor would take care of it, is basically what he was saying. And so Simon Peter ended up in this in Gaius's house, okay, and saw the child, okay, and began to ask questions, but Gaius kind of put it off. It was Gaius who had relations with a servant, so the son was born into servitude. But the faith part that ended up coming because of this was the fact that the son then basically was telling people that this is my son, not just my servant. This is one of my children. Okay. So it's a very, very interesting story. Okay. And that the breakdown of Jacob, and then with the servants, not just the two sisters that he married, Okay, it gives you an idea and a basis of understanding that when these children were born out of wedlock, the children were considered servants, made slaves, or sold into slavery. Okay, to somebody else, and that was so that there was no damage done to the household relationship. You know, so okay, all right, I'll shut up now and get back to this.
This is so crazy. But now Leah gets jealous because now look, oh no, there's a race going on. And, Rachel's having all these children through Bilhah. And so now she says, well, I'm going to have to keep up. So I have a servant too. Her name is Zilpah, and I'll have babies through Zilpah. It is so crazy, but whatever. So again, she's probably not even a biological sibling of Bilhah. Who knows? It really doesn't give that much detail. The point I'm trying to make is that even from the very beginning of this huge family, 12 sons, it's ethnically diverse. That's my point. My point is not all this craziness. My point is it's very ethnically diverse. Okay. So then look at this entire family, all these kids from 4 wives, one father, 4 wives. And you've got Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher, Issachar, Zebulun, Joseph, and Benjamin. All these from different mothers. Okay. From 4 different mothers, 12 sons from 4 different mothers. So the point is it's a very ethnically diverse family from the very beginning. All the movies make it out that they look all alike. That's not the case, I'm sure. This is just a little, picture of what they might have looked like. That you've got this, that maybe one is dark skin, light skin, who knows? It doesn't really matter. Okay. It's not about skin color. It's about diversity, which I think is a beautiful thing. If it wasn't so odd. Okay. So I want you to see that. Okay. And then they try to make it out like Israel is just this one, piece of land over in the Middle East. Okay. And I know that this is written in the Bible that he gave this land to them. It was for them to use to be safe and secure so they could have a place so they weren't, snuffed out. But what if instead of Israel being this, what if Israel is this? Literally, the lost tribes, the scattered tribes, scattered abroad all over, and not this, and this may be one of the tribes, Jews from Judah. But what about all these other tribes? Okay, let me go back to it. You've got all these other tribes, Reuben, Simeon, all of these. Okay. So they're not all going to look alike. Okay. And they're just scattered. This is what the Bible clearly tells us, that they have been scattered. What if instead of this, what if they're this? What if the Israelites are truly this from all over the world? You've got people from, every ethnicity, every nationality, it says clearly in God's word that from every people and tribe and tongue and language throughout the world.
Okay. Another thing that I was saying the other day is Israel is not a land. It is a people.
Who are rejoicing in heaven, have joined in this family. And it also says in Romans chapter 2, verse 28, for he is not a Jew who is one outwardly, neither is that circumcision which is outward in the flesh, but he is a Jew who is one inwardly. And circumcision is that of the heart, in the spirit, and not in the letter, not in the law, okay, or not in the bloodline, whose praise is not of men, but of God. So what is he saying here? To be a true Jew, it has to be someone who loves the Lord. Whatever that person looks like, wherever they're from, whoever, whatever, it's someone who is who was a Jew inwardly, okay, an Israelite inwardly. So look also in Galatians chapter 3. For as many of you have, for as many of you as have been baptized into Christ have put on Christ. In other words, we've put on this family. We've put on this, we've been adopted into this family. There's neither Jew nor Greek. There's neither bond nor free. There's neither male nor female, for you are all one in Christ Jesus. And if you're Christ's, if you belong to him, if you love him, then you are Abraham's seed. Let me read that one more time. Then you are Abraham's seed and heirs according to the promise. Now, if you've been with me on the Freedom Force Battalion for a while, you've heard me say many, many times that it doesn't matter whether you're the progeny or if you are adopted into the family. Either way, if you're in God's family, you love God, you love people, you love children, you want to protect humanity, you want to bring justice. If that is your heart, that you're not someone who wants to hurt kids and all of that, then you are Abraham's seed. If you are joined to Christ, okay, not the Antichrist, but the Christ of the Bible, of, love your neighbor as yourself and following him, then you are Abraham's seed. There's more to it than this. There's just so much. I would love for you to read Galatians and read Romans chapter specific, like 2 and 3. I would love for you to read the whole thing of Romans. You can listen to it on your Bible app, and it helps you to piece together what is he saying. It's not about a bloodline. It's not about some legal position. It's about the heart and about being adopted into the family in a very amazing way, that we now have the Spirit of God in us, that we are now stamped with his Spirit in us. We are heirs according to the promise. And the reality was Abraham was, Abraham before there even was a Jewish family. Okay. He saw this didn't even come into being until Jacob, his grandson. So you're going to say Abraham's not Jewish? That's silly. So the point is we are Jewish, we are Hebrews, we are Israelites by faith. Okay. So that's a very important part of it. All right. So, I'm going to show you where you can watch some of these videos. Okay, go to freedomforce.live. And I have done on the playlist right here, videos playlist, I've done so many videos about this very topic, talking about, how the Israelites were scattered and where they went and how we can know for sure, because based on their flags, their heraldry, based on the language, based upon their artwork, based upon a lot of their names of their tribes, all these different things, you can trace them. Okay. And so many of those very same things, the symbols are in America. This is about our true identity. Okay. Here, the New World Order, many people who are claiming to be Jewish, who are claiming to be God's people, clearly do not. Some of these people have hijacked the name for political and evil purposes. Have all of them? Clearly, no. But the point is, some of these have hijacked the name, just like they hijacked our name when we Patriots went to DC to protest this illegal vote. In the same way, they hijacked our good name, and they slam the name. They use it for evil purposes. Okay. I'm going to show you one other quick thing. So check out Revelation chapter 2, verse 9. I know thy works and tribulation and poverty, and I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. Even back in the day, even back in the time of John writing this, just after Jesus had ascended, he knew that there were some who hijacked the name Jew for evil purposes, and they were not using it for righteousness, but using it as the synagogue of Satan. Okay, so you see, just with this short video, how very complex this is. Okay, so definitely go on here. Oh, and I was going to say that many of these are Edomites. Those who are of the synagogue of Satan are Edomites. Look at this verse here. It says, when thou becomest great and dost shake off Jacob's yoke from off thy neck. Basically it's saying, we're not going to have the righteous tell us what to do. We're going to do our evil. Thou wilt sin, a complete sin unto death. Remember, I've read that verse to you guys before, that sin unto death. It talks about in 1 John, and thy seed will be rooted out from under heaven. The sin unto death is the unpardonable sin, the sin against the Holy Spirit, the blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. What does that mean? It's casting out the Holy Spirit and allowing demons to come to dwell within these people. They have sinned that sin. They said they want the demons to come to dwell within them. And that is, you can't work with that. That's a sin that can't be forgiven. They have to be rooted out from under heaven. Okay. So several of these on here, I just really, really encourage you to watch these. And like I said, I'm going to be posting them on the Rumble and the BitChute because they're just so important, especially because we're getting to the end of this war and everyone needs to know, as he said, saving Israel for last. Okay. Let's pray. Thank you again, Lord. Thank you so much that this is, we're seeing this day when your word is just coming before our very eyes, coming true before our very eyes. We thank you, Lord, that you have a huge destiny for us in America and for people all over the world, your people scattered all over the world. Thank you that we are your people. And it's not even about bloodline. It's about the heart, that we love you from the heart. And we are rising up and willing to fight and to stop the hurting of children and to fight for justice and to fight for humanity. We thank you, Lord, that you are going to be the king of all of us. Doesn't matter where we come from, doesn't matter about our color of our skin, it doesn't matter any of that, our language. You surpass all of these barriers. Lord, I thank you that you will bring us all together in this unity finally, and that we won't continue to have all of this mayhem and all this division, and it will all be brought together. And I just I cannot wait. Thank you, Lord, that we know that this is going to happen. It keeps us moving forward one day at a time. We give you praise, Lord, that you are faithful and that you're the wonderful King of the world. And we pray all this in your great name, Jesus. Amen. All right, guys, I wanted to share that. I'm going to have more about this, but I wanted to give you this to get you started. All right. Love you guys. Bye.
All right. Melissa Red Pill. Short and brief. Normally she can go. Boy, can she go and go and go and go and go. So I'm kind of glad that she didn't at this point. Talking about deceptions. Want to pull up a couple things. Let me open up my Truth Social and click on my name where I shared something that was shared this morning. This was put out by SGAnon. Do not let your now beliefs interfere with your mind and spirit on what is possible in a universe created by the Almighty. You are powerful beings made in the likeness of God. That's why they, in kill brackets, have to resort to such extreme measures of deception just to keep themselves safe. That crucial cog in the gear is gone now. Everyone gets to come out in the light. Slaves no more, dark to light. We know where you are at all times. We can hear you breathing. Okay, now I want to share this video that he put out this morning. Okay, you caught that, right? So that's how advanced technology is for their use. I would never be able to get anything like that to use. It's just okay. Okay. Up next, let's see. Travis Tritt. Senator Cory Booker was in Israel when the war broke out. He used his influence to flee the country. Congressman Cory Mills was in the U.S. when the war broke out. He flew to Israel and saved 32 Americans and counting. To me, that's news. Okay? That's news that I want to know about. I want to know who is doing what and where their heart is in doing so. Okay. So Donald J. Trump posted just 42 minutes ago. Let's take a listen.
I really do appreciate your position on the border. You and I are in agreement. You know, it's interesting because everybody's now trying to analyze, you know, whether if there's a three-way race with you, Donald Trump, and Joe Biden, you know, who would you more likely draw from? So I hope you don't mind, but I did a little research on you. You're pretty liberal. You know, you've called for curbing, logging, oil drilling, fracking. You wanted to eliminate it. You called it a victory for democracy. You want to curb U.S. fossil fuel extraction. Keep it in the ground, you once tweeted. You want a ban on fossil fuel extraction, a ban on fracking. You called the NRA once a terror group. You've supported over the years Democrats, Gore, Kerry, Obama, Hillary. You praised Bernie Sanders multiple times. You support affirmative action. So why is this party of yours, why didn't they even want to allow you to compete? Because that's as pretty liberal of a record as anybody I know.
You have a litany of talking points from statements I've made over 40 years. Some of them are stale. Some of them I've never said. But, you know, what is your question? Why the Democratic Party? Why I'm not running in the Democratic Party? You know,
why did they kick you out?
I feel like.
I mean, by the way, I'm giving you comments that you made in 2016, 17, 19, endorsements. We know the years Gore, Kerry, Obama, Hillary, Bernie Sanders. They're all recent quotes. The NRA quote you made about calling them a terror group was 2018. So these are recent positions you've had. That I'm not sure why the Democratic Party wouldn't allow you to compete.
Do you want to talk about my position, Sean?
Yes, sir.
Do you want to read talking points from the Trump campaign?
Well, excuse me. These are not talking points. These are called Hannity points. I do my own research.
No, but I saw that same list published this morning by the Trump campaign. It's the exact same list. And again, if you want to know what my position is on any issue, I'm happy to talk to you about it.
On those positions, you come off, and this is not an insulting thing. You are historically very left of center, very liberal, and I agree with you. Your party treated you horribly. I think you deserve better. I don't like the way your own family even treated you. I thought, you know, if they don't agree with you, they can disagree. But I didn't like what they said about you. To be honest, I think you're being honest in your positions, but I don't think you can convince any conservative that you have any conservative leanings except for a couple of issues. Maybe some conservatives would agree on the border. Maybe some would agree on your vaccine policy, especially with COVID. Where else would you say you're conservative?
Well, I wouldn't describe myself at this point as part of the conservative ideology or the Democratic ideology. I would describe myself as part of the common sense ideology. If you ask me, Sean, about any particular issue, I'm happy to tell you what I feel about it. And I also am happy to listen to other people's opinions about it.
All right, I'll ask you. Do you still believe the NRA is a terror group?
I support the Second Amendment like I do all the amendments to the Constitution, and I'm not going to take
I didn't ask you if you support the Second Amendment. You called in 2018, you said Parkland students are right. The NRA is a terror group. Do you believe that?
I don't consider the NRA a terror group.
Do you regret tweeting that in 2018?
Well, I don't recall tweeting it in 2018, but if I did, as I said, Sean, I don't consider them a terror group, and I support the Second Amendment.
Do you regret endorsing Al Gore, John Kerry, Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, and Bernie Sanders over the years?
I don't recall endorsing Bernie Sanders. I like Bernie Sanders. I voted for Barack Obama. I don't regret that. I don't. There's a lot of things about those candidates, the candidates who won, that I was disappointed in. I think that we need to wind down the war machine abroad, and I don't think. And I supported Hillary, and I don't think that as Secretary of State that she lived up to those expectations. So, but I'm not going to say that I didn't. I supported them then. I supported what they believe in. I think I have a common sense approach to politics, and I'm happy, as I said, to talk to you about any of the issues.
No, listen, I'd love to do another town hall with you. I actually enjoyed our time together. Do you stand by your position that you've held at least since 2012 and through 2019 that I have quotes for, banning fracking and banning oil and fossil fuel extraction?
I've never believed in banning oil or banning fossil fuel extraction. What I've said is that those industries need to internalize their costs. In other words, it's that carbon is the most heavily subsidized energy source. There's $5.2 trillion of subsidies that go to big carbon every year, and that doesn't include even the oil wars. That in a real free market economy, the cost of those wars would be reflected in the price of gasoline when you got to the tank. The reason that I oppose fracking is because it's poisoning water supplies. I've watched the water supply in Dimmock, Pennsylvania, where people turned on their faucets, Sean, and they could light a match there. We don't want to poison people. And if fracking's doing that, then
it's the lifeblood of the world's economy.
Those people for the cost.
And we don't have any real alternatives that are efficient and cost effective as of now. We'd love to have you back.
That absolutely is not true. That just is not true.
Of course it's true.
That's not true. And I'm happy to talk to you about it. If you give
All
me
right,
a
well, I'll
chance
tell you
to
what, we'll
talk
bring you
next
back.
time, maybe.
And I'd love to, maybe we'll do another hour together if you're up for it. I'd be up for doing that. That'd be great.
So I see Sean Hannity has fallen into the same patterns as most of the other interviewers, where they're not exactly getting the answer that they want, so they just interject. And it's just, it's just crazy. Let's see. Oh, okay, that's an old one. I want to just check here. All right, that's going to be it for me, folks. I just got a text a minute ago that my food will be arriving here in a couple of minutes. I'm going to cook me some chicken legs and some potatoes, I think. Yeah, I'm hungry and I'm tired. So we're 9 hours and 20 minutes in. So I'm kind of, sort of exhausted. Trying to think if there was anything else that I wanted to show you guys before. I will probably not be doing one tomorrow. More than likely, there will be one on Sunday or on Monday, based upon what gets released information-wise. Because our drip is becoming a flood, and it's just a big mess. Hold the line. U.S. Embassy forever. America first. I love that. One Marine cat and one Navy cat. Oh, Lord. There was actually all kinds of stuff on Truth today, but I just kind of my brain is like not there at all at this point here. This many hours in. Okay. Yeah, that's it. I'm out of here. God loves you. Jesus loves you. I love you. Love each other. Peace.